Most of the buildings in Morristown adhered to a style that was popular 100 years ago. The most eye-catching building in the town was the black cathedral spire. After settling the carriage, Klein and the others quickly finished their lunch of bread, toast, bacon, butter, and coffee. We can still tolerate about 2 hours and 35 minutes of sealed artifact 3-0782's purification. Kenley stood at the door of the church and took out a pocket watch from his suit's pocket. I suggest dealing with the suspected haunting incidents first to prevent the situation from getting worse. Then we can return to the church and take turns watching over the sealed artifact to recover. Under normal circumstances, Sequence 9, 8, and 7 Beyonders had to stay far away from the mutated sun sacred emblem for 2 hours to recover completely, or at least an hour if they were to make a partial recovery. All right. I have no objections. Klein and Leonard spoke in unison. Then which case should we deal with first? Kenley asked. Leonard wiped away his frivolous attitude and said, Let's start with the old man living alone who heard heavy footsteps in his house. Why? Kenley asked instinctively. Klein was also interested to hear an explanation. Could this be the intuition of a poet? He mocked Leonard secretly. Leonard shifted his gaze from Kenley's face to Klein's, then looked at Kenley again. He smiled. Because it's the closest to the church. How did you know that? It's not written in the records, Klein asked. Leonard snickered. Didn't I go to the bathroom during our meal? I came across a trainee priest on my way back and had a conversation. He told me that Noah's house was close to the church. Oh yeah, the old man's name is Noah. He sure lives up to his name as an experienced nighthawk when it comes to performing missions. Klein gave a dry laugh. He turned to Kenley and said, Then let's go to Noah's house first. All right. Kenley didn't have any objections. They arrived at Noah's house a mere minute later. Noah was an old man with thinning white hair. He had lost his left hand in a war when he was younger and had no choice but to leave the army. He returned to his hometown after he received his compensation. At that moment, he opened the door and looked at the 3 strangers in front of him before looking at Sire, who was rushing over from the cathedral. He said with a raspy voice, Come in. I hope that you can solve my problem. I heard that you brought holy water, sacred emblems, a silver dagger, and garlic? This is great. My worries have eased greatly. Please forgive my blabbering. You have to understand the condition of an old man after not being able to sleep peacefully for 2 nights. Oh my goddess. I've been so scared all this time that my head feels like it's in a cloud. Leonard suddenly straightened his back when he entered the house, his eyes surveying the surroundings. After that, Klein felt a cold aura within the room. Those were traces of activity left behind by a ghost. There really was an impure being here. Kenley was the last one to notice as he suppressed his voice. Very weak, Leonard said with a relaxed tone as he retracted his gaze. The Midnight Poet was a job with a relatively high spiritual sensitivity when compared to all the other sequence 8s in the church's records. Yes, Klein could feel the warmth and purifying energy of sealed artifact 3-0782 quickly dispelling the sinister aura in the room without any trouble. At this moment, the people of the town had all gathered at Noah's house, all looking curiously at Klein, Leonard, and Kenley. Cough. Leonard cleared his throat and recited, We have the blessings of the goddess. Those impure beings will vanish quickly and won't bring about any more trouble. After that, he shot a look at Klein for him to perform a purification ritual for everyone to see. Why me? Klein shot a look back. Of course, he didn't know if Leonard understood what his gaze meant. But clearly Leonard understood. He said softly, You're the expert in rituals. All right, blame me for being the one who volunteered for this mission. Klein tidied his clothes and took out the holy water, sacred emblems, a silver dagger, and garlic from Leonard. He first placed the dark sacred emblem in front of his chest, then peeled the garlic and tossed its cloves one by one to every corner of the house. This is how garlic is used to dispel ghosts? It's different from the descriptions in the newspapers. Will this work? The townsfolk looking at them broke into discussion, curious and excited, as if they were watching a circus. It's useless. I'm just acting. Klein suddenly felt that he had become a clown. He closed his eyes and splashed the holy water onto the ground with the silver dagger. He splashed the water as he walked around the house, reciting an incantation. The Evernight Goddess, the Mother of Secrets, the Lady of Crimson, Empress of Disaster and Horror, Mistress of Calm and Silence. These typical acts of a charlatan shocked everyone present as the townsfolk fell silent. And once people turned silent, it was easy for them to notice something they missed. What a warm feeling. It feels like I'm sunbathing. No, I feel like I'm looking at a pure sky. How magical. Is this the effect of the holy water? They sure live up to their names as priests from St. Selena Cathedral. Praise the Lady. The townsfolk discussed in whispers. The looks they gave Klein, Leonard, and Kenley slowly became that of respect. Noah also visibly relaxed, not doubting that the problem had been solved. Sealed Artifact 3-0782 is doing all the real work here. We don't actually need to do anything to chase the ghosts away. All we need to do is stay here for a minute. It's not tiring or troublesome at all. After Klein purified the sinister aura off every corner of the house, he opened his eyes and put away his silver dagger, drawing the shape of the crimson moon in front of his chest with a serious expression. Praise the Lady! Praise the Lady! The townsfolk replied devoutly. We still have things to deal with, but we need absolute silence. Leonard smiled as he looked around. The townsfolk, after witnessing something so professional, didn't stay. They receded from Noah's house like a tide following priest sire's lead. Even the master of the house had to leave temporarily. I actually wanted to take a nap, Noah pouted as he walked toward the cathedral. Leonard took a step forward and closed the door, then turned towards Klein. Do a divination on the cause of this incident. No problem. Klein also wanted to find out what he could divine. I know Mr. Azik did this, but he seems to be of a rather superior nature. Ha. A person that can live for 1,300 years must be of a superior nature, so my divinations should definitely be affected. Under such circumstances, without the help of the mysterious space above the gray fog, even I'm not sure what revelations I would receive. Klein took out the pen and paper he brought along with him and wrote down a divination statement. The cause of the haunting at Noah's house. He held the piece of paper and walked to a round table. He then took a seat, closed his eyes, and leaned back. Klein suddenly saw a black mausoleum in his blurred, hazy dream world. It was similar to a pyramid, but stood inverted and was almost fully buried. A black fog obscured everything within the ancient mausoleum. Klein snapped awake and opened his eyes. Did you find anything? Kenley asked in concern. Klein thought for a moment and described the revelation he received in his dream without hiding anything. He ended it by saying, the mausoleum was definitely not in the style of the northern continent, the fifth epoch. I'm somewhat of an expert in this field. Leonard nodded, seemingly in thought. That's an inverted pyramid from the southern continent. It represents the entering of the nether realm from the living world. It's a mausoleum that only the so-called descendants of death can erect for themselves, be it in the Balam Empire of the past, or its satellite states such as the Highlands Kingdom. In some sense, it's the symbol of death. Well, the ghosts are definitely related to death. The results of the divination are undoubtedly correct. Ignoring Leonard's mockery, Klein suddenly had an interesting thought. Could Mr. Azik be the descendant of death? Or could he have made a transaction with death to obtain such a long life? According to a chapter from the Revelation of Evernight, as well as the internal records of the Nighthawks, death was a malevolent god, once causing a catastrophe in the northern continent at the end of the fourth epoch. Those times were now referred to as the Pale Era. It said that death fell to the combined efforts of the seven gods. It's impossible to determine when Lamud Castle was built, but it couldn't have been built before the Pale Era. If there was a connection, then there would be something to investigate regarding the person working behind the scenes, lives in the house with the red chimney, and stole the skull of Mr. Azik's child. Of course, this could be an excuse for the northern continent to colonize the southern continent. After all, most of the inhabitants of the southern continent believes in death. The three Nighthawks didn't stay for long since they didn't discover anything. They soon left Noah's house and started dealing with the two other haunting incidents. The same process, the same results. They quickly rid the town of the auras of dead spirits, but didn't manage to find the cause of all the trouble. Along the way, Leonard asked the townsfolk if any strangers had entered the town in the past few days, but received a negative answer. Mr. Azek didn't come? He must have come and left in secret without anyone noticing him. He sure is cautious. When he said that he would be returning to Tingen by Wednesday, did he mean that these spirits would vanish on their own accord today, even if we weren't here to deal with it? Klein thought about it as he returned to the entrance of Morse Cathedral with Leonard and Kenley. They could still last another hour and 45 minutes with the mutated sun sacred emblem. We'll take 1-hour shifts looking after the sealed artifact. Klein suppressed the excitement in his heart. He looked at the color of the sky and said, "Let's try to head back to Tingen City for dinner." "No problem." Leonard glanced at Klein and laughed. "But for safety's sake, I suggest that 2 people look after the sealed artifact while one rests." Klein froze for a moment, his mind churning quickly. He smiled in reply. "Sure, but this way we have to calculate the most logical rotation. Who gets to rest first? Who's next? And who will be last? How much time do we need to recover? And by how much? Well, I think that we have to establish an algorithm with an unknown value in order to establish the best way. Then compare it with the effectiveness of having one person look over it at a time. It's even better if we can compare the efficiencies too. Let's first assume that the unknown value is..." "Wait!" Leonard's green eyes were filled with blankness and fear. "If that's the case, let's look after it one at a time. The person looking after it will stay in the cathedral during his shift, as it has a sufficiently large radius. Of course, we'll have to get Priest Sire and the rest to stay somewhere else. The other 2 will stand guard outside the church and prevent others from coming close." "I share the same opinion." Kenley had felt a headache coming on as Klein spoke about the mathematical problem. "All right." Klein nodded, looking as though he was forced to do so. If he hadn't been able to convince his partners, then he would have to make a deal with Leonard in secret, giving away some information about himself to get him to leave. But the problem was solved now. Weak light shone through the narrow window from high above, making the interior of Morse Cathedral a little more visible. Klein put his top hat on his knee while he leaned his leg against his cane. He sat quietly on the first row of the left pew and looked at the altar before him. There weren't any statues of the goddess except for a massive dark sacred emblem. Its base was black, with a crimson half-moon that was surrounded by radiant points of light. On the wall behind the sacred emblem, there were a few openings which allowed sunlight to shine in from the outside. They were focused into tiny specks of pure light which combined with the dark surroundings to form a scene that resembled that of a lofty starry night sky. None of the traditional gods ever left behind an actual image. Only their symbols are worshipped and glorified by people. That seems to be a manifestation of the command, "Do not look directly at God." Klein let his thoughts wander. He wasn't in a hurry to make the flaring sun charms as soon as he got the opportunity to be alone with sealed artifact 3-0782. He felt that he had to be careful, patient, and had to wait. Within the first 15 minutes, it was possible that Leonard and Kenley would enter at any moment to remind him about points that he should take note of. In this extremely quiet atmosphere, time flew by quickly. Klein suddenly snapped back to his senses as he took out his silver vine-leaf pocket watch, flipped it open, and took a glance. 20 minutes have passed, he muttered to himself. He then set his silk top hat and silver-edged black cane by the side. He got up and walked towards a hidden corner near the altar. At first, he faced the side of the altar, but once he saw the large dark sacred emblem and the holy scenery that resembled a depiction of a night sky, he felt guilty and uncomfortable. Hence, he turned his back to the altar. Then, Klein took out the sealed artifact 3-0782 from the inner pocket of his black tuxedo. He bent down to place the golden unadorned badge on the ground. Klein took a look at the sun symbol that was filled with abstract meanings. Then he took out a small candle mixed with sandalwood. He put it right at the bottom of sealed artifact 3-0782. That was the dualistic ritual that he learned from the Eternal Blazing Sunday. He used an item that was closely related to the deity to represent him, while he used the candle to represent himself. He took a deep breath to ease his tense emotions. Klein then took out the items required for the ritual, one after another, including a carving knife, 2 thin gold slices, sun essential oil extracted from the combination of black-rimmed sunflower, golden-rimmed sunflower and white-rimmed sunflower, golden hand-fingered citron powder, and also rosemary powder. After that, Klein adeptly used the silver ritual dagger to guide the flow of spirituality. He guided it to flow around the simple altar and created a shapeless sealed wall. He squatted down, placed the silver dagger down, and extended his right hand. He lit up the candle that represented himself by rubbing his spirituality. Under the flickering dim light, Klein picked up the sun essential oil and dripped a drop onto the flame. With a puff, an illusory fog spread out with the slight scent of sunlight. After burning the fingered citron and rosemary powder, Klein held the carving knife and golden slices. He stood up, took a step back, and then recited in Hermes, "The blood of the eternal blazing sun. You are the inextinguishable light, the embodiment of order, the god of deeds, the guardian of businesses." Inextinguishable light, embodiment of order, god of deeds, and guardian of businesses were all parts of Eternal Blazing Sun's honorable titles. If there wasn't the prefix of the blood of the Eternal Blazing Sun, the ritual would require the god's response to proceed. If so, Klein suspected that the Eternal Blazing Sun would recognize him as the disrespectful person that looked at him directly. Then, Leonard and Kenley would only find a pile of black ashes when they entered. Plus, the ritual had to be conducted via ancient Hermes, a ritualistic language that stemmed from nature. Only a language without any protection but had outstanding effects could allow an incantation to sidestep around the Eternal Blazing Sun and point towards the mutated sun's sacred emblem. At the same time, as he was stealing the power from a deity, Klein had no way to divine if it would be successful ahead of time. He felt that it would result in him directly dealing with the deity again. So, he could only recite the rest of the incantation with a strained heart. "I pray to you. I pray for you to give me strength. Give me strength to complete the flaring sun charm. The blood of the eternal blazing sun. Please transfer your strength into my charm. O fingered citron, a herb that belongs to the sun. Please bestow your powers to my charm." As the incantation neared completion, Klein suddenly felt something light up before him. The simple gold badge radiated with an intense light, as though the sun had descended onto the land. Klein suddenly found himself enveloped in extreme heat. His hair was heating up rapidly and was almost on the brink of igniting. His feet felt like they were stepping barefoot on yellow sand that had been exposed to the midday sun, and his face and body were greeted with the hot wind blowing from every direction. In that instance, he felt that he needed to do something to let the burning energies out. Otherwise, he would turn into a human candle. It required almost zero thought as Klein lifted both his hands. While his thoughts were boiling over like porridge, he relied on the combination of his spirituality and the strong winds, as well as his instincts and ritualistic guidance, to begin etching symbols, corresponding path numbers, magical characteristics, and ancient incantations onto both sides of the gold slices with his carving knife. Outside the church, Leonard was standing in the shadows to hide from coming into contact with direct sunlight. Suddenly, the sunlight intensified, like the hottest days of a year in early July. He squinted his eyes and looked towards the sky. He saw that the blue sky had no clouds or dust. It was so pure that it made people gasp with admiration. Such strange weather. Beside him, Kenley also noticed the changes in the sunlight. Leonard responded with a smile when he suddenly turned his head. He knitted his eyebrows slightly and cast his gaze towards the cathedral. Luckily Roseanne isn't here. Otherwise, she would be complaining about the sun tanning her skin. Leonard looked away and said with a smile. The blazing sunlight remained intense for a few minutes before it returned to normal. In the cathedral, Klein's carving knife finished the final stroke. As he finished the magical characteristic that represented light, the spirituality on both sides of the gold slices suddenly melded together, as the light converged onto the metal. No, this is even closer to godhood. Klein was finally relieved from the boiling and burning sensations. He examined the two flaring sun charms in his hands with a clear mind. The golden luster on the surface of the charms had turned dim, and the pattern looked ancient yet complex. There was a warm, damp feeling that seeped into Klein's skin bit by bit. Not bad. I finally have a more impressive trump card. Klein sighed emotionally. He set the activation incantation for the flaring sun charms as the word light in ancient Hermes. I want light and there will be light, he quipped, amused. Then, he put the flaring sun charms into another pocket. He didn't put them with the slumber, requiem, and dream charms, because the flaring sun charms would decrease their efficacy period. Yes, the power of the flaring sun charms can be maintained for at least a year, or even longer. Klein reined his thoughts back and looked at the mutated sun sacred emblem on the ground. It didn't look any different on the surface, and it still gave off feelings of warmth and purity. Klein finally relaxed, and quickly completed the ritual and removed the spiritual wall. At that point, he thought to examine himself. He realized that his clothes were almost drenched, and he was covered in sweat. The edges of his hair were slightly curly too. Thankfully, Klein sighed in satisfaction. He put away his things and returned to his original seat. He was so exhausted that he slept the moment he sat down, until he was woken up by footsteps. His eyes shot open, and he touched the flaring sun charms subconsciously to see if they were still there. "You don't look all right?" Leonard asked as he entered the cathedral. Klein massaged his temples, stood up, and smiled. "I'm nearing my limit." He took out his silver pocket watch and took a glance. "Just in time. It's your turn to look after sealed artifact 3-0782. Before he finished speaking, Klein took off the mutated sun sacred emblem and passed it to Leonard. Leonard watched Klein walk out of the cathedral. Then, he dropped his frivolous attitude and examined sealed artifact 3-0782 attentively and seriously. He grew confused and looked bewildered. After the shifts ended, the three Nighthawks began their journey back. Before that, they told Priest Sire to take note of the town's situation. If there were any paranormal incidents, he was to immediately send a telegram to St. Selena Cathedral. At 20 minutes past 7 that night, they finally arrived at Zutland Street and returned sealed artifact 3-0782. When he had made sure that the captain didn't notice anything unusual, Klein left the Blackthorn Security Company and arrived home before 8. He took out his keys and opened the door, only to see an unknown figure. It was obviously a maiden who wasn't even in her 20s. She was in an old, grayish-white dress, and she was wiping the dining hall with all her might. She had black hair and brown eyes. Her eyes were small, her nose wasn't sharp enough, and her facial features were very ordinary. "Who is this?" Klein was stunned at first. Then he realized that she was most likely the maidservant that had come for a trial. At that moment, Benson lowered his newspaper and looked at his brother. He smiled and said, "A company that doesn't allow employees to leave the office on time is annoying, but it provides a salary that can counteract any kind of dissatisfaction," Klein replied with a laugh. "When Miss Justice's £300 reach me, I'll inform Benson and Melissa about my raise to £6 a week. That way they would worry less about our family's finances," Klein thought as he put his cane aside and took off his top hat. He walked to the living hall and lowered his voice as he asked, "Have you made a choice?" He had divined the information of the three maidservants the day before, and he had found that all three were suitable. Hence, the decision was left to his brother and sister. "Yes, Bella. Weekly salary of 5 soldi. She's very willing and also capable of learning cooking. She hopes that she can become a home chef, at which point her weekly pay will double. Her father is a factory worker at the Tingen Steelworks Union Factory, and her mother is a laundry worker," Benson replied with a chuckle. "Of course, another thing that led Melissa and me to the decision is that the other two servants believe in the Lord of Storms, and she is a believer of the goddess. I personally don't mind the believers of the Lord of Storms. But Melissa didn't quite like the idea. It wasn't that Melissa didn't like it. A more accurate description would be, I grieve at their misfortune and am infuriated at their refusal to resist. Yes, it was said by Lu Soon. Klein recalled his sister's behavior and revealed a smile. Benson didn't elaborate further. He put down the newspaper and stood up. Since you're back, let's have dinner. The next day, Klein entered the Blackthorn Security Company in a good mood. Good morning. Roseanne looked to the left and then the right. Then she said, Old Neil is sick. Let's go and visit him at noon. What say you? Old Neil is sick? Klein asked in surprise. Could it be that the ritual for treating diarrhea caused severe constipation? Well, from the way he acted after learning of the acting method, it's not impossible for him to suddenly fall sick. He's getting old, so once his mind turns frail, his body would also suffer from those ramifications. Rosen nodded and said, Yeah, he sent someone to the captain to request some time off. Klein nodded slightly. Let's visit him at noon. Old Neil sure is pitiful. His wife passed away early, and his son is busy in some other city. When he's sick, all he can do is stay at home in loneliness and helplessness. That was the first thing he recalled from his first visit to Old Neil's house. Listening to Klein's sigh, Rose and opened her eyes wide and asked in shock, When did Old Neil get married? What? Klein was left dumbfounded when he heard Roseanne's question. He recalled in his daze, I previously visited Old Neil's place just last month. I saw a piano in the living room, and he told me that his deceased wife loved music. As he spoke, Klein suddenly became alarmed as he began having unpleasant thoughts. Rose and knitted her beautiful brows and said with uncertainty, Perhaps I remembered wrong. No, Mrs. Oriana and I frequented Old Neil's place during the earlier half of the year. There was no piano in his living room back then. I clearly remember asking him why he chose to remain single. His answer was that he hasn't met a lady that he wished to marry. There was no piano during the earlier half of the year, and he answered the question of why he chose to remain single. Klein tightened up and asked in a deep voice, Rose, how long has it been since you visited Old Neil's place? Not ever since Kenley became a Nighthawk, and Viola chose to resign as a clerk. I've been either burning the midnight oil or catching up on sleep, so how could I have the time to visit him? It's been since the beginning of June. Roseanne became a little lost upon receiving the question, so all she did was answer honestly. Klein's heart sank, as if he sensed something was wrong. He fished out a halfpence from his pocket and held it between his thumb and middle finger. He took a deep breath and quickly decided on a divination statement. There's something wrong with Old Neil's current situation. There's something wrong with Old Neil's current situation. His pupils quickly darkened as he recited the statement silently and entered cogitation. Ding! He flicked his thumb, pushing the brass coin into the air and allowing it to spin. Pack! The coin fell right into Klein's open palm. This time, the portrait of George III was facing up. The portrait signified that it was correct, that it was positive. That meant that there really was something wrong with Old Neil's current situation. As Klein clenched the coin, he suddenly remembered the translucent pair of cold and ruthless eyes without any brows that he had seen behind Old Neil when he had just become a Beyonder and was experimenting with his spirit vision. Old Neil had explained that the pair of eyes was a characteristic of ritualistic magic. That's right. I also saw an almost formless human figure by the door at the periphery of the light. The color of its aura was identical to the surrounding darkness. Also, after I completely digested the seer potion, I secretly changed the way I activated my spirit vision to the tapping of my left molar. I happened to look at Old Neil and he suddenly coughed violently. Scene after scene appeared in Klein's mind, turning his expression grim. Rosen looked at him and asked in fear, Did Old Neil lose control? No way, even though he's petty and stingy, and wants to be reimbursed for all of his expenses, he's still a good person. He rarely gets angry. No way, he wouldn't lose control. I cannot be sure. But I think that old Neil is on the brink of losing control. Klein consoled Roseanne. He quickly made his way past the partition and opened the door to the captain's office. Dunn Smith was startled by the sudden intrusion, nearly choking on his coffee. What happened? He didn't blame Klein, his expression instantly becoming stern. Klein answered simply without hiding anything. Captain, my divination tells me that there's something wrong with old Neil. Last month, old Neil told me that his late wife loved music. But today, Rosen told me that he's remained single all this time. Also, on the day that I became a Beyonder, I saw a pair of mysterious eyes looking over everything behind old Neil. There was also an almost transparent human figure near the door spying on us. He told me that those were characteristics of ritualistic magic. I felt that something was off and, thus, attempted a divination. After Dunn finished listening intently, he stood up immediately. As he walked over to the coat rack, he asked in puzzlement, "Why didn't you directly divine if old Neil had lost control? Over the past month, old Neil hasn't acted any differently from ordinary Beyonders. He even worked with me to help Swain deal with a mandated Punisher who had lost control. I've also observed the colors of his aura from time to time and noticed that he's relatively healthy other than his frailty that's due to his age. Thus, I think that he's only close to losing control. He could still be saved." Klein explained his point of view in one breath. Dunn put on his black hat and windbreaker before nodding. "A very reasonable deduction. Let's go pay a visit to old Neil now. And try not to agitate him if possible. After that, we can attempt to control him and use ritualistic magic to stabilize his condition to prevent it from getting worse." Control. Klein had an idea when he heard this term. "Captain, could we use sealed artifact 3-0611? He had been thinking about how he could resolve old Neil's problem and save him. But he hadn't arrived at an answer as he had been too flustered, too uneasy, and too worried. He was reminded by Dunn Smith's words and recalled that the sealed artifact might be useful. Number 0611. Name Peaceful Hair Strands. Danger grade 3. Considerably dangerous. It has to be used carefully. Can only be applied for operations that require 3 or more people. Security classification. Official Nighthawk member or above. Sealing method. No direct contact with living organisms. Description. A simple decoration formed with many strands of black hair. As long as contact is made with a living being without any protection, the living being would lose all their desires and emotions, including, but not limited to, hunger, anger, grief, pain, envy, jealousy, hate, joy, satisfaction, greed, etc. It has been ascertained that living beings under 0611's influence will even lose the desire to break contact with it. They will silently stay in their spot until the end of their life. If an external force is used to break contact between the person and 0611, then the person will gradually recover. But experimental data suggests that the prerequisite to this is that the person has not been in contact with the sealed artifact for more than 2 hours. Once the contact lasts for more than 2 hours, the victim would become silent for eternity. The highest sequence tested is sequence 5. You can avoid contact by means such as wearing gloves. The strands of hair aren't equipped with the capability to live. It doesn't have any inclinations of escaping the seal. Appendix. These strands of hair appeared during a failed advancement. It was something left behind when a captain of the Nighthawks failed to advance to sequence 6. The grade-eyed Dunn nodded after he heard Klein. Great suggestion. I nearly forgot about 3-0611. Find Royale in the recreation room. I'll retrieve the sealed artifact from Cheney's Gate and submit the application after we come back. That's the way, no time to waste. Klein didn't dawdle. He immediately went to the recreation room and shouted for the usually expressionless sleepless Royale. "What's the mission?" Royale asked calmly. Klein exhaled and said in a serious tone, "Pay old Neil a visit. Pay old Neil a visit, he?" Royale opened her eyes wide as she had an ominous feeling. "It's not confirmed yet." Klein shook his head gently. Royale didn't speak any further. They slipped into silence, turning the mood heavy. A few minutes passed, and Dunn finally returned from the basement. He was wearing black gloves and had a tangled mess of black hair in his hand. Compared to the mutated sun's sacred emblem, the peaceful hair strands didn't look particularly weird. It would be glossed over by people if it were tossed on the road somewhere. After calling for the chauffeur Cesare, the four of them made their way to old Neil's house. The wheels of the carriage rolled across the asphalt road that was wet from the rain. The carriage interior was more silent than the night. It was unknown how much time had passed until Dunn sighed. Old Neil did have a partner that he was about to be engaged with when he was younger, but she suddenly became terminally ill. Old Neil risked divulging the secrets of the Beyonders and tried using ritualistic magic to save her, but he didn't succeed. Old Neil back then was just a beginner in mysticism. According to the records, the Nighthawks back then were all on alert, afraid that old Neil would lose control because of this. But luckily, he managed to find his sanity and looked normal. Let's hope that this is a false alarm as well. Klein couldn't help but draw a crimson moon before his chest and prayed, "May the goddess watch over him." Dunn and Royale followed suit. "May the goddess watch over him." The sky started to turn brighter as the dark clouds receded. The Nighthawks arrived in front of old Neil's bungalow. After getting Cesare to drive the carriage far away, Dunn collected himself and walked towards the main door, cane in one hand and sealed artifact 3-0611 in the other. Klein pressed down his hat as he and Royale followed behind the captain. They made their way past the rose and gold mint garden. When they reached the door, Klein took a step forward and pulled on the rope connected to the bell within the building. Clink, clang. A pleasant chime resounded in the house as it broke the heavy silence. Clink, clang, clink, clang. Klein pulled several times, then politely took a step back without making any further attempts. The three Nighthawks waited patiently for a few minutes, but they didn't hear any footsteps approaching the door. Perhaps old Neil went to visit a doctor and isn't at home. Klein forced a smile. He hadn't finished his sentence when a melody came from within the building. It was the music from a piano. It was like a silent lake veiled by a thin mist beneath the moonlight. Dunn's expression became abnormally stern and grave. Klein's heart sank as well. Just as he was about to do another divination, he suddenly saw liquid flowing out from the gap beneath the door. The stream of liquid was transparent and pure at first, before it became dyed crimson, a crimson similar to that of blood. It was an intensely dark crimson red. The color of fresh blood was reflected in Klein's eyes as they intently locked onto the flowing liquid. Just then, there was a light cough from within the house. Old Neil spoke with a raspy voice. "Dunn, why are you here?" Dunn's gray eyes were extremely deep. His mellow voice replied calmly, "I heard that you're sick, so we came to visit." There was a sudden silence in the house. A few seconds later, old Neil roared in anger and terror. "No, you're lying." Without waiting for Klein and company to say a word, his tone suddenly became weak. "Yes, I know my condition isn't quite right. Old Neil." Klein closed his eyes, but the bloody liquid that was seeping through the gap of the door didn't cease. Then, old Neil raised his voice and said, "All this time, I've never hurt anyone, nor have I thought of hurting anyone. I never betrayed the secrets of the Nighthawks. Even one. At the most, I've made claims for undeserving expenses. I really haven't committed any evil. Klein," he suddenly shouted like he usually did. "I told you about the maxim of the mystery priors. Do as you wish, but do no harm. I still live by this saying. I'd rather be patient. I'd rather endure than do things that will harm others." With that said, he pleaded sincerely in fear. "Dunn, Royale, Klein, go back. Go back. Wait till tomorrow. By tomorrow I'll be back to normal. I swear to the goddess, I wouldn't harm anyone. Really?" Dunn closed his eyes and asked extremely gently, "What do you plan on doing? What have you been trying to do all this while?" "Me?" Old Neil was confused at first before he described with a tone filled with hope. "I'm trying to resurrect Celeste. Dunn, I found a way. I'm on the right track. You should have heard about it." Back then, I made a mistake during the ritualistic magic to treat her illness, so I failed. I failed to save her. I now know it was because I had yet to master mysticism. But now, I now have enough knowledge and experience to complete everything. It's regrettable that I wasn't inspired by the maxim of the mystery priors and Daly's example. I missed the best opportunity. If I was a high-sequence beyonder, all of this would become extremely easy. As he spoke, old Neil's voice sounded tearful. No, I cannot give up again. Done, go back. Go back, please. I beg of you. Klein clenched his teeth as he heard the captain ask emotionally. How do you plan on resurrecting Celeste? Old Neil instantly became very excited. I'll use the alchemical life method to create an immortal body for her. Done, you might not know of it, but Sequence 4 Beyonders from the Church of Mother Earth are good at this. The corresponding sequence in the Savant pathway can barely do it as well. Yes, I will complete it with the aid of God's favor. Then, I'll summon her spirit from the spirit world and pray for God's help to combine her spirit and body together. Isn't it a great idea? Dunn lifted the corner of his lips forcefully and said, Yes, it's a great idea. Old Neil, let us in. Perhaps we can help you. Dunn, are you still not willing to let me off the hook? Old Neil pleaded. Go back. Just go back. I'll return to normal tomorrow, really. Dunn, I swear I'll never steal your coffee beans again. Klein, Royale, I swear I won't make you help me with my undeserved claims. Really? In Klein's and Royale's blurry vision, Dunn lowered his head before lifting it up again. Old Neil, you're misunderstanding. We're here to visit you. You are our teammate. You're sick and you aren't well. We definitely needed to visit you. Open the door. Let us see you so that we can be certain. If you're really okay, we'll return immediately. As you know, there are especially many missions recently. We have to monitor the asylum while we take care of various other sudden incidents. Old Neil hesitated for a moment before saying, There's really nothing serious about my condition. Really? I'll recover by tomorrow. The bloody water that flowed out through the gap under the door went down the stairs, towards the stone path, and onto the garden's soil. Old Neil, we've known each other for about 15 years now, right? We've worked on countless missions together. I'm really concerned and worried for you. I have to see you with my own eyes before I'll be at ease, Dunn said gently. All right, Old Neil pouted. There's really nothing wrong with me. With a creak, the door opened slowly. Klein quickly wiped his eyes and allowed his sight to return to normal. Then he saw that the carpet in the lobby was red and sticky, covered in blood and hair. He looked forward and up, only to realize that the living room's floor, ceiling, round table, piano, and chairs were all covered in the same disgusting, sticky and hairy liquid. Old Neil's head hung in the air, connected to the ceiling by a thick liquid. His forehead and cheeks each had a pair of eyes. They were cold and ruthless eyes with no eyelashes. The piano's keys were dancing on their own, playing a melodious tune. Dunn, look. I'm really okay, Old Neil said with a radiant smile. Royale, Klein, you think so too, right? The moment he opened his mouth, Klein saw the same thick, hairy, and bloody liquid flowing inside it. Dunn's gray eyes shimmered as he chatted like everything was normal. Old Neil, where did you learn the alchemical life and resurrection ritual from? Old Neil replied excitedly. I heard it. I tried the first part and confirmed its authenticity. It's a gift from God. He kept describing it in my ears. He kept describing, he is. Old Neil's voice came to a halt. More than 10 seconds later, he continued in fear and in apparent loss. He is the hidden sage. The hidden sage? Isn't that the non-anthropomorphic God that the Moses ascetic order believes in? The God that was resurrected, bringing about evil and corruption. The Moses ascetic order has the complete mystery prior sequence. Klein's heart stirred as many thoughts came to him. Upon mentioning the hidden sage, Old Neil seemed to finally awaken. He looked around vacantly and observed everything. In the indescribable silence, his 6 eyes looked towards Dunn, and he said with a bitter smile, So it turns out that I've already become a monster. Without waiting for Dunn and the others to reply, old Neil suddenly revealed a smile, one of groveling, fear, and cowardice. "Let me go. I'll go deep into the mountains and won't appear again. I'll never harm anyone. I'll only attempt my ritual quietly. Really, let me go, please. I beg of you." Just then, Klein felt something illusory shatter before his eyes. Then old Neil's four cold-looking lashless eyes flashed with a dark glow and locked onto Dunn. His expression suddenly turned cold. "You're pulling me into a dream." "No, it's useless. My eyes can see through all of that." The sticky blood that covered the ceiling, floor, and walls started squirming, like a giant opening its mouth to swallow Klein and company. Old Neil's head grew blurry like overlapping afterimages. Klein didn't fumble for his revolver. Instead, he extended his hand into his pocket and planned to use his slumber charm. Suddenly, everything calmed down before him. The sticky, bloody liquid suddenly turned placid like a still lake. Old Neil lost his coldness, hatred, desire, and all other expressions. He became quiet and peaceful. It was unknown when Dunn had thrown sealed artifact 3-0611 into the blood. The four lashless eyes on old Neil's forehead and cheeks slowly closed, seemingly having lost the desire to keep them open. Any living creature that came into contact with the peaceful hair strands would turn peaceful and lose all motivation until the end of their life. Dunn, Klein, and Royale drew their guns at the same time and aimed at old Neil's head. Then old Neil revealed a look of extreme fear. He was struggling. His strong desire to live fought against the effects of sealed artifact 3-0611. The four extra eyes disappeared. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and mouth were still deep. His hair was still white. His crimson eyes were still turbid, just like when Klein had first met him. "Dunn, do you remember the time I saved you? Royale, do you remember when I helped you redeem your family's lives? Klein, do you remember how I taught you mysticism every day? Do you remember when we talked about how to make claims? Do you remember how I made you hand-ground coffee? Do you remember when we fought against a mandated Punisher rampager?" The illusory pleading echoed in Klein's ears, and his right hand that was holding the revolver trembled. He found it difficult to pull the trigger. Bang! Bang! The two silver demon-hunting bullets flew out and penetrated old Neil's head one after another. Klein watched as the familiar, abnormal face revealed a hopeless expression. He saw the man's skull tear open, the red and white within spurting in all directions. The sticky blood that coated their surroundings started shrinking as it flowed back into old Neil's broken head that had fallen to the ground. Dunn and Royale lowered their guns simultaneously, and all was silent. Klein looked at everything before him. Old Neil's corpse was becoming a ball of rotten flesh. He saw that there was a pair of eyes, crimson and crystal clear, yet incredibly pained amidst the blood and flesh. He felt like everything that had happened was just a dream and found it impossible to bring himself into believing the sequence of events and how it had ended. He stood dumbfounded as he saw Dunn take 2 steps forward. His figure stooped. Dunn looked at old Neil's corpse and muttered heavily, "We are guardians, but also a bunch of miserable wretches that are constantly fighting against threats and madness. We are guardians, but also a bunch of miserable wretches that are constantly fighting against threats and madness." Dunn's words echoed throughout old Neil's house. They reverberated across the corroded floor, the walls and ceiling, as well as within Klein's mind and soul. He'd never had a stronger impression of that sentence than the one he had now. He felt that he wouldn't forget this feeling for as long as he lived, even if he were to return to Earth. Amidst the still atmosphere, Dunn walked towards old Neil's corpse and kneeled down. He took out a white handkerchief from the pocket of his windbreaker and covered it over the dark red, crystalline eyeball which looked pained. At this moment, Klein noticed that the keys of the piano had stopped moving. A faint, translucent figure appeared. This Klein, who had activated his spirit vision before entering the house, froze. He hadn't noticed this strange soul until now. Was it because he was distracted by old Neil, or was it due to old Neil's abilities after he lost control? Klein saw the formless figure evaporate quickly, vanishing before his very eyes. He had a faint idea of what was going on. Suppressing the heavy feeling in his heart, he heard the captain order, "Search old Neil's house carefully for possible clues." "All right." When Klein spoke, it took him a minute to recognize his own voice. His voice was raspy and deep, as if he had the flu. "All right," Royale also replied. The condition of her voice is about the same as mine. It's like our nostrils are blocked. Klein looked at his female teammate, who typically didn't have much of an expression. It was as if he was knowing her for the first time. Placing his cane on an umbrella rack near the door, he made his way around sealed artifact 3-0611. He took heavy steps into the living room and up to the second floor. He then searched every room for possible clues. Old Neil employed someone to clean the rooms regularly, so the rooms weren't as messy as one would expect of a bachelor. Everything was in order, as if there was a female presence in the house. Half an hour later, Klein found a few handwritten notes on a bookshelf in old Neil's room. The notes recorded a weird, mysterious ritual. Alchemical life. The materials required include 100 milliliters of spring water from the Spring of Elves, Golden Spring on Sonia Island, 50 grams of star crystal, half a pound of pure gold, 5 grams of phlogiston, 30 grams of red iron, and a large quantity of fresh blood from living people. Old Neil annotated beneath the part about fresh blood from the living. "I can consider drawing my own blood, accumulating it little by little and preserve it using ritualistic magic. I can consider drawing my own." Klein closed his eyes and crushed the notes. On Thursday morning at 9, the time of the moon, Raphael Cemetery. Klein was wearing his black formal suit and holding onto his cane. He stood silently in a corner of the cemetery. He had stuffed a neat white handkerchief in his breast pocket and was holding onto a slumber flower. Dunn, Fry, Leonard, and Kenley were carrying a black coffin that stored old Neil's corpse. They slowly walked to the front of the tombstone and silently lowered it into the grave. As she saw the brown soil being tossed into the grave, Roseanne, who was wearing a black dress and a white flower in her hair, wept. "Can someone tell me if this is all happening for Rael? Why did he lose control? Why did he consume the potion? Why did he become a beyonder? Why must there be wraiths and monsters? Why is there no safer way? Why?" Klein silently listened on until old Neil's coffin was completely buried in the soil, until all signs that he existed were buried deep within the earth. "May the goddess bless you." He drew a crimson moon in front of his chest, then took a few steps forward and placed the slumber flower in front of the tomb. "May the goddess bless you." Dunn, Fry, and the others tapped at their chests in a clockwise fashion. Klein looked up, straightened his back, and saw the black and white photograph on the tombstone. Old Neil was wearing his classic black hat. His white hair was peeking out around the edges. The wrinkles beside his eyes and mouth were deep, his dark red eyes a little turbid. He was so peaceful, no longer feeling grief, pain, or fear. There was an epitaph carved underneath the photograph. It came from the contents of the last entry in old Neil's diary. "If I cannot save her, then I shall accompany her." The morning breeze blew gently. The silence and emptiness of the Raphael Cemetery hung over everyone. In the afternoon, Klein took a form signed by the captain to the armory. He opened the half-closed door and saw Brett with a thick, black beard behind the table. Klein froze visibly before handing the form over. 50 rounds of ordinary bullets. During his request, he glanced at the tin can on the table. He felt as though he could smell the fragrance of the hand-ground coffee and hear the cheeky words in his ears. "But why must you wait till you have spare cash? You can apply to Dunn and get him to approve of the expenses." Brett noticed Klein's expression and sighed. "I can understand what you're feeling right now. I myself cannot believe that old Neil would leave us like that. Sometimes, I even feel as though this is a dream conjured by the captain. Perhaps this is the destiny of many Nighthawks," Klein replied with a bitter smile. "After this incident, He felt much more disappointment and hatred toward the upper echelons of the church for keeping the acting method a secret. Let's hope that there will be fewer such tragedies. May the goddess bless us. Brett drew a crimson moon in front of his chest. He took the application form and walked into the armory. Bang, bang, bang. The smell of gunpowder filled the air. Klein vented his frustrations onto the target he was shooting at, until he finished shooting the bullets that he had requested. He then collected himself and took a public carriage to Gawain's house. He completed sets upon sets of exercises, as if he was torturing himself, until Gawain told him to stop. Combat practice isn't there for you to harm yourself. Gawain looked at Klein with his turbid green eyes. I'm sorry, teacher. I'm a little down today. Klein exhaled and attempted to explain. What happened? Gawain asked without a ripple of emotion. Klein thought for a moment, then gave a simple reply. A friend of mine passed away suddenly. Gawain was silent for a few seconds. He stroked his blonde mustache and said with a fleeting voice, I once lost 325 friends in the span of 5 minutes. Amongst them were 10 that I could trust with my life. Klein sighed in realization. That is the cruelty of war. Gawain shot a glance at him and let out a self-deprecating laugh. The cruelest thing of all is the fact that I can never exact revenge for them. I can never fulfill their dreams, and the answer eludes me forever. As for you, you still have such a chance. Even though I don't exactly know what happened, I know that you're still young. You still have many opportunities. Klein was silent for a moment. He took in a breath and collected himself. Thank you, teacher. Gawain nodded and said without any expression, take a 10-minute break, then do 10 more sets of the exercises you were doing just now. Klein was momentarily unsure what expression he should show. Friday morning, in the recreation room of the Nighthawks. Klein, Seekatron, and Fry were seated around the round table, but they weren't playing cards. One of them was flipping through newspapers, the other was looking out the oriel windows in a daze, and the last was holding onto a pen, wanting to write something but failing to do so. The room was quiet. No one spoke, and no one joked around. The atmosphere was heavy. Phew, Klein exhaled. He lowered his newspaper and planned to focus on reading the materials he had found. At that moment, Dunn Smith knocked and entered the room. He looked around before saying, Klein, come out for a moment. What happened? Klein, who had a premonition of what was happening, stood up and made his way out of the recreation room. Dunn stood at the entrance of the stairway leading to the basement. He turned and looked at Klein. The person that the Holy Cathedral sent is here. The person examining me is here. Klein's nerves tensed. There was a cold breeze blowing from the basement, providing a hint of relief for Klein's tense emotions. It's finally here. Once I pass this stage, I won't have to worry about being examined like this for at least half a year. Once I advance to Sequence 8 and become a so-called clown, I'll possess actual combat strength. With the aid of divination and my flaring sun charms for backup, I'll have a chance of surviving even more relatively dangerous situations. Since I was waiting for the Holy Cathedral's examination, I haven't even dared to withdraw the £300 that Miss Justice transferred to the anonymous account. Just in case they audit my financial situation and find out that I'm in possession of a large sum of money from an unknown source. Just as Klein's thoughts flashed through his mind uncontrollably, Dunn Smith smoothed his sleeve and said in a low voice, the person in charge of the examination is one of the 9 high-ranking deacons of the Nighthawks, Krustet Sesamir. The Holy Cathedral attaches great importance to you. A high-ranking deacon? Klein blurted in surprise. In general terms, the 13 archbishops and 9 high-ranking deacons made up the upper echelons of the church. It was said that there was no lack of high-sequence beyonders among them. The 22 ladies and gentlemen were all equal in terms of their rankings. They only followed the orders of the Evernight goddess, and they were only answerable to the Pope. Dunn took a whiff of the cold wind from the basement before nodding faintly. Yes, he's a high-ranking deacon, but you don't have to be nervous. Krustet is only a Sequence 5, and has yet to enter a demigod state. So you don't have to be too afraid or reverent. Oh, his title in the Beyonder world is the Goddess's Sword. As he possesses a holy item, his combat strength is similar to a newly advanced sequence for Beyonder. I just chatted with him. He was very friendly. If I read between the lines, Captain is telling me that he only said what was necessary. He doesn't want me to be nervous and go according to the plan. Klein nodded thoughtfully and asked, "Where should I meet the high-ranking deacon?" "The alchemy room where we concoct potions," Dunn replied simply, as a hint of gloominess flashed across his face. "The alchemy room where we concoct potions? The laboratory where old Neil made my seer potion?" Klein slowly let out a breath and returned to the Nighthawk's recreation room and took his outerwear from the clothes rack. He put on the black windbreaker, placed his hands into his pockets, and walked down the winding stairs that connected to the basement. Then he took a left turn at the cross-junction. Very quickly, Klein saw a secret door under the light of the elegant gas lamps that lined the walls. He saw that the long tables in the room had been moved aside to open up a large space in the center of the room. There were two classic high-back chairs facing each other with less than a meter in between them. There was a man in his 30s wearing a black windbreaker and a white shirt seated on the chair that was facing the door. His golden brown hair was cut very short, and his blackish-green eyes were as dark as a forest on a moonless night. The collars of his shirt and windbreaker were put up, and his entire chin was hidden within the shadows. "Hello, Your Grace." Klein bowed. Krestet Sesamir had his right leg crossed over his left as he leisurely leaned back into his chair. He smiled and replied, "Hello, Klein. You may sit over there." He pointed at the high-back chair opposite him. By the side of his leg was a suitcase made of silver. It was about the size of a violin case. Can carry a sword with an appropriate length. Klein walked forward and sat at his appointed seat. Krestet rested his right index finger on his upper lip as he thought for a few seconds. "I plan to first examine how well you've mastered your potion. That's not a problem, right?" "Not at all." Klein shook his head with utmost confidence. "Very confident." Krestet smiled, but maintained his previous posture. All he did was intently watch Klein. Klein suddenly felt the light from the surrounding gas lamps vanish, as though they were swallowed by the rich darkness. He suddenly became exhausted, as though his biological clock had struck the time for sleep. But his mind was extremely tense, making it impossible to relax. It was just like when he was unable to sleep peacefully due to overexhaustion. The silent night filled his surroundings as Klein heard the noise of dripping water from a tap that wasn't closed properly. Then, he heard the conversations in the Blackthorn Security Company and the movement of the wind blowing through the stairway. Besides that, he didn't see anything that he shouldn't see, nor did he hear any noises that he shouldn't be able to hear. "Excellent." Krestet's hypnotic voice dispersed the darkness, and the light from the gas lamps inside and outside the alchemy room came into Klein's sight again. Klein suddenly shook off his exhaustion and returned to his previous energetic self. "He affected me without me realizing it. Is that what a Sequence 5 Beyonder is capable of? This is the horror of a high-ranking deacon?" He recalled what had happened and felt a little frightened. Krestet Sesamir clasped his hands and put them on his knees. He bent down slightly, and his lips were blocked by his collar. "You passed the test. You achieved a level beyond outstanding in your mastery of your potion. I'll need to observe to see if there are any hidden dangers in your mind, to make sure that the potion's remaining spirit hasn't changed your character subconsciously or left some problems behind. You have 3 minutes to prepare." Klein immediately nodded and said, "All right." He secretly took a breath and allowed himself to enter cogitation to remove various negative thoughts. Krestet didn't speak again. He took out a silver pocket watch from the inner pocket of his black windbreaker and flipped it open. Then he attentively watched the second hand move. 3 minutes later, Krestet closed his pocket watch and said with a smile, "I'll begin singing." "Singing?" Klein wore a look of confusion. Before Klein could reply, Krestet started humming a lovely melody. The melody reverberated in the alchemy room and gradually lost its harmony and went out of tune. Squeak, scratch, zing. Klein heard the noise akin to the scratching of blackboards with nails, the sound of bubble wrap rubbing against each other, electric drills drilling, and various other annoying noises. The noises intensified and turned more and more chaotic. They made him want to vent his frustrations and cause destruction. But Klein, who frequently experienced the mad ravings and terrifying screams, restrained his urges very quickly. He displayed annoyance, tension, frustration, and insecurity at appropriate times. Being in too perfect of a state would end up being a problem. It was unknown when Crestet Sesamir had stopped singing. The noises in the alchemy room disappeared and room that was awash with tranquility and silence. Silence sure is great, Klein exclaimed in his head. Very good, excellent. There are no latent problems in your soul. Of course, if you wanted to beat me up or stuff my mouth with something, that's only normal. Crestet's mouth was blocked by his collar, so Klein could only determine his emotions through his tone. No, I wouldn't dare, Klein admitted honestly. Crestet smiled and said, Congratulations, you have passed all the tests. Now it's time for the question and answer session. His green eyes suddenly darkened. His gaze was deep, as though he could see through flesh, and looked directly at the spirit. Go ahead, Klein replied, sitting straight. Crestet maintained his earlier posture and casually asked, You said that your experience in the divination club allowed you to quickly master the potion? Yes, Klein answered frankly but didn't describe further. Crestet nodded slightly and said, And you said that your inspiration came from the maxim of the mystery priors and also Daly's example? Yes. Klein confirmed this first before explaining in detail. I found out from one of my teammates who was a mystery prior that those who abide by the maxim of the mystery priors have a lower probability of losing control than normal. After that, I heard that Madame Daly once said that she wanted to be a real spirit medium, and that she is a genius that leveled up to sequence 7 within 2 years. After noticing both situations, I thought I could give it a try. I attempted to be a real seer and outlined some principles for a seer. The outcome was better than I expected. I mastered the potion very quickly. Your Grace, I'm not sure if you have had a similar experience. When I fully mastered the potion, there was a very special, very magical feeling. Klein described his experience as if he only vaguely understood the acting method. The man he had been when he was on Earth would have been nervous and embarrassed to speak so many half-lies before such a powerful Nighthawk. But ever since he transmigrated to the current world, he had lied so much that he was used to it. He could do it flawlessly. The darkness in Crestet's eyes disappeared, and his gaze returned to normal. He smiled and said, Don't worry. It's not an illusion. From his answer, Klein couldn't see any doubt or scrutiny, so he felt at ease. Dunn endorsed your experience. I believe that you really are a genius with a logical mind and sharp senses, Crestet complimented. He then asked, Did you share your experience with your teammates? Of course, Klein admitted frankly. I hope that I can help them lower the risk of losing control. We're teammates, comrades that face danger together. I don't have any reason to hide the truth. But for the same reason, I didn't tell the clerks. Crestet uncrossed his right leg and sat up straight. His thin lips were exposed from the shadow of his collar. He lifted the corner of his lips and said, Although you haven't even been with the Nighthawks for 2 months, I believe your understanding towards partners is much better than many others. I plan to share more information with you, but according to the Holy Cathedral's rules, you have to swear to the goddess that you won't reveal the contents of our conversation to anyone that doesn't know about this. That should be fine, right? I passed the test? Klein was delighted. He nodded without hesitation. No problem. Although I won't be able to teach others the acting method, I can let Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man do so indirectly. All right, Crestet Sesamir nodded. He leaned forward. Then swear upon the holy artifact. As he was saying this, he bent down to lift the silver suitcase by his foot. Holy artifact. The holy artifact that earned you the title of the goddess's sword. Klein looked at the actions of the deacon curiously. Crestet placed the suitcase on his knees. his dark green eyes instantly turning black. He lifted his hand, then pressed down. The cover of the silver suitcase, which resembled a violin case, suddenly dissolved and receded like the tide. At the same time, Klein felt that the light around him was being drawn forward as if it was being absorbed by the suitcase. Apart from the lights from the classic lamps that lined the walls, as well as the silver splendor that spiraled within the suitcase, the alchemy room turned pitch dark. The scene looked extremely strange. Pa! With a crisp snapping sound, Krustet Sesamir opened the suitcase, revealing the pure white bone sword that lay within. Yes, a bone sword. The moment Klein saw the sword, he knew instinctively that it was mainly made out of bone. The short sword silently released a pure white glow in the pitch-dark alchemy room, as if it were a moon hanging high in the night sky, or a lighthouse in the middle of a storm. It looked as though the sword had no defects on its surface, but a closer examination would reveal that the surface of the sword was laced with layers of symbols and icons. These mysterious patterns intertwined to form the body of the sword. Klein observed the holy sword, suddenly realizing that he couldn't look away. His vision was being drawn towards the sword as his brown eyes slowly lost their luster. Krustet lifted the suitcase, moving the sword away from its original position. Klein instantly snapped out of his trance and finally freed himself from the nightmare he couldn't escape before. He cast his gaze to the side and asked gravely, "Your Grace, do you need me to put my hand on the holy sword?" "Yes, come over." Krustet's voice was melodious, as if he was singing a lullaby. Klein stood up, still looking to the side as he took small steps forward. As it was dark, he couldn't see where the legs of the deacon were, nor his old leather boots. "Stop!" Krustet spoke calmly. Klein immediately halted and stood on the spot. He took a quick glance at the pure white bone sword through the corner of his eyes before retracting his gaze again, in fear. With that mere glance, he bent down and extended his right hand, accurately placing it atop the holy sword. A cold feeling swept through his skin and into his mind. The distracting thoughts and feelings of worry instantly eased, as if he was sitting on a roof in a noisy village, smelling the scent of the harvest and admiring the starry night sky. "Recite after me," Krustet said solemnly. "All right." Klein nodded. He then heard the deacon speak in Hermes. "O Evernight Goddess, nobler than the stars and more eternal than eternity, I swear to you in my real name and my spirituality. I, Klein, will never reveal the details of the acting method to those who do not know of it from this moment forth. If I go against this, I shall accept any punishment you deem fit. Please witness my oath." Klein collected himself and made the oath in Hermes, following Deacon Sesamir's lead. He had the faint feeling that a connection has been established between him and a faraway being through the pure white bone sword. After retracting his right hand, he drew a crimson moon on his chest. "Praise the Lady! Praise the Lady!" Krustet smiled and bowed in response. Immediately, he closed the cover of the suitcase and pressed down heavily with his right hand. The darkness was instantly lit up as the light from the lamp once again filled the entire room. Klein noticed that the black eyes of Deacon Sesamir had regained their usual blackish green. He made his way back to his chair and frowned. He asked in puzzlement, "Acting method?" Krustet cleared his throat. Without answering the question directly, he instead smiled and said, "You might feel a little confused and not understand what I'm about to tell you, but I cannot explain why that is so, for that involves the secrets of the church. You will only have the right to know after you become an archbishop or a high-ranking deacon." Klein looked at Sesamir and added inwardly before Sesamir could say it. "You will only be permitted to know after you become a core member of the church, such as an archbishop or a high-ranking deacon," Krustet emphasized. Klein nodded sternly. Krustet placed the silver suitcase back beside his foot and crossed his legs. In the long history of time, the church has had generations upon generations of genius beyonders slowly figuring out a way to avoid losing control. And the core to this method is the name of the potion. It's not only critical, it's also the key. After looking at Klein's thoughtful expression, Krustet continued, We have realized that the names of the potions all point to a certain group, and this group has their own approach and operates in unique ways. In simpler terms, there are a set of rules that come with the name of the potion, different rules for different potions. When we follow these rules strictly, the risk of losing control is reduced to a minimum. Similar to my set of seer principles? Klein took the opportunity to ask. This explanation isn't as simple or understandable as the one I gave to Justice and Hanged Man. Klein silently criticized. Yes. Christet gave an affirmative answer. When we follow the rules of the potion, we become more and more like the group described by the name of the potion. In other words, we are acting as the job that the name of the potion points us toward. That is the acting method. You must remember, the spirituality of every individual is special, unique. Even though the core rules must be followed by the people who consume the same potion, there are always certain variations to the rules that are unique to the individual. Thus, the experiences of others can only serve as a guide. That is a point that I didn't realize. Klein said sincerely, "Thank you for informing me. I will remember that." Christet laughed. These are the experiences accumulated over the generations. After using the acting method, we not only gain mastery over the potion, we're also digesting it, just as we would our food. When you truly digest the potion, you will feel a unique, mysterious sensation. Understood. I understand. Digestion. This term is very appropriate. Klein pretended to be deep in thought. After Christet explained the method in more detail, Klein weighed his words as he asked, "Your Grace, since the name of the potion is not only the core, but also the key, then how did the first Beyonders obtain them? I heard that it was recorded on the blasphemy slate." "Yes, that is correct," Christet replied frankly. "But the blasphemy slate was inscribed with the ancient names. The names of the potions which we use today were derived in part from divine revelations. Some were also consolidated by the experiences of the Beyonders themselves." Klein nodded slowly. He pursed his lips and asked, "Your Grace, since the acting method is so effective, why wouldn't the Church tell every Nighthawk about it?" "I have said that it is a secret of the Church. You will understand the reason behind it once you become an archbishop or a high-ranking deacon," Christet answered, unfazed. "All right, return upstairs and tell the rest of the Nighthawks to come down one at a time. I have to carry out the final step of the examination." "That's to keep Fry and the others from divulging the acting method?" Klein thought as he stood up. He then bade farewell, following the Nighthawk's etiquette. He made his way past the corridor and up the stairs, returning to the Blackthorn Security Company. He saw Dunn smoking his pipe near the entrance of the basement. With a smile, Klein took the initiative to say, "There shouldn't be any more problems. His Grace wants me to inform Fry and the others to head down for a conversation with him." "Yes, that is the last step. That means that there were no problems." Dunn put away his pipe and headed to the recreation room to tell the rest. As he watched Fry and Sika enter the basement, Klein suddenly recalled something. He said in a hurry, "Captain, are we going to have to get Royale, who's guarding over Cheney's gate, and Leonard, who's watching over the asylum? Oh, and Kenley, who's on break?" Dunn froze and pinched his forehead. "I forgot." He paused for a moment, then chortled. "But the matter shouldn't be too complicated. One of the advantages of having a high-ranking deacon examine you is that there's no need to send a telegraph to the Holy Cathedral, or engage in a cumbersome exchange of letters. He can make the decision on the spot and hand the formula to the clown potion as well as the main ingredients to you. That's not too bad." Klein couldn't contain his excitement. An hour and a half passed. As Kenley walked out of the alchemy room, his expression full of puzzlement, Klein was once again called downstairs. He met the high-ranking deacon once again, the goddess's sword, Christet Sesamir, a second time. This time, the golden-brown-haired and blackish-green-eyed deacon wasn't seated. He stood there, allowing the breeze in the basement to blow at his black windbreaker. Christet's collars stood tall, hiding his chin in the shadows. He looked at Klein and smiled. "Nighthawk Klein Moretti, I announce in the name of the goddess that you have passed the examination of the Holy Cathedral." Congratulations! With your contributions, you can immediately advance to become a Sequence 8 Beyonder. Phew! I finally passed. I passed it just like that. When Klein heard Krustet Sesemir's announcement, he let out a breath of relief despite being mentally prepared for it. Felt surreal, as though it was a dream. He had assumed that the examination would be tougher and lengthier, but when he thought carefully about it, he realized that what had just happened was what should have happened. If he had taken the normal 3 years to digest the seer potion instead of doing it in a month, the examination wouldn't have even been conducted by the Holy Cathedral. The Tinjin Nighthawk's captain would have been responsible for it instead. I thought they would investigate my family and friends. Perhaps Sesemir arrived in Tinjin 2 days ago and completed that in secret. I also thought that the examination would require me to complete some task. I was really overthinking it. The goal of the examination is merely to determine the level of digestion for the potion, as well as detect any latent dangers, and see whether I'm aware of the acting method, and if I shared my experience with others. These thoughts flew past Klein's mind. He flashed a sincere smile. Thank you, Your Grace. Praise the lady. Krustet nodded gently and said, To advance is to serve the goddess better, so that you can protect our fellow believers better. You must remember this. Trust me. It'll help you fight the temptation of losing control. Temptation. Klein ruminated over the word. Krustet sized Klein up with his green eyes and said sternly, The acting method can help you digest the potion and lower the risk of losing control. But it's not the be-all and end-all. To a certain extent, you can even confuse playing the role and your own existence. There are many actors in the theater that develop severe psychological issues. At a certain level, you might really go insane. Remember that you're only acting. The only point of note concluded by the City of Silver is identical to what Deacon Sesemir said. Klein nodded thoughtfully in agreement. In addition, Krustet emphasized, not only is losing control related to the potion, it's also closely related to your emotions and mental health. The most important thing for a Beyonder is to control yourself. Only then will you be able to withstand the temptations of evil gods and devils, resisting emotions like greed and jealousy, and the erosion of desire. Of course, I don't mean that you should get rid of all your emotions and desires, because that is something that no human or even demigod can do. Yes, perhaps only some special sequences are able to achieve that sort of state. Klein suddenly thought about old Neil. He couldn't help but ask in reply, We must keep our emotions and desires at a reasonable level, and not allowing them to drive us to do something irrational and abnormal? Krustet nodded solemnly. Yes. After he answered, there were wrinkles at the corner of his eyes. That's all I wanted to warn you about. Now, I'll pass you the clown potion formula and the relevant ingredients. He bent down and put his silver suitcase on the long table. He then turned around and moved a few steps, blocking Klein's view. When the surrounding lights strangely vanished again, Klein suddenly understood that the formula and ingredients were in the suitcase that stored the holy artifact. It was simply because his gaze was attracted by the pure white bone sword, which was why he didn't notice, or perhaps he couldn't notice, the other items in the suitcase. After a few minutes, the light of the gas lamps lit up the alchemy room again. Krustet picked up his suitcase and moved away, presenting the items on the long table to Klein. Among them, the most eye-catching item was the palm-sized gray goat horn. It looked like a miniature version of a normal goat horn and was crystal clear, swirling with colors. There were faint layers of unique patterns. Next to the goat horn was a blue rose. There were red veins on the petals that connecting them together. It seemed to form a human face with a smile. Ha ha ha, whoa, ha ha ha, whoa. Klein heard illusory laughter and crying diffused with each other, and he saw pieces of gray halos floating in midair. A crystal of the single horn of a matured Hornaceous gray mountain goat and a complete stalk of a human-faced rose. The main ingredients of the clown potion. He nodded indiscernibly and took a few steps towards the long table. 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of torn apple juice, 7 grams of black-rimmed sunflower powder, 10 grams of golden cloak grass powder, 3 drops of poison hemlock. Klein looked at the unfurled goatskin parchment and compared the written content with the formula that he had memorized. After he confirmed that there was nothing wrong, he recalled the demonstration old Neil did. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly to collect his emotions. With the apparatus in the alchemy room, he distilled some pure water needed by the potion. In the potion formula, pure water referred to water that was distilled over and over again. Then, he washed a black metal pot and threw in the supplementary ingredients one after another. He was as skillful as back when he had done chemistry experiments in high school. As the Beyonder ingredients hadn't catalyzed just yet, he didn't see any obvious changes in the liquid in the metal pot. At most, he only saw powder floating on the surface of the liquid. When he was done with the preparations, Klein cast his gaze at the two main ingredients and gratefully thought, "There's no description of the exact size or weight of the required gray mountain goat's single-horn crystal or the human-faced rose. Perhaps a whole horn and a complete rose have no differences, regardless of their weight, allowing them to meet the requirements. Yes, in the world of mysterious Beyonders, this is definitely possible. If so, I don't have to worry about putting in excessive amounts of the main ingredients." After a few seconds, Klein picked up the human-faced rose and threw it into the metal pot. When the strange flower touched the liquid, it immediately produced a sizzling sound. The surrounding illusory laughter became shrill. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Klein didn't delay any further as he immediately grabbed the crystalline mountain goat horn and threw it into the metal pot. Poof! The terrifying laughter disappeared all of a sudden, and the surrounding gray halos slowly converged into the metal pot. Klein lowered his head and saw the liquid in the pot was colored in a mix of gold, yellow, and red. However, the three colors remained extremely distinct at their boundaries. There were bubbles churning and fizzing from the liquid, but they failed to escape from the pot and ended up bursting silently. The scene reminded Klein of Sprite, the carbonated drink from his previous incarnation. This actually looks like a delicious drink. A thought popped into his head that aligned with the characteristics of his culture. Suppressing his nervousness, excitement, and anticipation, Klein poured the liquid from the black metal pot into a glass bottle. What shocked him was that there wasn't a single bit of the potion left in the metal pot. It really is a potion that turns people into Beyonders. Klein raised his right hand, and he looked at the beautiful-looking tricolored liquid. Christet Sesamir, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly smiled and said, "Don't worry. At the very least, I didn't notice any problems with the concoction of your potion. I've been waiting here to ensure that no accidents happen after you consume the potion. Don't worry. As long as it isn't anything serious, I should be able to save you." Okay. Klein nodded and placed the clown potion back onto the long table. Then he took off the silver chain inside his sleeve and let the topaz pendant hang down naturally, a slight distance above the liquid. To Beyonders of any other occupation, pendulum divinations could only divine a yes or no answer. Of course, when there wasn't enough information, the divination wouldn't yield any useful answers at all. When the pendulum didn't spin, it was called a failed divination. As a seer, Klein's pendulum could also vaguely determine the degree of the yes or no answer. Klein's eyes grew dark as he recited, "This potion is harmful. This potion is harmful." 7 times later, he opened his half-closed eyes and saw the topaz pendant spinning clockwise, but very slowly. Clockwise means a positive response. In other words, it means that the potion is harmful. However, it spins slowly, which means that it's only slightly harmful. Yes, potions can bring about a loss of control, so there's the possibility of harm. A low level of harm means there is nothing wrong with the potion. Klein let out a breath of relief and wound the pendulum on his left wrist before covering it with his sleeve. At that moment, Christet couldn't help but sigh. "You really are a professional seer. I must fully utilize my advantage, but I can't rely on it too much and think that it's all-powerful," Klein replied softly and took up the clown potion bottle. "After drinking it, I'll become a Sequence 8 Beyonder." The thought flashed in his mind and Klein didn't hesitate. He raised the bottle, tipped his head, and gulped down the potion. Bitter. So bitter. It sucks, totally. He instantly realized what it meant to look good on the outside, but rotten on the inside. His face had contorted as a result of the potion. He wanted to puke, but he couldn't. Then, Klein realized that his face was flushed red. As for the rest of his body, they were experiencing a similar reaction. He was convinced that he looked like a steamed lobster. As for his spirit and mind, they felt like they had been extracted into a thin needle, fusing with the potion, drop by drop, as it stabbed into each and every one of cells. It was a feeling that needed no microscope to observe his cells. Klein stood there and saw the intruder invade his body's most minute areas. For a few seconds, he felt like a robot that was having its parts and electrical circuits swapped out. After an unknown period of time had passed, his mind reflected his figure, as though he was listening to himself singing through his own ears. Due to this strange projection, Klein discovered that he could precisely control his facial and bodily motions. Meanwhile, his ears buzzed. He heard the murmurs and shouting echoing around him, which had not happened in a while. Hornasis, Phlegria, Hornasis, Phlegria, Hornasis, Phlegria. Phew! Klein imagined the layered spherical light and slowly entered a cogitation state. Bit by bit, he escaped from the state of having his spirituality seep out where he had a slight loss of control. At that moment, he knew that he had advanced successfully. He knew that he was a Sequence 8 clown. After the color in Klein's eyes went back to normal, Krustet Sesamir said with a laugh, "You can move about and try to get used to the changes in your body. Try to find the core powers that were given to you by the clown potion." Klein nodded. He considered the fact that he might need guidance from the deacon and thus didn't care about his presence. He repeatedly followed what he had been practicing all this time as he took a step forward. He twisted his hips and threw a punch forward, launching a frontal jab. Pa! He heard the crisp sound of his fist breaking the air. The power in the forward thrust exceeded his expectations. In that instant, he felt as though he was sitting in a carriage which had abruptly hit the brakes. He lost his balance and fell forward. Oh no! This is about to become an embarrassing story. Just like Leonard's, Klein mused. But at that moment, he noticed that he could still effectively control his muscles, his body, as well as his center of gravity. He simultaneously exerted force with his spine, tendons, and ligaments, instantly adjusting his center of mass and managing to stand firm despite his distorted posture. Well, upon gaining some understanding of this, Klein attempted several other actions. He confirmed that the biggest change in his body was the massive increase in coordination. He would no longer lose his balance unless there were some extenuating circumstances. "I feel like a roly-poly tumbler. I can even act in a circus now. It wouldn't be too hard for me to walk on a rope. The clown potion sure lives up to its name." Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Klein once again tested the extent of the improvements to his strength, agility, and speed. I should be around the same level as Teacher Gawain. After I get used to this and go through the specialized training, I'll definitely become more powerful. Also, with my current mastery over my body, it would be easy for me to grasp combat techniques. Klein stopped moving and nodded in thought. According to his plans, he estimated that he would become decent in combat arts only after half a year. But after consuming the clown potion, he felt that it would only take a month, perhaps 2 or 3 weeks, before he could qualify as a policeman that was adept in combat. That was the difference between an average person and a beyonder. In a sense, the talents of beyonders were beyond the reach of normal humans. Krustet watched silently as the newly advanced clown tried out various actions before completely stopping. He then nodded. It truly is a potion adept in the field of combat. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he asked, "What sounds did you hear just now?" "I heard someone muttering Hornasis." Klein wanted to keep the term Phlegria a secret for the time being. He wanted to observe the reaction of Deacon Sesamir. If he was willing to relay information regarding the Hornasis mountain range and the nation of the Evernight, Klein would then add on, saying that he heard something different again. Krustet nodded slightly, skipping over the topic. He reminded Klein, "Remember, a high-sequence beyonder can influence corresponding low-sequence beyonders of the same sequence pathway to a certain extent. In a way, some parts of the respective pathways contain the realm of demigods." The murmurings and howls might have been intentionally conveyed to you by them. They might be filled with malicious intent. You must be even more cautious if the sequence pathway belongs to an evil god. I had a chat with Dunn just now. The Nighthawk in your team who lost control recently met with such a situation. Old Neil, the hidden sage. Klein's expression darkened. He nodded solemnly and said, "Your Grace, I will remember this. I will not be tempted by the murmurings or howls. I will not be corrupted by them." At the same time, he thought of something else. Could this be the reason why the Church only provides the pathways for Sleepless and Corpse Collector, while hiding a large number of the other pathways? After all, the Sleepless pathway belongs to the Evernight Goddess, and Death, which corresponds to the Corpse Collector pathway, has already fallen. As for why the Church would still offer the Mystery Prior and Seer, it's because these two jobs are of a support type and can fill the shortcomings of the Sequence 9 and 8 pathways for Sleepless and Corpse Collector. Furthermore, they're only at the beginning of the pathway, so the influence they can gather wouldn't be too prominent. But this doesn't explain why they would hide the names and unique traits of the potions, or the lack of information as to what one should take note of when facing them. Klein retracted his thoughts when he saw Crestet Sesamir pick up his suitcase to leave. He adopted a curious tone. "Your Grace, I would like to know how to act as a clown. Do I have to go to a circus?" Crestet smoothed his tall collar and chuckled. "According to our current understanding of philosophy, you just made the mistake of formalism. You need to understand that the name of a potion not only represents a job, it also represents a group of people that share certain traits. For example, we can also describe seers differently. We can call them people who can see fate, yet remain respectful of fate. Of course, as I mentioned before, there are some differences to the rules concluded by each individual even if they consumed the same potion. You cannot completely reference the experiences of another person. Do you understand?" Klein nodded in thought. "I think I can understand some of it. I can act as a clown in my daily life, as long as I have grasped its essence." "In theory," Crestet answered, being careful about his choice of words. "I understand." Klein drew a crimson moon on his chest. "Thank you, Your Grace. May the goddess bless you. Just what is the essence of a clown? If I don't take into consideration what a clown represents back on Earth and only think about what it means in this world, a clown is a job that entertains people using ridiculous methods. For example, hilarious get-ups, exaggerated actions, trickster-like performances. The core is that it must be ridiculous and it must entertain others. Feels a little off. Must I consider it from the perspective of court jesters from ancient times?" Klein thought about it silently as he felt at a loss. Crestet looked at him and also drew a crimson moon before his chest. He smiled, revealing the wrinkles at the corner of his eyes. "May the goddess bless you too." At that moment, Klein suddenly perceived something, an intuition that felt like a prediction, that Deacon Sesamir would put his left foot forward. He then saw Crestet pick up the silver suitcase and step toward the entrance of the alchemy room with his left foot. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Klein watched as Crestet walked out of the hidden door, his figure vanishing into the corridor. He was dazed for a moment before he felt intense excitement. The Beyonder powers of the clown potion were more powerful than he imagined. He could intuitively predict a person's next course of action. Was the combination of this ability, coupled with his powerful coordination, exceptional agility, and speed, as well as decent strength, considered being good at fighting with artifice? Klein thought about this revelation. So, this can be considered the manifestation of the seer's abilities in Sequence 8. But it's not enough. This pathway must be one that gives a unique ability every time I advance before reaching a high sequence Beyonder. But the intuitions I get are fleeting, so I don't think I can take advantage of them every single time. Of course, this ability is powerful enough as it is. Taking advantage of it once should be enough to turn defeat into victory. Oh right, after I reduce the influence of the negative effects that come with the clown potion, I can try the ritual to summon myself. I nearly forgot about that. Yeah, the captain must have infected me with his awful memory. In the midst of his thoughts, Klein observed himself once again. He wanted to see if the clown potion had brought along any other abilities. According to the confidential records of the Nighthawks, if the potion would allow the person who consumed it to gain mastery over a certain spell, the person would be able to faintly detect what kinds of spells he obtained after advancing, as if he was being instilled with knowledge. But I don't sense any of that. In other words, Clown doesn't come with the ability to quickly cast spells. As reported in the confidential records of the Nighthawks, could the meaning of crafty be that I can now effectively use my expressions and body language to more easily fool people with my lies? Klein stretched his neck while seriously analyzing his current condition. At this moment, he couldn't help but think back to the suited clown he had encountered previously. The clown's peculiar and varied spells had left a deep impression. That member of the secret order is probably a Sequence 7 Beyonder. His clown getup was purely to mask his facial features to avoid being placed on a wanted list. It's no wonder that he could hold his own against 2 Sequence 7s and a Sequence 8. If he had deciphered the fact that I wasn't under the influence of sealed artifact 2-049 and avoided falling under its control, 10 of me might not have been enough to deal with him. Of course, Clown is not completely devoid of spells. There are still spells like these. Klein walked toward the long table and picked up the piece of paper that the clown formula was written on. His pupils darkened, and with a flick of his wrist, he tossed the piece of paper into the air. Pa! It was as if the soft piece of paper had become a dagger, and it pierced itself into the wall of the alchemy room. I can bring a deck of tarot cards with me in the future. They can be used both for divination or as weapons. Klein collected himself and started to pack up the objects left behind from the potion's concoction. After dealing with this and burning the formula for the potion, Klein exhaled and left the alchemy room, closing the secret door behind him. For the time being, he didn't feel like trying to entertain others through ridiculous methods because of what happened to old Neil. He intended to lessen the influence of the potion through cogitation first. Phew, this is going to be a brand new experience again. No matter what happens, I'm no longer just a supporting member. Yes, ever since old Neil passed away, I'm the only one left in the Tinjin Nighthawks team that can provide support. The Holy Cathedral will most likely send a mystery prior or a seer to the team. Klein followed the wall lamps, walking down the dark corridor, and calmly made his way up the stairs leading to the Blackthorn Security Company. He then saw the sunlight in the Nighthawks recreation room. The sunlight shone in through the oriel window, sunlight which was pure and warm. Klein turned towards the captain's office and saw that the door was wide open. Dunn Smith was leaning back in his chair, sniffing at his pipe. When Dunn swept his gray eyes at him, he changed his seating posture. You seem to be in good shape. Nothing like someone who had just consumed a potion. This might be the advantage of fully digesting a potion before leveling up. Klein closed the door behind him and took a seat. He and Dunn both knew about the acting method, so their oath didn't keep them from talking about the acting method with each other. They could exchange their thoughts about it, but the two of them didn't bring it up with a tacit understanding. They fell silent at the same time after the exchange. Klein thought and asked, "Has His Grace left?" "Yes, as a high-ranking deacon. He has other matters to take care of." Dunn thought for a moment. "Oh." He took the pair of red eyeballs that remained after old Neil died. Klein was shocked and confused. "Why?" Dunn picked up his coffee and took a sip. He answered after a long silence. "We shouldn't lie to ourselves. A rampager is in fact already a monster, and as I told you before, monsters leave behind things that are rich with beyonder powers after they die. When these relics can't be controlled, they have to be sealed. Yes, that is one of the most common origins of sealed artifacts. According to the Nighthawks' internal rules, the items left behind by rampagers need to be stored elsewhere, so that they won't trigger their partners. A logical rule. Klein nodded heavily. Suddenly, he sharply noticed that the captain had missed out something. "So," he asked curiously, "what if the item left behind is controllable?" Dunn looked at him. His gray eyes were deep like a quiet night. He sighed and said, "You wouldn't want to know the answer." Klein was taken aback before he suddenly realized a possibility. Normal monsters left behind beyonder ingredients which could be used to make potions. But what of a rampager who turned into a monster? If they left behind controllable items, would those things be used as beyonder ingredients? Upon realizing that, Klein suddenly felt a strong sense of disgust. He couldn't help but turn his head to retch. Even his sight suddenly grew blurry. This is such a terrifying theory, but it's an answer that's highly likely of being closer to the truth. In that instant, he had a deeper understanding of sayings like, to fight against the abyss, we have to endure the corruption of the abyss. And we are guardians, but also a bunch of miserable wretches that are constantly fighting against threats and madness. Would this be one of the reasons why the church hides the acting method? So that they can recycle a certain number of their own members for spare parts? But this will make members of the upper echelons reject the church. Klein's face clearly reflected his changing expressions. Upon seeing his response, Dunn suddenly laughed. There was a twinkling light in his gray eyes. Think about it on the brighter side of things. You can think of it as our teammates watching over us in a different form. They will be with us forever. After saying that, Dunn lowered his head, picked up his coffee, and brought it to his mouth. After nearly 20 seconds of silence, he lifted his head and said, "And you don't have to worry. As long as we can find sources of beyonder ingredients, we wouldn't do what you were thinking about. Alright, according to the rules, you'll receive a day off since you just advanced. You can decide whether or not you want to go to your combat training this afternoon, but you have to inform Gawain either way." Klein gently nodded. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his back and said, "Captain, I have finished my lessons on mysticism. I'd like to use my mornings to learn techniques such as tracking and monitoring." He paused and added with a serious expression, "I'd like to fulfill my full duty as a Nighthawk soon." Dunn gave him a piercing look inside. "You're tougher than I imagined." "As you wish." "Yes, Captain." Klein suddenly stood up and drew a crimson moon on his chest. After leaving the Blackthorn Security Company, Klein didn't return home to rest, but instead took the opportunity to take a trackless carriage to Azek's place. Ding dong, ding dong. As the doorbell rang clearly, Azek opened the door in a white shirt and black vest. There was a gold watch chain hanging from his vest pocket. "Don't you need to work?" Azek took a glance at the sky and realized that the sun had yet to climb to its peak. "I actually have most of the day off due to some special circumstances," Klein explained vaguely. Azek looked at him and appeared to notice something as he nodded and made way for Klein's entry. At the hallway, Klein set his cane aside, took off his hat, and followed Azek to the living room. The living room was comfortably furnished with a fireplace, rocking chair, couches, and a coffee table. Klein sat at his usual spot. Azek sat down opposite Klein and pointed at the cigars on the coffee table. "Do you want one?" "No." Klein shook his head firmly. Azek didn't attempt to persuade him as he struck a match and lit one of the cigars. At the same time, he asked casually, "Have you taken care of the matter at Morristown?" "I have to thank you for that," Klein replied sincerely. At the same time, he secretly lampooned, "Mr. Azek, before you lost your memories, you definitely must have left behind quite a sizable wealth for yourself. Otherwise, how could a teacher who isn't even an associate professor be able to enjoy cigars so frequently?" As Azek was fiddling with his cigar, Klein brought up a matter. "Mr. Azek, I have something to ask you." "What is it?" Azek replied without lifting his head. Klein paused and organized his words. "One of my colleagues lost control and became a monster. I'd like to know if his spirit was contaminated." He wasn't certain if Mr. Azek knew the meaning of losing control, so he prepared an explanation, just in case. Azek stopped what he was doing and lifted his head to look at Klein. He nodded heavily and said, "No doubt. You have to be very careful in a situation like that. If he lost control due to the temptation of an evil god or devil, try to avoid contacting his spirit. It might very likely lead to life-threatening danger." "I understand." Klein let out a breath of disappointment. When he was at Old Neil's place, he was too emotional and had forgotten to contact Old Neil's spirit. Neither did Dunn Smith remind him at all. Hence, he missed the opportunity entirely. Now that I think of it, Captain didn't forget but intentionally avoided bringing it up. Klein was silent in thought. He didn't dwell on the topic and instead mentioned his previous encounter. Mr. Azek, I tried to divine the origins of Morristown's paranormal incidents. I ended up seeing an upside-down pyramid that extended underground. My teammate told me that it's a symbol of death. Only his descendants would receive such an honor. Azek put down the match and took up the cigar cutter when he suddenly fell into a daze. He was motionless for quite a while. He leaned back into his seat and wore an unusually gloomy expression. After a while, he said in a deep voice, "This gives me a very familiar feeling, but I don't seem to be recalling anything. I'm very sorry." Klein sighed sincerely. He had imagined that he could use the revelation obtained from his divination to further jolt Mr. Azek's memories. Azek cut off the cigar cap, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. If it was something that could be recalled easily, I think I would have long found a way to escape my fate. Of course, I have to thank you for your kindness. Thank you for remembering about me this entire time. He thought for a moment before adding, "Oh, and I'll be leaving Tingen in the near future." "Why?" Klein asked in surprise. "Didn't we say that we were going to find the manipulator behind the scenes, the person who affected my fate and stole your child's skull?" Azek held his cigar and sighed before explaining. "The target might have noticed my attention and investigation. He hasn't been taking any action recently, leaving me with no clues. Thus, I'm thinking of leaving Tingen for the time being and going to Backlund. On one hand, I can take the opportunity to search for traces that I left behind before I lost my memories. On the other hand, my absence might let the target lower his guard." "That's right. Mr. Azek's last memory loss was around Backlund University. It's a pity that you can't take my place. Searching for the Red Chimney House." Klein nodded solemnly and said, "I'll pay close attention to this. Once the target takes action and exposes himself, I'll inform you immediately." "Mr. Azek, how will I inform you of things in a timely manner?" Klein had the idea that if Azek was Death's descendant, or if he was linked to Death in a certain way, his powers would have been something similar to the corpse collector sequence. He definitely had a way to call something like Daly's messenger. In other words, this could confirm if Azek was actually related to Death or a descendant of Death. Azek took a puff of his cigar and thought for nearly 20 seconds. He took out an ornament from his left sleeve. It was an intricate but old copper whistle. There were many unique patterns that filled it with a mysterious aura. "This is something that I had with me when I woke up in Backlund. When you blow it, you'll summon a messenger that belongs to me." Azek held the copper whistle as he explained in detail. "After so many years, this copper whistle can still be used? This should be a magical item, right?" Klein was surprised and delighted that he had indirectly proved that Mr. Azek was related to Death. Azek gave Klein a glance. Then he put the copper whistle to his mouth and demonstrated. His cheeks puffed up as he blew with all his might. Nothing was heard, but Klein felt a sudden gloominess and coldness. He quickly tapped his left molar and saw that there were blurry white bones being thrown up from the ground, one after another, forming a strange fountain. After a few seconds, there was an illusory monster in the living room. Its body was made of white bones, and there were dark flames glowing in its eye sockets. It was almost 4 meters tall, and it towered over Klein, who wasn't even 175 centimeters tall. As he watched its head nearly tear through the ceiling, Klein suddenly had a thought. "Mr. Azek, isn't your messenger a little too exaggerated?" Azek didn't share those thoughts at all. He smiled and said, "After you pass the letter to it, blow the whistle again to end the summoning. Then, it'll send the letter to me very quickly, in a secretive manner. After that..." Azek shook his wrist and threw the old copper whistle across the room. Klein extended his right hand and accurately caught it. He found it cold but mild. "Thank you, Clown Potion." He breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the whistle and blew it hard. Silently, the huge messenger fell apart as blurry white bones sank underground. The Tussock River ran through backland and harbors that dotted around the area. Alger Wilson wore the long priest robes of the Church of the Lord of Storms as he walked down from the passenger ship slowly. He saw people walking to and fro around the harbor with countless port workers sweating under the sun. It was a bustling yet noisy scene. "It's been a while, Backlund," Alger muttered to himself. After leaving Isaac's house, Klein took a public carriage back to Daffodil Street. As he opened the door to his house, he suddenly saw a figure sitting in his dining room. Klein instinctively tightened his grip on the cane in his hand, but quickly realized what was going on. It wasn't a thief but his maid, Bella. Bella was focused on reading a spread-out newspaper on the table. She jumped in shock when she heard the door open, quickly standing up and stammering, I was just done with the tasks for the morning. I was waiting for the water to boil so that I could eat some bread. I'm still not really used to having a maid in the house." Klein mocked himself. He took off his hat and nodded. Reading is a good habit. To be able to persist in reading, despite the busy workload, is something that's encouraged by the goddess. He used the name of the goddess just in case Bella took his compliment as sarcasm. But in reality, only the god of knowledge and wisdom would place this much emphasis on reading. Of course, all of the churches advocate education. Yes, since she's about 18 years old and believes in the goddess, Bella's love for reading must be influenced by her parents. Parents like this would send their daughter to receive an education as long as they can afford it. Even if they cannot afford public schools, there are always the free schools provided by the church. At most, it would just delay her education. Thus, Bella isn't illiterate. She can understand words and read the newspaper, Klein thought as he walked into the living room after setting his cane down. He had quite a good impression of Bella. Even though she was a little clumsy and obviously not used to the kitchen, she had shown a willingness to learn. Bella let her hands hang down and said, embarrassed, "I didn't have the opportunity to read many newspapers in the past. The landlord didn't let us use old newspapers to clean the walls. I stole a glance at it when I picked up the newspapers just now to clean the coffee table. I thought that it was rather interesting. What a pitiful lady. When I transmigrated, newspapers were the least interesting of things," Klein thought as he lampooned. He smiled and took out the silver pocket watch from his pocket. After looking at the time, he said, "As long as you complete your tasks and do them well, you are free to do whatever you want with the rest of your time. You don't need to be too nervous. Of course, if I'm having a chat with Benson and Melissa, it's best that you stay in your room. I will allow you to use the lamp inside and take a few old newspapers with you. Oh, please knock at my door at 1 in the afternoon. Then prepare a cup of black tea, 2 pieces of soft white bread, a piece of wheat toast, and a small plate of butter for me." In order to celebrate his advancement to Sequence 8, Klein decided to spoil himself slightly. He was going to eat the white bread ahead of Benson, who was planning on having it over the weekend. "Well, I'll buy 8 more pounds of bread soon. In the future, we shall make the change in our staple dish, from wheat bread to white bread. As a Sequence 8 Beyonder, my weekly pay is definitely going to increase." To think that the captain didn't mention this. He forgot again. Klein froze for a moment and decided to clarify it tomorrow. "All right," Bella replied in surprise and joy. Following that, she asked with a little uncertainty, "Mr. Klein, do you mean the black tea used to entertain guests?" She called him by his first name as Moretti could be used to refer to anyone in the family. "Yes, that shall be my usual tea in the future." Klein waved his hand and made his way towards the stairs. He suddenly noticed that he was in a decent financial situation after becoming a clown. This was partly because there were no other large expenses for the time being. He only needed to spend 2 solely on transport while he was investigating the houses with red chimneys, and on the materials that he needed to purchase occasionally. Claims could be made for the latter most of the time anyway. Also, there was a sum of £300 in Klein's anonymous bank account. It was important to understand that 1 of land in the countryside only cost 5 to 6.5 solely, which was another way of saying that Klein could afford 920 to 1200 areas of farmland, which was equivalent to 137 to 179 Mao 2 back on Earth. Furthermore, This sum of money could allow Klein to buy a house on Daffodil Street on a contract for 15 years. If I convert all that money into land, I'll get between £23 and £31 a year in rent. That's not bad, but not necessary for the time being. I'll use that £300 for emergencies. I'll have to find an opportunity to tell Benson and Melissa about my true weekly salary, Klein thought as he entered his room. After locking the door to his room, Klein sat on the edge of his bed and started his cogitation. He wanted to use this method to slowly control the powers seeping out of his potion. He was very careful and very cautious. He had thought of the term losing control very lightly until he saw the mandated Punisher who had lost control. Of course, he didn't know that mandated Punisher personally. He also didn't know what had happened to him. He subconsciously thought of him as an anomaly, a rare case. It was just like how an average person would make comments about a murder they saw on the news before forgetting about it entirely. But what happened to old Neil shook Klein greatly. It made him realize very clearly that losing control was always a possibility, always around him. Loss of control might descend upon him in ways he had never thought about. That sure was a bloody lesson. Klein ended his cogitation and muttered to himself as he opened his eyes. He had dreamed of that scene many times in the past few days, jolting awake in the process and finding himself drenched in cold sweat. He wasn't only grieving old Neil's death, but also worried about his future. If he didn't have cogitation to help him sleep, he believed that there would be many sleepless nights in his future. Other than digesting the potion, I also have to try my best to control my emotions and desires. I have to keep them within reasonable levels and not be consumed by them. Klein exhaled and laid down, quickly falling asleep. On the day that old Neil passed away, Dunn's actions and words had touched him greatly. It made him critically assess the responsibilities of a Nighthawk for the first time. It made him want to take up his responsibilities and help his captain and teammates. Thus, he didn't intend to waste his afternoon. He was going to continue his combat lessons. 3 in the afternoon on a crude training field. The blonde crew-cut Gawain creased his brows as he witnessed Klein slowly familiarize himself with the motions, going from the movements of a decent beginner to the movements of an apprentice knight who had been practicing for a good 6 months. All this happened in the short span of 40 minutes. He called for Klein to stop and sized him up. He couldn't help but ask, "What happened?" Klein had already come up with an excuse. He was prepared to attribute his performance to scientific research when Gawain added, "You don't need to answer if it's inconvenient for you to do so. It looks like there was some communication between the police department and Gawain. It makes sense. He has to train Beyonders occasionally, so how could he not know?" Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled as he said, "Teacher, how long do you think I will need before I can take part in actual combat?" Gawain crossed his arms and looked at Klein seriously. He replied with a raspy voice, 2 or 3 days, but that isn't enough." He explained, as if in thought, being able to take part in actual combat isn't the same as being good at fighting. The latter would take another 2 to 3 weeks. Furthermore, you need to gain mastery over weapons that you can bring with you. For example, a cane, whips, daggers, and bayonets. There's still so many to learn? Klein was dumbfounded. Gawain swept his experienced gaze at him. "Remember, every drop of sweat you lose here might save your life in the future." "Yes, teacher." Klein pumped himself up and answered. On Sunday morning, Klein entered the Blackthorn Security Company and knocked on the door of the captain's office. Dunn Smith looked up as if he was expecting this. "I forgot to inform you yesterday. Your position at the police department has risen from probationary inspector to inspector now that you have advanced to sequence 8. I'll get them to issue the appropriate documents and epaulets to you as soon as possible. Your weekly salary will also increase from £6 to £10. The church and the police department will each bear half of your salary. This salary is the level of an experienced Nighthawk. Of course, I mean an experienced Nighthawk at sequence 9. Captain, are you following the wrong script?" Klein was taken aback as he listened to the captain. His eyebrows relaxed as he smiled. "That's more than I imagined." He had imagined that his weekly salary would only increase to £8. Dunn lifted his cup of coffee and took a sip. The increase in salary for Nighthawks is firstly dependent on years of service, second on contribution, and third on the level of your job. The third criterion is often highly correlated with your contributions. Right, without any contributions, even if one were to digest their potion, they would be unable to apply for the formula and materials. Klein nodded while in thought. A weekly salary of £10, coupled with any bonuses, would mean a yearly salary of about £540. Since he didn't need to pay any taxes, this salary was fairly high in the middle income bracket, just lower than desirable occupations such as esteemed lawyers, famous architects, experienced surgeons, and government workers. Even the vice president of the Lone Kingdom's treasury only makes £700 a year before tax. That's at most £640 after tax, probably lower. According to the newspapers, a decent house in Backland and Hillston only costs about £2,500. With Benson, Melissa, and my current expenditure, we could buy one in 7 or 8 years. To be able to afford a bungalow in the central area of the capital in just 7 or 8 years purely through my own efforts. This salary makes me happy indeed. Klein got up and bade farewell. He quickly walked to the basement and took his shift at Cheney's Gate. Before it was 10, he suddenly heard someone approaching Cheney's Gate. Soon after, Dunn appeared at the door. "There's a case that requires your help." "An incident involving Beyonders?" Klein instinctively asked. "No, a parliamentary representative of this city, Mr. Maynard, was found dead in his house. The Tingen Police Department is under huge pressure and wants us to use a mediumship ritual to help them pinpoint the murderer. Currently, you are the only person on the team who can do that," Dunn explained. Then he added, "The Holy Cathedral will send over a mystery prior to our team next week. Actually, it should have been done a long time ago, but you happened to join and chose to be a seer." "How long has the Member of Parliament been dead for?" Klein asked straightforwardly as he packed up his things. If it was more than 15 minutes, the information that he could obtain would decline considerably. If it was more than an hour, there would be very little left to find. If it was more than a month, contact with the spirit of the dead would most likely fail. Regrettably, the initial autopsy report shows that Mr. Maynard died between 9 and 11 last night. Dunn shook his head and said, "You only need to provide assistance and not consider if you can be of use." "All right." Klein took his coat and walked out of the duty room with his hat and cane in hand. Dunn Smith took his place at the Cheney's Gate guardroom. Theoretically, as a Beyonder, as long as one's spirituality was enhanced, things like spirit vision, divination, and ritualistic magic could be learned. Especially for Beyonders from the Sleepless Sequence who were known for their high spirituality. But in actual fact, the differences between the various sequences was vastly obvious. Dunn Smith and Leonard Mitchell had learned spirit vision, but they could only see faint white or light blue in the auras of others. They were unable to precisely differentiate the status of different body parts. Of course, they could definitely see spiritual things with spirit vision, but doing so wasn't as effective as using their spiritual perception. That also led to a problem in which Beyonders at the Sleepless, Midnight Poet, and Nightmare sequences didn't enjoy activating their spirit vision. Similarly, if they were willing to, they could also learn spirit pendulums, dowsing, dream divination, and so on. But their rate of success wasn't something worth noting. It was the same situation with ritualistic magic as well. When the two of them walked past one another, Dunn suddenly said, "I forgot to tell you that Inspector Tolley is in charge of the case. He's waiting for you at the reception hall in the security company. Remember to change into your new uniform and grab your new documents." Klein wasn't surprised and replied with a smile. "New uniform? New documents? The Tingen Police Department sure is efficient." He had just advanced to sequence 8 the day before. "It's because this case is very important, so..." Dunn spread his hands and took up Klein's previous spot. Klein walked upstairs, but he wasn't in a hurry to go to the reception hall. He entered the Nighthawk's break room and entered the attached bathroom to relieve himself. There was only a toilet bowl, a water bottle, and a bucket in the duty room. Then, he changed into his police uniform that revealed his promotion to 2 silver stars, and put on his peak cap with the 2 crossed swords and a crown. After transferring his flaring sun charm, Isaac's copper whistle, his ritual ingredients, and other items. Klein smoothed out his uniform, took his cane, and exited the break room. He passed through the partition and saw Inspector Tolley seated in the sofa area. It had been a while since they last met. The tall police officer seemed to have gained some weight, and his stomach was even more outstanding. With his thick mustache and hair, he looked like a brown bear that had just escaped from a circus. "I'm glad to work with you again." When Tolley saw that it was a Nighthawk that he knew, he let out a breath of relief. He stood up and extended his bare paw. "No, Pom." Klein corrected himself and shook the other person's hand as a polite gesture. "Me too." Tolley stole a glance at Klein's 2 shimmering silver stars shoulder strap and said with envy, "We're at the same rank now, and it hasn't even been a month." At first, Klein wanted to reply solemnly that the danger that we encounter is 10 times worse than yours. But he remembered his identity then. Sequence 8 Clown. Maybe I can give it a try. Using his spirituality, he looked at the reflection of his facial expression. He lifted the corner of his lips and replied with a smile. "Maybe in another few months you'll have to call me sir." "You sure are humorous." Tolley chuckled and pointed at the door. "Shall we head out?" "All right." Klein hadn't given up his cane. Now that he had become a clown, the cane was truly a viable weapon. After exiting the Blackthorn Security Company, Klein and Tolley walked down side by side, forming a great contrast due to the skinniness and fatness of the two. "I feel like we could even make an audience at the circus laugh," Klein suddenly jested. Tolley nodded in absolute agreement and said, "Yes. I feel our vast contrast brings a comedic effect. Do you know that some circuses are trying to use fat and skinny, tall and short clown combinations in their performances? No, actually I meant a beast tamer and a brown bear." Klein, of course, wouldn't make such a rude remark. He went along with it and replied, "It's a pity that there are no fixed circuses in Tianjin." "That's right, but we have operas, theaters, and music halls," Inspector Tolley replied wistfully. They casually chatted until they got onto the police carriage. Then Klein redirected the topic back to the case. "Is it confirmed that Mr. Maynard was murdered?" "We can't be certain, but his wife and 2 sons aren't willing to believe the possibility that he died due to a sudden illness. And there was really something wrong at the scene. When Maynard was found, he was naked on the guest room's bed," Tolley said as he deliberated. "He sleeps separately from his wife?" Klein leaned back against the carriage wall and mimicked the main character in various detective films. Tolley shook his head and said, "No, his wife hasn't been in Tianjin recently. She went to Backlund to attend a very important social ball. You might not know, but she's the leader of a new party. She's the daughter of someone from the House of Commons. She's still on her way back to Tianjin via steam locomotive. She merely used the telegram to express her opinion on this matter. Maynard is also a member of the new party. He's been a Tianjin's member of parliament for more than 10 years. He intended to run for mayor in next year's election. In other words, his death might be related to this?" Klein asked casually and immediately laughed. "I'm sorry. I'm only supposed to be helping with the autopsy. The rest of the matter is not within my area of concern. You don't have to answer." Tolley didn't mind much but sighed. "Autopsy. You're very cautious. As for your guesses, I would only say that there's a possibility. There was a gathering last night at Maynard's place. There were too many guests, and we temporarily can't find any main suspects. Plus, these guests have decent backgrounds, so we have to be very careful. We can't make any mistakes." "I understand." Klein nodded faintly and asked about the details of the scene. Maynard's house was a bungalow located in the Golden Indus borough. It was surrounded by gardens and fields. There was a stable, a fountain, and a broad pathway built from cement. Klein put on his peak hat with its police badge and followed behind Inspector Tolley. They passed through the police streamer and entered the double-story house under the gaze of every policeman present. In the living room, there were 2 male and 4 female probationary inspectors who were talking to people individually to gather statements. Klein looked around and saw many gentlemen in tuxedos and a few ladies in glamorous dresses and checkered gauze hats. "They're the guests who spent the night here," Tolley explained and led Klein up the stairs to the second floor directly. Along the way, when the police constables who were searching through the rooms saw the two, they revealed a look of respect without stopping them. Perhaps it was the effect of the inspector epaulets. "This is the guest room where Maynard's corpse was discovered." The brawny Tolley stopped by the crimson wooden door. Klein thought and asked, "Which guest was assigned to this guest room?" "Nobody. There are too many guest rooms in the house, so it wasn't used." Tolley put on his white gloves and turned the knob of the crimson wooden door. He made the constable who was keeping watch leave temporarily. Then he nodded at Klein and said, "Inspector Moretti, I'll leave the rest to you. May the goddess bless us, and I hope that we find something." Klein put on his white gloves too and locked the door behind him. He walked to the side of the bed and saw that the crimson bedsheets were abnormally messy. The corpse laying on it was covered with a white cloth. At this point, Klein could be considered to be quite experienced. He pulled away the white cloth without fear and looked at Member of Parliament Maynard. The man was in his 40s. His blonde hair was trimmed short, and his expression was a mixture of pain and happiness. Klein took 2 steps back and took out the ingredients he needed. He quickly finished the setup for the mediumship ritual. As the faint calming fragrance swirled around him, he recited the divination statement that he thought of long ago. "The cause of Maynard's death. The cause of Maynard's death." As he recited the statement, Klein retreated to a nearby high-back chair and sat down slowly. His eyes darkened. Then he leaned back and quickly fell into a deep sleep. In the illusory and blurry world, he suddenly saw the gentleman from earlier. With his open blue eyes, Maynard was laying prostrate above a woman with an outstanding body and fair skin. He was thrusting hard against her body. He first displayed an expression of extreme satisfaction and happiness. Then he suddenly clutched his chest with his right hand. His expression then grew contorted. "Pa!" As Maynard fell, the image quickly shattered. Klein opened his eyes and woke up from his dream. "I can't believe I can actually watch porn in such a manner." "So, Maynard had an affair and died of exhaustion?" Klein chuckled and massaged his temples. He took out a pen and paper before doing another ritual. He drew a portrait of the lady he had seen in his dream with the aid of the ritual. Of course, everything below her neck was omitted. It was a woman whose age was hard to tell. She had the mature vibe of a woman in her 30s, but there was a remnant of innocence to her. Her eyes were crystal clear, and she had a delicate look. Klein looked at his work, then put away his ritual ingredients, and dispelled the spirituality wall. He leaned sideways to grab his silver-edged cane. Suddenly, he heard the reverberating sound of someone clearing their throat. He immediately got goosebumps. Klein looked towards the bed and saw Maynard gripping the crimson bedsheets so tightly that the tendons on the backs of his hands were protruding out. With a swoosh, the Member of Parliament who died between 9 and 11 the previous night suddenly sat up. Saliva drooled from the corners of his lips as he opened his vacant eyes wide. Before Klein could come up with any new ideas, he saw the rigid Maynard lift both his hands up. Its body lunged forward to his left amidst the sound of hurtling wind. In the past, his dulled reactions under such sudden, unexpected situations would have made it hard for him to avoid this. Even if he had noticed the attack ahead of time, he would have had to roll away to avoid the fast-moving corpse. But now, Klein could nearly react on instinct. He stomped down with his bright, buttonless leather boots and jumped diagonally onto the high-back chair. As it had only been a day since he advanced, he was still getting used to his power, agility, and speed. He had accidentally leaped too high into the air and landed on the top of the chair's high back. It was a narrow edge. Klein's heart tightened as he quickly controlled his body and adjusted his center of gravity. He wavered for a moment and surprisingly managed to stabilize himself, like a black cat flaunting its balance and poise. As he was wavering, he flailed his left arm, swinging his cane into the zombie's ribs as it pounced forward. The strike caused it to lose its balance as it staggered and fell onto the carpet. Klein was standing on top of the chair as he felt for his revolver by raising his right arm. He attempted to pull it out from the holster so that he could deliver a silver demon hunting bullet at the zombie in front of him. But in that instant, he suddenly wondered about the aftermath. If he were to blow a hole in Member of Parliament Maynard's corpse, how was he going to explain the cause of death to the deceased's family or members of Parliament who were focusing on the matter? All I did was double-tap his corpse? As he was thinking, Klein reached into the pocket of his police uniform and felt for a triangular plate. The Requiem charm. He quickly made a decision. He took out the silver amulet without hesitation and let out a low shout in Hermes' Crimson! As the incantation reverberated within the room, the charm started to release a peaceful aura. Klein quickly infused his spirituality into the amulet and tossed it to Zombie Maynard, who was struggling to get up. A cold blue fire appeared, enveloping the triangular plate. A serene and gentle black aura spread forth rapidly, eliminating the anxiety and worry of the soul. Zombie Maynard stopped there, his eyes staring blankly at the ground. His saliva dripped onto the carpet. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and planned to take out the materials and set up a ritual to purify the desecrated being. But suddenly, Maynard once again let out a groan. His blank eyes focused on the left pocket of Klein's police uniform again. Shit! Klein leaped from the top of the chair to the ledge of the oriel window. At the same time, he heard the sound of the chair breaking. Klein had no choice but to take out a rectangular silver plate. The slumber charm. It wasn't only living things that could be put into a deep sleep. The dead were in a state of eternal sleep and would only be woken up under unusual circumstances. In certain books on mysticism, there was even such a description regarding zombies. They slumber by the day and wake up in the night. Crimson. Klein once again recited the incantation in Hermes. He intended to disregard the consequences and shoot the corpse with his revolver if that failed again. The problems that came later wouldn't matter if he was dead. As he felt the silver rectangular plate in his palm turn cold, Klein injected his spirituality into it and tossed the charm out. A dark red flame illuminated his eyes as the sound of a light explosion reverberated around the room. A gentle power spread forth, bringing with it a fatigue that affected every living being. Zombie Maynard had just propped himself up using the chair when he wavered. His eyes closed, and he fell on his back with a plop. With what had just happened, Klein didn't dare to relax. He immediately took out the amantha extract distilled from night vanilla, slumber flower, and chamomile, as well as the bark of the Drago tree, and the full moon essence oil made from moon flowers. He quickly set up a sacrificial altar. Right on the heels of that, he sealed the surrounding area with a spirituality wall with the aid of holy night powder, encompassing the altar and the sleeping zombie Maynard. After silently reciting the incantation and lighting 3 corresponding candles, he dripped a few drops of essential oil extract and scattered various powders onto the flames. Klein then took a step back and cautiously looked at zombie Maynard. He then recited in Hermes, "O Evernight Goddess, nobler than the stars and more eternal than eternity, I pray for your loving grace. I pray that you look over your loyal guardian. I pray for the power of the crimson. I pray for the power of sleep and silence. I pray that you purify the unclean being around me," the gentleman once called John Maynard. Moonflower, a herb that belongs to the red moon. Please bestow your powers to my incantation. Slumber flower, a herb that belongs to the red moon. Please bestow your powers to my incantation. It was as if a midnight breeze blew within the wall of spirituality. A thin veil of black steam started to billow from zombie Maynard. When everything settled, Klein used his spirit vision and divination to repeatedly confirm that the zombie wouldn't awaken once more. After seeing the results, his worries eased. He ended the ritual and dispelled the wall of spirituality. Why would he suddenly come back to life? Klein stood in front of Maynard, who was on the carpet. He knitted his brows as he looked down at the corpse. To a beyonder with high spiritual sensitivity, there were obvious signs to note if a corpse would come back to life or not, much less Klein, who was a seer. He often had a premonition of similar matters, but what had happened just now completely took him by surprise. unless there is a more mysterious influence at play, just like what happened with the suited clown. Klein recalled the scene in his head and faintly sensed the problem. Zombie Maynard had been trying to attack the left pocket of his police uniform. Left pocket? Klein transferred his black cane to his right palm, then reached for the pocket with his left hand. He took out the ancient copper whistle that was inside. It was a copper whistle carved with many mysterious patterns. It was the copper whistle used to summon Azek's messenger. This copper whistle zombified Maynard? That's quite plausible. Even if Mr. Azek isn't a descendant of death, he definitely has a certain connection with death. It's logical that the objects that he carries with him would produce such an effect. Klein nodded in thought. He took out a copper penny and did a quick divination about his conclusion. As he was at the scene of the incident holding the relevant objects and had ample information, he quickly got a result. He saw the copper penny fall into his palm, portrait facing up. This means yes. To think that Mr. Azek didn't remind me to be cautious that these things could happen. Well, he's an amnesiac, so it's not uncommon to forget this. Besides, the copper whistle might not have had negative effects when it was on him. There's a high possibility that it was suppressed. I shouldn't take this copper whistle with me when I'm at cemeteries or ancient castles, places that are prone to hauntings. Otherwise, I'll just be finding trouble for myself and crazily court death. Klein silently made a mental note. He then carried the naked Maynard back onto the bed without much effort. Looking at the obvious mark on the corpse left behind by the stroke of the cane, Klein sighed. He covered the corpse with the piece of white cloth and pretended not to notice. I'll leave this problem to the police department to vex over it. Oh, and the 2 charms I used just now can be considered mission-related expenses, so I can get compensated, he thought as he packed up. He then took the portrait and unlocked the door. The door opened with a creak and Klein saw Inspector Tolley, who had been guarding outside, not allowing anyone to come near. What happened just now? Tolley asked in doubt and worry. He could faintly hear the action going on in the room. Klein smiled and deliberately said with a little exaggeration, Member of Parliament Maynard came back to life and tried to give me a passionate hug. Don't joke like that. Tolley looked into the room in exasperation. Why so serious? Klein said, throwing up his hands. Due to an unconfirmed reason, Member of Parliament Maynard became a zombie. Well, the kind of things that would happen in ghost stories. Fortunately, I hadn't left yet, so I used ritualistic magic to purify the desecration, allowing him to return to his eternal slumber. Is this related to his cause of death? Tolley asked, his expression stern. I cannot give you an answer to that. I don't even know what the problem is. You should know that in our field, unexplainable things are a common occurrence, Klein said. He then looked at the portrait in his hand. When I was doing the mediumship ritual, I saw the scene of Maynard's death. He was engaging in some activities that should only be done between a husband and wife with this woman. And at the climax of his joy, he clutched his chest where the heart is. You mean that is the cause of his death? Tolley gave him a nudge and wink look. In theory, yes, but you should wait for the autopsy. Klein handed the portrait over to Inspector Tolley. Tolley had only glanced at it when he exclaimed, Madame Sharon! Klein looked at him, lost. Is she very famous? Yeah, judging from her looks and figure, she should be famous, he lampooned in his heart. Tolley looked around and introduced her in a somewhat excited manner. Madame Sharon is the prettiest widow in Tingen City. She's the most sought-after lady in social settings. She was the second wife of Baron Coe, but unfortunately became widowed. She is welcomed by many amongst the nouveau riche merchants and aristocrats, someone who can be invited to banquets by both the Conservative Party and the New Party. It's rumored that she and her stepson, the current Baron Coe, are on friendly terms with many nobles and senior civil servants in Backlund. She's a powerful lady. To think that she and Member of Parliament Maynard had such a relationship. Hee. Simply put, she's an exceptional socialite, Klein secretly concluded. He turned around and pointed into the room. The next part is not included in my job description. How you interrogate Madame Sharon is none of my business. Also, I hit Member of Parliament Maynard with a cane before the purification. You'll have to deal with it and think of an explanation. What? The bear-like Tully jumped in shock and looked at Klein before looking into the room. With agility that wasn't suited to his body, he dashed in. He pulled back the white cloth that covered the corpse, and after examining the body carefully, he heaved a breath of relief. It's better than I imagined. It's not that serious a problem. Maybe I should have drawn my revolver and shot Maynard 5 times with demon-hunting bullets. Let's see if you find that serious or not. Klein lampooned inwardly and pointed outside the door. That's all that you need me for, right? No, Tully shouted. Wait a moment. Klein asked, puzzled. Why? Tully explained seriously. We have to prevent any accidents from happening. After we talk to Madame Sharon and get her testimony, I'll send you back to Zutland Street. If Maynard can resurrect after being dead for 10 hours, what else couldn't happen? What would I do if you leave? Tully added in his head. All right. Klein massaged his temple and said, find a quiet room for me to rest in then. He wasn't feeling his best in every aspect as he had just advanced a day ago. Having just performed multiple ritual ceremonies, used 2 charms and suffered a non-trivial scare, he needed to enter cogitation to eliminate any problems. Klein was now extremely cautious about losing control. Tully covered the dead body with the white cloth again. He obviously relaxed and replied, no problem. He brought Klein to a guest room that was closer to the sunlit side of the house. He pointed and said, Inspector Moretti, don't worry. No one will disturb you. I'll be paying Madame Sharon a visit first. Klein nodded slightly and watched him walk away. Then he closed the door and drew the curtains. In the dim and silent bedroom, he slowly walked over to the rocking chair and sat down comfortably. He allowed his body to rock back and forth rhythmically. There were countless spherical phantasmal lights overlapping in his mind. The buzzing sounds in Klein's ears and the throbbing ache in his head slowly vanished, bit by bit. When his situation stabilized, he opened his eyes and looked into the darkness. He outlined a bed, cupboard, and other furniture. Then he calmly thought about his earlier attempts. There isn't much feedback from a few exaggerated jokes. Maybe I have yet to control the powers of the clown potion, as there are still remnant negative effects. Of course, I can't eliminate the possibility that such acting has little effect. Personally, I'm not quite willing to play the role of a clown. But since I picked the sequence pathway, I can only bite the bullet and continue. Actually, everyone has to act like a clown at one point or another in their lives. I don't have to be so uncomfortable with the idea. I have to quickly understand a clown's core elements. As various thoughts churned in his mind, Klein suddenly took out a brass halfpence. Mostly out of habit, he divined if Maynard's death was due to supernatural influences. Maybe it's an occupational hazard. Klein shook his head and laughed. His eyes grew dark as he recited repeatedly, John Maynard's death was due to supernatural influences. Ding. He flipped the coin as he slouched into the rocking chair. He watched its brass luster twinkle as it rotated in the air. Pack. The coin fell right into Klein's open palm, revealing the number 1/2 facing up. A negative answer. In other words, there weren't any supernatural influences involved in John Maynard's death. I guess that man died of orgasmic pleasure. The deceased shouldn't be laughed at, so I won't be using an insipid Chinese phrase to mock him. Klein put away his coin and allowed his thoughts to wander before he nearly fell asleep. Knock, knock, knock. Under the slow and rhythmic knocking, Klein tidied his clothing, put on his policeman's peak cap, and walked to the door. Just as his right palm touched the knob, a scene appeared in his mind. The bear-like Inspector Tully was standing outside the door and pulling his collar. His expression looked disturbed and helpless. Klein turned the knob and opened the door leisurely. Inspector Tully appeared before him as he pulled at his collar. Sorry for making you wait so long. We've already found Madame Sharon and obtained her statement. You can return to Zutland Street. I'm really sorry for taking up your precious time. Klein didn't ask the reason for his current emotions, but he smiled and said, Madame Sharon admitted that she was with Maynard last night? Yes. She said that under the influence of alcohol, she and Maynard didn't manage to control themselves. When she found out that he died of a heart attack, she was very afraid, so she fled the room after she tidied herself up. She then hid in her own guest room. We don't have enough reason to raise charges against her right now, so we had to let her go while restricting some of her freedom. We'll have to wait for the autopsy, Inspector Tolley explained in detail. Klein leaned his head sideways and smiled. Who are you explaining this to? Tolley shook his head and forced a bitter smile. Oh yeah, I don't have to explain it to you. I'm just frustrated by Madame Maynard, and I started blabbering without realizing it. Maynard's wife is back? Klein asked in response. Yes, unfortunately. There was something abnormal about the steam locomotive. It wasn't late. Tolley gave an affirmative answer in a joking manner. Klein didn't ask further but checked if he had all his personal belongings, before following Inspector Tolley down the stairs. Why aren't you arresting her? She's a murderer. I want to sue her, and I want to sue all of you for negligence of duty. I'll hire the best lawyer to sue you. Harsh remarks entered Klein's ears, and he looked over subconsciously. He saw a voluptuous and fair middle-aged lady staring angrily across her. Despite having two young men holding her arms, she continued yelling at them. A very trendy regal gown in Backlund this year. Having frequently read the magazine Ladies' Aesthetic, the first thought on Klein's mind was something unrelated to the situation. He then saw a few gentlemen protecting a lady behind them. The lady was in a long black dress with fair smooth skin, waterfall-like brown hair, and brown eyes. She looked as pitiful as a fawn in the woods. It made people want to protect her involuntarily. Madame Sharon, Klein suddenly thought of the porno she had starred in. He quickly lifted his right hand, covered his mouth and coughed twice. Out of habit, he tapped his left molars twice and observed the people present with spirit vision. There's some sort of problem with Mrs. Maynard's body. The colors of her aura are thinner. From the colors of her emotions, she's definitely feeling anger and hatred, which is consistent with her outward appearance. The color of Madame Sharon's emotions are shaded in blue, which represents rational thinking and calmness. This is totally contrary to her appearance of panic and nervousness. As expected, a socialite ain't no innocent bunny. Her body is very healthy. After examining her, Klein was about to retract his gaze when he suddenly saw Madame Sharon lift her head and steal a glance in his direction. Then, she lowered her head again and put on a trembling, trepid look. If I couldn't see your emotion colors directly, I might have been fooled by your act. You should consider working as an actress. Klein lampooned. He didn't stay any longer and left Maynard's house with Inspector Tolley. They took the carriage arranged by the police station and returned to Zutland Street. After taking over the shift from the captain, he continued to stay on duty at Cheney's Gate. He took the opportunity to write a claims application. After an uneventful night, Klein returned upstairs and received the breakfast that he had requested Roseanne to buy for him. I love this pastry, he complimented. He had already passed her the money for breakfast ahead of time. Really? I can try it tomorrow then, Roseanne replied happily. The corner of Klein's lip twitched as he focused on his battle with the milk and pastry. At 25 minutes past 8, he yawned and fought back the urge to fall asleep. He arrived at the nearby shooting club. He had made an appointment with the asylum doctor, Daxter Guderian, a few days back. Bang, bang, bang. In the small shooting range, Klein and Daxter aimed at their own targets and finished their cylinder of bullets. Clink, clank. Daxter flipped and released the empty shells and examined Klein in interest. You're much more confident than before. Of course, I advanced to sequence 8. I now possess actual combat ability. Klein reflected on his own facial expression and body movements in his head and deliberately acted arrogantly. Because I only used about a month's time to master the power of my potion completely. Daxter pouted slightly and said, although that is something to be proud of, there's no need to say it all the time. Hey, as a spectator, you didn't see through my performance. From the looks of it, a clown has the power to suppress a spectator's ability. Klein smiled at his discovery and asked, "How's Hood Eugen recently?" "He's gone insane for real." Daxter paused and continued. "I probed him with various methods. He really has gone insane. I'm considering whether to begin medicating him, to see if I can treat him. As a Sequence 7 psychiatrist, he actually pretended to be a mental patient. Even though he was giving treatments to other patients, it doesn't align with the core element of the potion's name. That was an incorrect way of using the acting method. It's no wonder that he went insane," Klein thought and said. "Before he went insane, did you find out who got in contact with him? Besides the doctors, patients, nurses, and odd-job workers in the asylum, there were no outsiders that had contact with him," Daxter confidently replied. Klein briefly acknowledged that as he said, "How about even earlier? Is there anyone that visited him? Or did he leave the asylum regularly for a period of time?" In order to follow through with his initial promise, Klein never asked anything about Hood Eugen in his first few meetings. Daxter fell into deep thought. It took him some time before he said, "Besides the members of the Psychology Alchemists, there weren't any more than 5 people that visited him. One of them came thrice. His name was L." Without Klein asking, he continued, "But I heard from Hood Eugen that L was a pseudonym. His real name was Lenevis." Lenevis? That criminal who cheated both money and sex? To think that he had a connection to Hood Eugen from the Psychology Alchemists. Klein froze for a moment when he heard the name. He immediately thought about the implications the name Lenevis had. He's the cheat that escaped with more than £10,000. Just providing a clue would earn me £10. And if I help in capturing this moving treasury, I'll earn £100. He's a scum that took advantage of the bodies and feelings of innocent women. To think that he knows Hood Eugen and went to visit him 3 times at the mental asylum. Does this mean that he's connected to the Beyonder Circle, or that he's a Beyonder himself? Klein suddenly recalled the name of a potion. The Marauder Pathway Sequence 8. Swindler. These Beyonders took pleasure in swindling others. It's very possible. Klein nodded in thought. He controlled his facial expression and body language, feigning nonchalance as he asked, "Then, when was Mr. Lenevis's last visit to Hood Eugen?" "Early July. I would have to check the registration records of the mental asylum to give you a specific date," Daxter Guderian replied after a few seconds of thought. Lenevis's scam hadn't been exposed back in early July, and he hadn't left Tingen. Klein then asked, "Does Hood Eugen mention this person usually?" "No. You should understand that a Sequence 7 psychiatrist would never reveal something by accident. Every word they say has been deliberated over thoroughly. It would be impossible to learn their secrets unless they have some other hidden motives. I was only able to get the telepathist formula after Hood Eugen went mad." "Oh right. Have you determined the authenticity of the formula?" Daxter expertly hid his feelings of pride toward his Pathways potion. Klein laughed and replied, "It's authentic. When you need to advance, you can use that to concoct your potion without worry. We can help if the Psychology Alchemists are unable to provide you with the ingredients. Also, how have you been lately?" "Not too bad. Other than being a little worried about Hood Eugen's condition, I feel rather relaxed. I no longer have symptoms of a split personality. You've helped me greatly in this regard," Daxter Guderian said, full of emotion. Klein wore a humble expression. "It's only right. Let's return to the topic at hand. Since you said that a psychiatrist would deliberate over their every word before uttering it and wouldn't easily reveal their secrets, why did Hood Eugen tell you that L is Lenevis? Was he hinting at something? Or was trying to warn you of anything?" Daxter froze for a moment, then creased his brows. "This is really weird. To think that I didn't notice this. Other than that, Hood Eugen didn't mention anything else. Could his motive be for me to tell the upper echelons of the association about the name Lenevis should he meet with any problems?" The association's reaction seemed strange, too. After I informed them about Hood Eugen's insanity, they did send a liaison. But after I described every detail, including Lenevis's name, There were no more replies from the upper echelons. It was like being a stone cast in the ocean. Could this mean that they've figured something out? A reasonable deduction. Klein took out his demon-hunting bullets and stuffed them into his revolver, then took aim at the target. If we follow this deduction, Hood-Eugen might have long anticipated that he would become insane or die, and this has an untenable connection with Lenivus? But since he already anticipated it, why didn't he ask for help from the upper echelons? Daxter gazed blankly ahead. He thought hard as he said, "Unfortunately, he's insane now. There's no way to effectively communicate with him now. Perhaps some kind of temptation made him choose to take the risk." Klein made a guess. At the same time, he felt that it was regrettable that Hood-Eugen had really become a mental patient. This compromised much of the information that he might have otherwise gotten. Even a dead person is better than a lunatic. I can use mediumship rituals to make the dead talk. But what can I do with a lunatic? Oh right, Madame Daly once tried to use mediumship rituals to call upon my lost memories. The theory behind the mediumship rituals seems to have been derived from the psychology alchemists. This means that I can also use the mediumship rituals on the living and create a scenario where I interact with his spirit directly using my spirit. I wonder if Hood-Eugen would still be insane under those conditions. Unfortunately, I'm not advanced enough in this field, so I don't think I would be able to do it. I'll call upon the messenger and ask Madame Daly about it first. I'll see if she can provide me with any techniques. If she thinks that only she can accomplish it, then I'll tell the captain and get him to send a telegraph to Backlund to request for assistance. I'm definitely not taking this troublesome course of action just because I want to learn the technique and attempt the ritual to summon the messenger. Many thoughts ran through Klein's mind before he gradually narrowed it down to a single line of thought that could solve the problem. Daxter Guderian approved of his guess. Greed always makes one foolish. Even when a person knows that there's only the abyss in front of him, he'll still attempt to walk to the edge and take a peek. This is called crazily testing the limits of fate. Klein lampooned. Try your best to treat Hood-Eugen after returning to the mental asylum. Try to keep him sober for a period of time and get some clues out of him. Also, don't hide your worries and anxiety. Establish more connections with the psychology alchemists and put pressure on them to solve Hood-Eugen's problem. That's the most normal and reasonable reaction. Daxter nodded seriously. I'll try my best. Klein didn't say any more and, after some deliberation, he asked, has there been any abnormalities with Hood-Eugen's body recently? For example, thin scales growing on some parts of his body. Near insanity, true insanity, and losing control were all descriptions of varying levels for a beyonder when something was wrong with them. The least severe of the conditions were when their attitude changed as if they had become a new person, but were still capable of rational thoughts and actions. That was near insanity. Insanity was more severe in that the person would lose all logic, becoming a maniac and was difficult to communicate with. Those that couldn't be saved were those whose body and mind had become monsters, completely losing control. Sometimes, if the problem wasn't dealt with promptly, insanity would lead to losing control. Before this, to avoid exposing the informant within the psychology alchemists, Dunn instructed the Nighthawks not to immediately deal with Hood-Eugen. Instead, they switched to surveillance to ensure that Hood-Eugen didn't lose control. But if there were signs of him losing control, they would have to deal with him immediately. Daxter shook his head and let out a bitter laugh. No, you can ease your concern. I'm also very afraid that Hood-Eugen will lose control, so I'm paying very close attention to detail. After all, I'm at the mental asylum 6 times a week. After exchanging a few more words, they left the shooting range 10 minutes apart. Klein fought back his intense desire to sleep and took a public carriage back to Daffodil Street. He opened the door and saw his sister sitting on the sofa. She was neither reading nor was she fiddling with machinery parts. She was just staring blankly ahead as if she had lost her soul. Tapping his molars gently, Klein activated his spirit vision and asked, puzzled, Melissa? Did something happen? She looks healthy based on the colors of her aura. Not malnourished like she was before. Melissa retracted her gaze and pursed her lips. then looked at the kitchen, which was producing some noise. Bella has been recommending the way that her family prepares breakfast back at home. She said that it's very delicious. I agreed to let her try it out this morning. What method is that? Klein had an ominous feeling. Cooking all of the leftovers in a pot, then adding water and bread. Melissa repeated softly. This is the standard recipe for food of unknown origins. Klein pinched his forehead. And so? We shouldn't waste food. Melissa bit her lips and nodded. Sis, I feel like you are questioning life. Klein cleared his throat and suppressed his desire to laugh. He then asked, Where's Benson? In the bathroom. Melissa broke free of her daze, as her eyes regained their luster. At that moment, he heard the sounds of flushing from the bathroom. Benson came out with a newspaper in hand. My dear Klein, shall we get you a portion of breakfast? No, I've already eaten. Klein shook his head resolutely, feeling lucky that he arranged to meet Daxter in the morning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten Roseanne to buy breakfast for him. How regrettable. Otherwise, you would change your views on my culinary skills and be filled with confidence about it. Benson let out a self-deprecating laugh. At this moment, Melissa noticed something. She turned to look at Klein and said, You're back rather late today. Sis, be more innocent and lively. Don't worry about me all the time. The state you were in just now was great. Klein immediately smiled. I have good news. You passed the examination of the police department and can obtain an increased salary? Melissa asked without thinking. Benson also smiled and nodded. Klein grabbed his hat and stood at the edge of the living room. He said in amusement, How am I supposed to surprise you guys like that? After that, he added with a dry cough, Yes, my salary has increased several-fold. He hid his recent increment of 4 additional pounds a week. He intended to save up a small piggy bank for himself. After all, he couldn't just rely on the money in the unmarked account. Furthermore, mentioning that his salary had increased several-fold was enough to scare his siblings. 6 pounds. Melissa exclaimed in shock, finding it bizarre. I really need to change my job. Benson stroked his hairline. With the information Klein provided him, he had been putting a lot of effort into his studies. Without waiting for Klein to speak, Melissa said with a delighted expression, In that case, after deducting our normal expenses, you'll be able to save up enough money in 2 or 3 years to meet the standards of a marriageable gentleman. Well, it was Elizabeth who told me about the standards. Klein said at a loss, amused. That's something to be considered far into the future. Shouldn't we celebrate? I hereby announce that from today on, our staple food shall become white bread. After my workload decreases, we shall go try out delicacies from different restaurants. Melissa glanced at him, and, as though she did not hear what Klein had said, she said, Benson and I are attending Mass at the St. Selena Cathedral. Do you want to come? I am praising the goddess every day. Klein laughed. I need to catch up on sleep. He slept until 12:30 in the afternoon. After he had lunch with Benson and Melissa, he continued on with his mission of searching all the houses with red chimneys. When it was late at night, he sealed his room with spirituality and prepared to try the ritual for summoning spirit guide Daly's messenger. For Klein, setting up a simple ritual was as easy as breathing. Very soon, he was done preparing the ingredients, and he lit up the candle that represented himself. Looking at the flickering candlelight on the desk, Klein had an amusing thought for some baffling reason. Would this be considered holding a candlelight vigil in memory of myself? Fuck! What the hell am I thinking? He reined back his thoughts and picked up the black rotten flower powder that belonged to the domain of death and sprinkled it onto the candle. In return, he caught a whiff of a smell that was akin to formaldehyde from his previous life. Immediately after that, he dripped full moon essence oil, a favored item of the Evernight. Amidst a sizzling crackle, his surroundings suddenly became quiet, and there was a shapeless, magical surge. Klein took a step back and softly recited in ancient Hermes, I. Then he changed into Hermes, I summon in my name, the spirit that wanders about the unfounded, the higher dimensional creature that a human orders, the messenger that belongs to Daily Simone. Whoosh! The wind wailed and the dim candlelight was tainted with a blue luster. Under its illumination, the wall behind the desk produced translucent ripples, and a creepy face surfaced. Other than its mouth, it had no eyebrows, eyes, or nose. Its thick lips parted, and a long red tongue was extended. There were sharp, irregular teeth that lined its mouth. In addition, the tip of the tongue had 5 delicate fingers. They were constantly extending and retracting, as though they were waiting for a delivery. This is Daly's messenger? Compared to Mr. Azek's, it's just like a child. No, I can't accurately determine their differences. Yes, one is an adult giant and the other is a human baby. I wonder if it's due to the magical item, or if it signifies Mr. Azek's strength. I have to reevaluate my understanding of him. Perhaps he's a high-sequence beyonder. Crap, I forgot. In the letter, I should have asked Madame Daly for the names of the Sequence 4 and Sequence 3 corpse collector pathway. Mr. Azek most likely belongs to that pathway. Of course, he might have not advanced via potions. Yes, perhaps it's a gene that's passed down from his ancestors. I'll ask next time. The messenger is waiting. Klein looked at it seriously for a while and passed the neatly folded paper into the messenger's hand. Then he watched as the hand gripped it tightly. Whoosh! The messenger retracted its tongue and swallowed the letter. The translucent, creepy, and wriggling face shrank back into the wall and disappeared. I've got to say, this magic is quite cool. Rather convenient too, but it can't be spread. Klein looked at the candlelight that had returned to normal. He shook his head and ended the ritual. Monday morning. Backlund, Empress Borough. In a hidden corner of the municipal garden built by Duke Negan, Zio Dericha with her unkempt blonde hair and Furs Wall with her languid bearing were gawking at the liaison before them in a daze. They were momentarily at a loss at which language to use for a greeting. The petite Zio, who was slightly over 1.5 meters tall, looked at the golden retriever that had extended its tongue and was wagging its tail. She smoothed out her trainee night attire and weighed her words before she said, "Are you Miss Audrey's messenger? Oh my goddess. Why am I asking a dog so seriously?" Furs was holding a thin cigarette with her fingers as she chuckled. Maybe it's a magical creature? I've never seen a magical creature that looks so much like a dog, Zio replied in all seriousness. Susie sat down and closed her mouth. She then pointed at her belly with her paw. There was a leather pouch tied around the dog's body amidst her long golden fur. Zio looked to her left and right, making sure that there was no one watching before she quickly moved closer. She bent down and removed the pouch. Furs watched curiously when her expression suddenly turned weird. It's made of crocodile skin, and it looks like the work of the fashion designer, Mr. Sada's. She's actually using such a pouch for the transaction. In other words, it's very expensive. Zio raised the leather pouch. Furs pursed her lips tightly and nodded seriously. Zio instantly lowered her speed in an exaggerated manner. She carefully opened the zipper and took out the letter inside, as though she was carrying an antique vase in her hands. After she read it, she passed the letter to Furs. Furs burned it with her cigarette after reading it carefully. She watched as it turned into ashes and scattered onto the soil. There's no extra information provided. Zio pouted subconsciously. She took out a neatly folded paper from the pocket of her trainee night attire. She looked at Susie in an imposing manner and exhorted subconsciously. This is the investigation report for the past few days. You must pass this on to Miss Audrey Hall directly. Susie quivered and sat up straight. Her tail was wagging vigorously. Zio nodded in satisfaction, stuffed the stack of papers into the leather pouch, and tied it around Susie again. Susie howled and ran off very quickly. In the Hall family's luxurious villa, Audrey was sitting on the sofa of her own living room. She was holding a letter opener and was trying to open the letter before her. It was a letter sent by one of her brothers from the Balam Empire in the southern continent. There was a parcel that came along with the letter. At that moment, she saw Susie push open the half-closed door. The dog dashed over quickly. Susie sat on the carpet before Audrey and pawed at the leather pouch. You really are an excellent messenger. Audrey wasn't stingy with her compliments. Susie looked back at the door. It induced vibrations in the air and said softly, Your friend is very serious. When I saw her, she reminded me of the time when a hunter came to train us. She had been a complimentary gift when Count Hall bought hunting dogs. Susie, your loan is getting more and more fluent. There are just a few problems with your logic in using the language. Audrey watched as her golden retriever took off the pouch on her own and skillfully pulled open the zipper. She gave Susie a look and immediately understood. She stood up and ran to lock the door. There's no result so far, but we found that some vagrants disappeared around the Backland Bridge borough. Though we can't know for sure that it was Kalangos. Perhaps the vagrants merely changed their movement patterns suddenly. Audrey flipped through the investigation report and seriously wondered how she should reply to Zio and Furs. I'll tell Zio that as long as she can track down Rear Admiral Hurricane, Kalangos, I'll buy the sheriff potion formula for her. No, that's not friendly enough. It would make her feel an inferiority complex. Yes, I shall say, Zio, I've prepared your reward. As long as you can complete the task, £450 will be yours. Sigh, as far as the main ingredients for the telepathist formula, I've only found the Farsman rabbit's spinal fluid. I still need the rainbow salamander's pituitary gland. Glaint, Zio, and Furs have yet to find it. Audrey, cheer up. At least you've digested the spectator potion completely. Once you put together all the ingredients, you'll become a Sequence 8 Beyonder. Audrey reined in her thoughts, picked up a pen and paper, and quickly wrote a reply. She stuffed it back into the leather pouch and entrusted Susie to make another trip. She watched her golden retriever as she opened the letter that her brother had sent. She read it with a smile. My dear sister, I think you should come to the southern continent too. Come over to the colonized regions of the Balam Empire. There's abundant sunlight, fresh air, a clean environment, freshly caught seafood, various unique cultures, and the very kind and obedient Balam people who make good servants, as well as the smell of freedom. On the contrary, Backland is cold and moist. The air is bad. There's always dust and it's always gloomy. Plus, it's highly populated, which leads to all sorts of problems. And the endless balls, banquets, and salons. The social events are so boring and insipid that I wouldn't want to stay for a minute. Dear sister, I believe you share the same feeling. I'm not running away from home. I'm merely seeking my own place in life. But our brother definitely doesn't think so. He's always been a selfish person. Of course, he wouldn't be stingy with you, because you can only claim a tiny part of the family wealth, while I would be his biggest competition in the fight for the inheritance within the ranks of nobles. After all, our father is a duke who takes a long view. He definitely wouldn't be restrained by the rule that the eldest sibling will inherit the rank of nobility. As long as he feels that it's necessary, he would do anything. Just like when he sold off half the farmland and pastures to enter the banking industry, regardless of the strong opposition. I miss Backland sometimes, mostly father, mother, and you. I miss the smile that you put on my face during those few years. You must have become the most dazzling gem in Backland, but unfortunately, I'll only be able to return after 2 years. A career is a man's pride, while the outstanding young people in the Lone Kingdom treat the world as their stage. You can tell our dear aunt that the coastal regions in the Balam Empire are very suitable for vacations, and especially suitable for her, given how her joints ache and swell in the winter. I sincerely invite her to be my guest. If you can come with her, that would be even better. I didn't send you too many gifts. They're mainly things that are rich with the traditions and styles of Balam, such as the unique yellow silk, and the ornaments that are filled with traits related to the worship of death. I remembered that you love things regarding mysticism, so I'll look around for you. The culture here is full of mystery. After reading the letter, Audrey picked up a pen, paper, and writing board. She leaned back into the sofa, pursed her lips, and wrote seriously, My dearest Alfred, although it has been less than a year, the little girl in your memories has grown up. I don't like mysticism anymore, so you don't have to search for those kinds of things. Because it's very dangerous. Audrey puffed up her cheeks and added in her head. She had heard of too many tragedies related to mysterious objects when participating in Beyonder gatherings and from stories Zio and Furs recounted. She thought and declared excitedly, I'm now interested in biology. Recently, I've been in awe of the rainbow salamander. Can you ask around for me and find out where I can find one of these creatures? Or if they have a complete corpse that has been preserved. Audrey stopped writing after she finished sharing some interesting news and scandals about aristocrats. She then adopted a serious pose as she recalled something. With her exceptional memory as a spectator, she arranged the information that she had received from her father's teachings, as well as the news she heard during banquets and salons into paragraphs. After creating a draft in her head, Audrey penned, As for the political situation in Backlund you asked about, it's not within my area of interest. I can describe it to you only based on my own impressions and the details that I happen to know. Some time ago, Father told me that after the abolishment of the Grain Act, the prices of crops were declining rapidly. The rent of farmland and pastures were also plunging, but I don't know the exact magnitude. I can only explain it to you with this example. As you know, Duke Negan is an aristocrat who owns the most land outside of the royal family. It's said that he owns more than £12 million worth of farmland, pastures, and forests. Last year, his land earned him a historic £1,300,000 in rent. But this year, it's forecast that his rent will only be £850,000, a whole £450,000 less. That's more than the entirety of the assets that I'm entitled to. Without any further explanation from me, I'm sure that my dear brother will understand the behavior of most old-fashioned nobles. They're proud of being landowners, and their income is derived mostly from rent. They place a heavy emphasis on their appearance and would maintain their current lifestyle even if they have to go into debt. They spend tens of thousands of pounds on the upkeep of their castles each year, many more thousands on clothes and jewelry, as well as their persistent hunting activities, social banquets, and the occasional lavish weddings and funerals, etc., etc. With the decrease in rent, according to my knowledge, a good portion of the nobles have met with financial difficulties. Because of this, Count Wolf has sold 84,000 areas of land in the countryside and gotten £29,000 in return. Viscount Conrad has also sold his art collection worth £55,000 to a national art gallery. Other than a few visionary nobles who had long shifted their focus to steel, coal, railroads, banks, and rubber industries, the rest of the nobles have been severely affected by the Grain Act. Let us praise our dear Count Hall. Father told me that the financial distress will loosen the control the nobles have over politics. As you can imagine, the number of ministers with blue blood will decline from the next year onward. In a bid to secure funding, the Conservative Party and the New Party have promised to confer upon anyone the noble titles as long as they donate a sufficient amount of money and lack any criminal records. Of course, the caveat is that the person who donated the money must own an amount of land befitting of a noble. One example is the rich Mr. Sindras. He purchased the lowest area of land expected of a baron, 60,000 aries, then donated £100,000 to the Carlton Club and £400,000 to the Conservative Party, and donations to charity amounting to £300,000. Finally, he succeeded in receiving conferment from His Majesty and became a highly regarded baron. I've heard that there's a price list to this, £300,000 to become a baron and £700,000 to £1 million for a hereditary baron. There is no clear price for the title of Viscount or Count, but I'm sure those are sufficiently ridiculous. This year, many nobles who are facing financial difficulties are starting to seriously consider the possibility of marriages with wealthy merchants. There have already been 3 marriages like this over the last 2 months. The betrothal gifts the noble women received are something to be envied. Also, the workers who protested the Grain Act did experience a decrease in the cost of living, but the quality of their lives has not improved. Instead, it seems to have deteriorated as the bankrupt farmers have entered the city and stolen their jobs by requesting lower wages. Thus, the wages of the laborers are dropping rapidly. I remember the day when Father asked me who I felt was the winner of the Grain Act. My dear Alfred, you must know the answer. You would definitely be able to obtain a hereditary baron title through your own efforts. Xiao and Furzwall were returning to the Backland Bridge Borough after they received Audrey's reply. Xiao, with her messy blonde hair, was looking out the window of the carriage. Her eyes were bright like two burning balls of flame. She muttered the term for £150 to herself repeatedly, as if reciting an incantation. Her strength and courage grew every time she repeated the term. Darkholm hasn't reported the status of the investigation today. Let's make a trip to his house. Xiao suddenly turned to look at Furs. Darkholm was the leader of a triad in the Backland East Borough and had control over many beggars and thieves. Even though he looked very friendly with his chubby face that was perpetually adorned with a warm and amiable smile, Xiao knew that he was a merciless scoundrel. He once broke the arm of a 13-year-old thief because the boy had hidden his profit. Unless it was necessary, Xiao was unwilling to meet Darkholm. But Darkholm was one of the few people who were most familiar with the vagrants in the city. Furs pushed her slightly curly hair back behind her ear. As long as it doesn't delay my lunch. No problem. Perhaps I could treat you to an Intis feast after this week. Xiao promised in complacency. Must I thank God? Furs asked as she laughed. Unlike Xiao, Furs was a moderate believer of the god of steam and machinery. As they conversed, the two ladies switched to another public carriage and arrived at the Backland East Borough, and arrived at Darkholm's house. It was a terrace house located in a narrow alley. There were green plants hanging from the walls. The exterior looked relatively unkempt. Xiao walked to the door, raised her right hand and knocked in a unique rhythm. The unlocked door opened with a creak following her knocks. Xiao's apparently confused expression immediately turned stern, like a wary lion's. She took out a bayonet she carried with her and cautiously pushed open the door. She then slowly stepped inside. Furs also stopped looking nonchalant, having produced a dagger of unknown origins. They didn't smell any peculiar scents, but their rich experience told them that something was off. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Xiao and Furs entered Darkholm's house. Then they saw a pale limb on a gas lamp, internal organs on a coffee table, as well as strips upon strips of flesh strewn on the floor and hung on the clothes rack. Pieces of bone had been stripped clean and piled up near the door. And amongst the bones was a head, its vacant eyes open. It was none other than Darkholm. His chubby face still maintained the amiable smile, as if everything was normal. Furthermore, there was no stench of blood in the house. As a former clinical doctor before becoming a best-selling author and Sequence 9 Beyonder, Furs has seen many death scenes more disgusting than this. She patted the tense Xiao, who was on the brink of vomiting, as she surveyed the surroundings. Kalangos? Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. He realized that Darkholm was investigating the missing vagrants and tracked him back to his house? Or could it be said that Darkholm had tracked him down, but ended up being caught? Xiao fought back the urge to retch and said with a serious expression, "He sure lives up to his name as a merciless and crafty pirate admiral. The strangeness here also fits the description of his treasure." Crafty? Furs was suddenly alarmed as she blurted out, "Could he be waiting nearby in an ambush against the mastermind behind the investigations?" Xiao froze for a moment before answering in a fluster, "That's highly likely. He was a Sequence 6 Wind-blessed, a powerful pirate with a mystical artifact, while they were just 2 Sequence 9s. This was an extremely simple and easy contrast." In the house opposite Darkholm's house, a man with a unique broad chin and dark green eyes in his 30s was standing by the window, coldly observing Xiao's and Furz's opening of the door and slow entry. He was none other than Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. The black glove on his left hand twitched as if it were alive. A layer of dull gold scales appeared on its surface. Kalangos revealed a cruel and joyous expression as his dark green eyes turned pale gold and indifferent. The moment Furs realized this, she dragged Xiao to the other side and avoided the area just across the main door. She then gritted her pearly white teeth and took out a bracelet that was hidden by her sleeves. This silver bracelet had 3 dark green, coarse stones which showed signs of burn marks and were rough and uneven. Furs pulled out one of the stones and let out a low growl in ancient Hermes. Door! She grabbed onto Zio Dericha tightly as the stone released a faint blue glow. The figures of the two ladies turned indistinct, nearly invisible. They saw many forms they found difficult to describe. There were even transparent objects that didn't seem to exist. They saw different colors, lustrous splendors which seemed to possess immense knowledge. They had entered the mysterious spirit world. In this strange world that stood distinct from reality, Furs proceeded in a particular direction while pulling Zio along. Seconds later, they exited their indistinct states and returned to reality, to Backland. But they were no longer at Darkholm's house, but instead arrived at an empty cemetery. Kalangos, who was wearing his scaled glove, silently appeared at the door of Darkholm's house. He swept the interior with his cold gaze. He froze for a moment, then creased his brows as he muttered to himself, "Traveler!" In the cemetery. "What are we going to do next?" Furs panted, sensing their predicament and feeling a lingering sense of fear. The bracelet was a mystical item she had received along with the formula for apprentice and its corresponding materials back during a fortuitous encounter of hers. Other than causing her to hear strange, faint murmurings during the full moon every month, it posed no threat. There were originally 5 stones on the bracelet, each stone allowing her to traverse through the spirit world, technically allowing her to teleport. But now there were only 2 stones left. Zio calmed herself down and nodded solemnly. "First notify Miss Audrey. Then we call the police." "Call the police?" Furs Wall repeated in surprise. To Beyonders, lodging a police report seemed to be something of another world. Zio paced back and forth as she tugged her coarse blonde hair. The scene of Darkholm's death is harrowing and creepy. As long as the police aren't blind, they would definitely pass the case on to the mandated punishers, the Nighthawks, the machinery hive mind, or the special department of the military. When that happens, we can leak some more information and let them know that the murderer is Kalangos. At that point, the entire city will be chasing after him. Our goal is only to look for Kalangos, not to capture him. With the help of so many Beyonders, things would become much simpler and safer. Once Kalangos panics and makes a mistake, it would be our chance to claim our bounty. Heh. I'm referring to the discovery of his whereabouts. Zio laughed dryly and looked at the appalled Furs. Do you think that the only way I know to deal with problems is by charging into them headfirst? The difference between us and Kalangos is as vast as the Desi Bay. Furs nodded slowly and said, "Your understanding of yourself is absolutely right. You've done too many things of a similar nature. Hence, the losses that you've suffered is sufficient for you to advance to Sequence 8. Luckily, you're still rational enough regarding this matter." Zio lowered her head to look at her bayonet. She thought for a moment and said, "I have to be honest. I clearly sensed the approach of death earlier. Kalangos was no doubt nearby. That was an aura evil enough to destroy us at any time. That triggered an instinctual response in me." Furs wore her silver bracelet that had 2 stones left and thought seriously. "I agree with your idea. Let's inform Miss Audrey first and lodge the police report after." Yes, regardless if it was Darkholm or his underlings who found Kalangos' traces, we could continue to investigate with that approach and find out Kalangos' activity range and the location of his residence. Zio creased her slim blonde eyebrows and said, "But Kalangos would definitely not remain in the same place. Even as one of the 7 pirate admirals, even if he had the assistance of a mystical artifact, Kalangos had to be extremely careful in Backland. Even Nast, the king of the 5 seas, had once encountered disaster here and was nearly caught. No, what I meant was, to surmise or confirm the purpose of Kalangos' visit to Backland based on the clues. Once we know what he's trying to do, no matter how he disguises himself or what tricks he pulls, he'll be exposed to us in the end. Then our mission would be accomplished," Furs explained in detail. 2 years of novel writing experience tells me that things would become simple once we grasp the crux of the matter. Zio looked at her best friend in shock. She couldn't believe the woman had just made such a logical statement. I'm different from you. I'm merely too lazy to think, while you think with your muscles. Furs pursed her lips, leaned her head sideways and smiled. Teasing me doesn't make you smarter. Zio tried to smooth out her few strands of blonde hair that was sticking out. All right, let's head over to Empress Burrow and tell Miss Audrey about this. Furs nodded faintly and said, So, what's our emergency contact method with Miss Audrey? Zio was momentarily put at a loss. She looked afar at the tombstone as she said, She told me that pet dog of hers we saw earlier walks herself at least 5 times a day. Well, the next walk should be after lunch. In other words, we have to loiter around suspiciously outside Count Hall's luxurious manor? The corner of Furz's lips twitched. Zio suddenly looked sideways and revealed an obsequious smile. Furs? Or would you prefer to just sneak in? I don't think that would be difficult for you. It's what you're good at. A hereditary count for centuries, one of the most influential parliament members in the House of Lords, the largest shareholder of Varvat Bank, the 4th largest shareholder of Backlund Bank, the special consultant of the Royal Bank of Loan, the 3rd largest shareholder of Suchit Bank in the Intis Republic, the 2nd largest shareholder of Constant Coal and Steel Consortium, and so on. These are the titles of Miss Audrey's father. Zio, use your brain. How could a man like that not employ any beyonders? Would he not have any prized collections? This is different from those destitute viscounts and barons. Furs replied in exasperation. I swear in the name of God, if I were to sneak in, I would be discovered and caught within 5 minutes. Zio nodded continuously in agreement. Let's wait for the golden retriever then. With that said, she led the way. After she took a few steps forward, she spoke with her back facing Furs. Well, I will compensate you for your losses and the damages in the future. I'm referring to the stone, of course. Listening to that, the corner of Furz's lips lifted and she said, I was saving myself. And Zio, you're going the wrong way. God. If you were an apprentice and ended up becoming a traveler in the future, it would be a disaster. Outside Count Hall's luxurious manor, Zio and Furs hid behind an Intis parasol tree and secretly observed their target building in silence, watching the people walking to and fro. After God knows how long, they finally saw the golden retriever come out from a hidden hole under the wall. It pricked up its ears and looked to its left and right, appearing very cautious. Just as Susie started taking its walk happily, a black male dog popped up from nowhere. It fawned on Susie and started running around in circles. This is the first time I'm seeing a dog show such a human-like reaction. Just how much does it hate that black dog? Zio sighed. She could tell from Susie's gaze and facial expression that there was obvious detest. Furs smiled and said, It's just like encountering a rash, disgusting, and persistent lecher. Seeing Susie attempt to speed up to escape the black dog's pursuit, Zio stood up to administer justice. My ruling is for you to leave her alone. Zio shouted with a mask of solemnity. The black dog was taken aback and immediately scampered away with its tail between its legs. Susie let out a breath of relief and slowed down. It barked politely and wagged its tail. That was close. I nearly said, thank you to them. The golden retriever thought in joy. That would have been a very awkward situation. A melodic tune slowly came to a halt as Audrey picked up the latest intelligence Zio and Furs had delivered and read it with knitted brows. She closed the piano cover and stood up elegantly. She paced back and forth in her piano room and considered her next course of action. Kalangos is a very dangerous man. If Zio and Furs continued investigating, they might end up in danger. It might even expose me. Yes, I should just proceed according to their suggestion. Oh yeah, it's another 2 hours until the Tarot Club. I wonder what Mr. Fool would suggest? If he's still not interested, I'll discuss it with the hanged man carefully. Audrey gradually calmed herself down. This was the first time she had encountered, or perhaps was described as being placed in such a perilous situation. There was already 1 death, 3 in the afternoon. Audrey's vision recovered from a crimson and blurry state before seeing the boundless gray fog that didn't belong to reality. The lofty palace that looked like the home of a giant, the long ancient mottled bronze table, and the fool who was always engulfed by a thick layer of fog. Lastly, she saw the hanged man and the sun. At that moment, Audrey's tense and anxious emotions seemed to relax. She felt so safe, so calm. I'm participating in the tarot club that doesn't belong in the material world, and I'm dealing with Mr. Fool who's nearly a god. Kalangos and I are on different levels. Audrey sat in an upright position proudly. She lifted her chin slightly and greeted cheerfully, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. Hanged Man. Good afternoon, Mr. Sun." After they greeted one another, Klein saw that Miss Justice was indicating her desire to speak. Therefore, he nodded faintly to express his permission. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I wonder if your adorer has received the compensation of £300? Audrey asked, holding back her urge to talk about Kalangos while she showed concern over her leader's adorer. Klein smiled and said, "I didn't pay close attention to this matter, but as my adorer didn't request for additional help, I suppose he has already received it. Yes, I've checked multiple times. There are £300 lying in my anonymous bank account," Klein added in his head happily. "That's great." Audrey relaxed and looked across her. "Mr. Hanged Man, there's been progress regarding Kalangos." Alger suddenly sat up straight. He couldn't hide his excitement as he asked, "Where is he?" "Unfortunately, he noticed our investigations just after we discovered his tracks. He killed one of the personnel involved." Audrey repeated the highlights of Zio's and Furz's story and explained their follow-up plan in detail. Alger nodded faintly and said, "I'll pay close attention." Then, he turned to the side and looked towards the seat of honor at the long bronze table. Under the vacant gaze of the son, Derek, who listened but didn't understand anything, he said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, if I were to find out Kalangos' true intention and the very important and magical item that he intends to obtain, please allow me to recite your name and inform you through the ritual." He didn't repeat his request for the fool's adorer to provide him assistance. As he brought it up before and the fool had given his answer, there was no need to harp on the topic. Otherwise, it might provoke the god. Hence, Alger made it clear that his intention was only to report his findings. If the final temptation was sufficient, he believed that Mr. Fool's adorer would definitely appear. "That works." Audrey widened her eyes. "I should have asked for the right to report as well. I might be able to gain Mr. Fool's guidance occasionally," she thought with regret. Under everyone's gaze, Klein leaned back into his chair and nodded faintly. He replied slowly, "You may." Alger heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the fool's answer. He lowered his head and humbly said, "Please allow me to thank you in advance. That's because I'm also curious about the item Kalangos is searching for. I want to know about the item that can allow a Sequence 6 Windblast to have the strength of a Sequence 4. I'm also curious about what a pirate admiral is going to do in Backlund." Klein smiled, maintaining his profound posture. "It's not like I've promised to provide assistance after I hear your prayers," he emphasized in his heart. But now he was a lot more confident than before. Now, he had actual allies and the mysterious Mr. Azek who was currently in Backlund. If it was absolutely necessary, Klein was willing to use the bronze whistle to enlist the help of Azek. Of course, he definitely wouldn't mention the Tarot Club. He would probably say he got information from some random source. There were still two problems that existed in this matter. First, Klein was only limited to a cooperative relationship with Azek. It wasn't necessarily the case that Azek would provide assistance unless he was interested in what Kalangos was doing or the mystical item that he was after. Second, Klein was unsure of just how powerful Azek was. Even if he had made the assumption that Azek was a high-sequence beyonder, he had to consider the fact that his memory loss might have weakened his abilities. After all, knowledge was usually equated with power, and the lack of knowledge would definitely diminish Azek's power. If that was the case, Klein couldn't guarantee that Azek could deal with Kalangos, especially with the latter wielding the creeping hunger. Klein was afraid that he would be placing Azek in danger, so he was unwilling to trouble Azek unless he absolutely had to. Now that I think about it, Mr. Azek's terrifying messenger can be summoned with the bronze whistle. No, that thing doesn't look like a messenger at all. It could take the role of an evil boss. So, even if Mr. Azek cannot beat the creeping hunger-augmented Kalangos, he should be able to defend himself easily and have enough power left to save the hanged man, Miss Justice, and her partners. Klein shifted his posture as he thought, still leaning against the back of his chair. He propped his right leg over his left. The hanged man Alger looked at the fool and spoke once again. I'm about to receive a batch of pages from Emperor Roselle's diary. I believe that I can present them to you in the next gathering, or the gathering after that. According to the arrangement of the Church of the Lord of Storms, Pritz Harbor was under the jurisdiction of the Backlund Diocese. Thus, Alger could enter the capital and wait for Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos to show himself under the guise of reporting about his previous voyage. Backlund had been the headquarters of the Church of the Lord of Storms until the end of the last epoch, having shifted their holy altar to Pasu Island only after the establishment of the Lone Kingdom. Regardless, the status of the Church of the Lord of Storms in Backlund was second only to the headquarters of the 7 great churches. One could imagine the information the Church of the Lord of Storms held. Under these circumstances, Alger was confident that he would be able to collect pages of Emperor Roselle's diary in the name of research. After all, they were indecipherable at present. Klein allowed joy to color his tone, as he said with a gentle nod, "Very good." What he was really feeling right now was a mix of joy and worry. He was happy that he could see several pages of Emperor Roselle's diary soon. They might contain a lot of useful information, but he was also worried about what he had to give the hanged man in return. After all, no one knew if the hanged man would be interested in the contents of the diary, or if the content was valuable enough. Even a seer is unable to determine that in advance. Must I really let my adorer help him? Klein gave a silent sigh. Audrey Hall hurriedly spoke up when she saw the conversation between the hanged man and the fool end. Honorable Mr. Fool, may I recite your name and inform you using a ritual should I receive any timely and useful information? Timely. Look, Miss Justice's choice of words is so refined. Compared to her, you are too vulgar. The hanged man. Klein nodded slightly, saying past the fog, "You may." Great. Audrey secretly clenched her fists. At the same time, Klein turned to look at the son, Derek Berg, who had been silently listening to their conversations. He spoke, his tone was peaceful. "The same goes for you as well." "Yes, Mr. Fool." Derek lowered his head. The majestic palace was silent for a few seconds before Audrey spoke. "I need the complete pituitary gland of a rainbow salamander. One of the main ingredients of the telepathist potion?" Hanged man Alger nodded slightly as if he was contemplating. "I don't have it. To be honest, I've only seen this creature in textbooks." The son, Derek, heard the term automatically translated to him as Phantom Netherdrake. What kind of textbook would discuss a supernatural creature? How envious. I can only get information like that at a Beyonder gathering, through word of mouth, or through a crumpled piece of paper. There's no system in place, and my search for knowledge lacks organization. I'll find a way to trade for the son's textbook in the future. Oh, he was interested in the formula for the Bard potion. Audrey thought, a little envious. At that moment, Alger looked at the fool, then retracted his gaze. He then looked opposite him and said in thought, "I might have a way of obtaining the complete pituitary gland of the rainbow salamander." Without waiting for Audrey to speak, he added on, "But it's under the premise that Kalangos is found. When the time comes, the complete pituitary gland of the rainbow salamander would be equivalent to the extra compensation that I owe you. Miss Justice, you might not know, but these creatures are nearly extinct, and we can only find traces of them in primitive islands in the Sea of Fog, the Berserk Sea, or the Sonia Sea. Not many people have the coordinates to these islands. If you're interested, we can make a deal, for I am one of the few who knows how to get there. I'm also interested in those primitive islands." Klein silently listened to their conversation. Thinking about the extinction of the rainbow salamander, he suddenly recalled the joke he cracked with old Neil, the Dragons and Giants Protection Association. He let out a sigh in his heart. Audrey became thrilled after hearing that. She fought back her emotions as she said, "I once dreamed of going on a voyage in search of these primitive islands to take in the history. My goddess, The Tarot Club is too powerful, too wonderful, to be able to recruit a member who has the coordinates of the primitive islands. Praise Mr. Fool. Audrey couldn't maintain her spectator state as a smile crept across her face. Primitive islands? Klein froze for a moment, then thought about a page of Emperor Roselle's diary that he had seen, the one where the emperor described himself as a pirate king. He said that he discovered an unnamed island with many supernatural creatures when he and his 4 horsemen of the apocalypse were traversing the Sea of Fog on an unsafe sea route. Could that be the so-called primitive island? How unfortunate. The great emperor didn't include any coordinates in his diary. Perhaps the information will be in some future pages. But as of now, I haven't received any pages of his diary in chronological order. Klein was filled with regret and anticipation. The Sunderic was already confused by the terms Sea of Fog, Berserk Sea, Sonia Sea, Primitive Island, etc. He felt more and more certain that Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man belonged to a different world than he did. After collecting herself for a few seconds, Audrey asked curiously, "Does the near extinction of the rainbow salamander mean that the spectator pathway will be severed soon?" "No, there will definitely be substitute materials." Alger gave a definite answer. "What substitute materials are there?" Audrey's eyes brightened as she asked. Alger shook his head, replying without revealing certain profound truths. "I don't know. Perhaps the members of the psychology alchemists might know." "Then how can you be so sure that there will be substitute ingredients?" Audrey didn't understand. Alger laughed and said, "You will understand in time. Or do you have something to trade for the information right now?" "I guess I'll wait." Audrey pouted and sighed. She also dismissed the idea of asking Mr. Fool. "There's no use in me knowing for the time being. The Hanged Man will definitely ask about something regarding Rear Admiral Hurricane, and I cannot be dragged too deep into that matter." She suddenly felt like praising her intellect. But what she never expected was that Mr. Fool was feeling very disappointed at that moment. Klein was rather curious about the secrets which Alger's words held. Unfortunately, Miss Justice, who was the best assist all this while, didn't choose to go through with the transaction. No matter what method they chose to perform a transaction, the contents of the deal couldn't be hidden from the owner of the fog. Well, even if the rainbow salamander is nearing extinction, the psychology alchemists are still giving out formulas listing it as an ingredient instead of providing a substitute. Does this mean that the psychology alchemists are in possession of the coordinates of certain primitive islands? Or could they be working together with an organization that has the coordinates? Klein wondered. After the end of the transaction discussions, Klein looked around, then turned to the sun. He asked in a gentle tone, "Does the City of Silver still believe in gods?" Klein was merely an official member of the Nighthawks and had no access to deeper mysticism knowledge. An example would be sacrificial rituals. Thus, in order to refine his understanding of performing sacrificing dedicated to himself, to move materials in the mysterious space above the gray fog, as a sequence 8, Klein needed to learn it as soon as possible from other sources. He came up with 3 methods after continuous consideration. First, he was going to ask Spirit Guide Daly, who was adept at ritualistic magic whilst also being a deacon. But this might invite suspicion from her. Thus, Klein could only patiently wait for an opportunity. Second, he could ask Mr. Azik, but Klein couldn't guarantee that he would be able to recall the knowledge in this area. Third, he was going to use a roundabout way to ask Sun, who lived in the City of Silver. Klein already had an idea of how he was going to do it while effectively maintaining his image. Whatever he asked would be tied to the gods. Derek replied in a respectful tone, "We still believe in the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God." Upon hearing the fool's question, Audrey perked up her ears and entered her spectator state. She waited for the sun to answer. She had always been curious about where the City of Silver was and what was so special about that place. But she couldn't bring herself to ask. Touched upon his privacy after all. At that moment, Mr. Fool was asking personally. It was like finishing the first volume of an outstanding detective novel she had been reading for a long time, and she finally had the chance to buy the next volume. The Sun's answer didn't disappoint her. They didn't believe in the mainstream 7 Orthodox deities, nor did they believe in death as the southern continent did. They also didn't believe in the hidden existences, evil gods or devils, primordial demoness, hidden sage, dark side of the universe, chained god, or the true creator, which the hanged man had told her before. The City of Silver is really special. They actually worship the creator himself. This is the primordial worship that Mr. Hanged Man described, right? The description of omnipotence is a little strange. Audrey stole a glance at the hanged man subconsciously and realized that he was nodding slightly. Klein wasn't surprised at all. He purposely chuckled and asked in reply, "Even though he abandoned you? Abandoned? The creator abandoned the City of Silver?" Alger was shocked. When he made the connection regarding a particular term. The forsaken land of the gods. In the confidential information of the Church of the Lord of Storms, at the security clearance level that Alger, who was captain equivalent to the bishop level, could access, the forsaken land of the gods had always only been a name with no actual description. However, it clearly pointed towards the end of the Sonia Sea. From what he knew, even the cardinals at the core of the church had no idea what the forsaken land of the gods represented. But only the leader of the church, the proxy of the Lord of Storms, knew something about the situation and seemed to be taking charge of the hidden mission to look for the forsaken land of the gods. Alger had once made a bold guess when he equated the true creator's holy residence, which was promoted by the Aurora Order, with the forsaken land of the gods. But, unfortunately, the fool hadn't confirmed his guess, so he couldn't be sure. Now, he was shocked and surprised to find that the Tarot Club member using the sun as his code name was very likely from the forsaken land of the gods. Mr. Fool knew where the forsaken land of the gods was all this time, and he could pull someone from there to be a member of the gathering. This is a hidden place that the Church of the Lord of Storms has been trying to find to no avail. Alger looked at the fool who was seated in the seat of honor at the end of the ancient long bronze table in horror. He could only see that he was leaning back in his chair in silence, engulfed by the thick fog. Audrey wasn't particularly moved about it. The only time that she had heard about the forsaken land of the gods was from the hanged man's question. She wasn't particularly interested, so she failed to associate it to anything from what Mr. Fool said earlier. The City of Silver has the legend about being abandoned by the creator. Mr. Hanged Man seems to be deeply affected. What is he amazed and afraid of? Audrey nodded in puzzlement as she remembered the details of the moment. Yes, we believe that we will regain the Lord's favor in the end. Perhaps it will be on the day the sun rises again. Derek Berg answered in an uncertain tone. We were once ruled by the giant's royal family, and we worshipped the giant King Ormer. Later, we were saved by the Lord, and we will never betray the Lord again. Ruled by the giant's royal family. It really is ancient, but it doesn't seem to match. Alger, who had guessed at something, suddenly recalled the description about the second epic in the hidden chapter of the Book of Storms. The second epic was also known as humanity's dark epic. At the time, the sky, ocean, and land were ruled over by dragons, giants, elves, mutants, devils, phoenixes, demonic wolves, and dead spirits. But in the end, the Lord of Storms, eternal blazing sun, and the God of knowledge and wisdom led humanity into defeating the supernatural creatures and ushered in the beginning of the third epic, the glorious era, which was later known as Cataclysm. Giant King Ormer. Klein repeated the name in silence. In various legends and myths, it was a great existence on par with the deities. Even now, there were still some places that worshipped him. Even the most famous and most expensive grape wine in the Intis Republic was named after Ormer. It was said that the giant king particularly fancied grape wine, which was like blood. Considering the fact that the Church of the God of Combat is in control of the complete pathway of the warrior, which once belonged to the giants, can I assume that Ormer was the ancient god of combat? Klein guessed. He nodded deliberately but didn't think any further about it. He then asked calmly, "Do you still offer sacrifices to this omnipotent God?" "Yes, we still do. But since the day we were abandoned, we have never gotten any response." Derek's voice had a hint of unconcealed pain. Klein leaned against the back of his chair leisurely. He half closed his eyes and said, "Describe the process of your offering ritual in detail." Does Mr. Fool want to figure out the truth behind the City of Silver's abandonment? Or does he want to determine if the creator still exists? Alger suddenly felt a shock through his body and he quivered. Not only was he afraid, but he was also excited too. This was because he felt he was being made privy to the secrets between deities. That made him feel like he had been elevated to a whole new level. I've been chasing after power, after strength. Didn't I do it to achieve this kind of feeling? Alger leaned back, lifted his chin, and got carried away with his thoughts. Mr. Hanged Man's mental state doesn't seem to be normal. Audrey looked at him with pity. She finally understood that there might be some sort of shocking secret behind the communication between Mr. Fool and the sun, which led to the Hanged Man's loss of composure. After the Kalango's commission is over, I'll pay the price to get information about what Mr. Hangman learned today. I wonder if he would be willing to. Audrey thought in anticipation, yet was still a little worried. Derek didn't notice the weight that was hanging on his answer as he replied frankly. We build opulent altars covered in the Lord's symbol. Every time we receive a bumper black-faced grass harvest, we hold a sacrificial ritual. We use the monsters we capture in the depths of the darkness to use as sacrificial offerings. After we recite God's honorable title and the necessary prayers, we dance for him and then kill the monsters, to let their spirituality and tainted blood dye the entire altar. If we haven't caught any monsters, then we use a sinner on the lowest floor in the City of Silver prison instead. Then we turn the very first batch of black-faced grass into food and serve it before the Lord. In the end, we sing praises in unison and end the ritual. Since I was planning to offer a sacrifice to myself, I'm not picky about time, and the altar can be as simple as possible. The most important part would be to open a channel with the aid of the monster's spirituality or the blood containing beyonder powers to complete the sacrifice offering. Of course, this is under the premise that one will receive a response. How extravagant! Klein used his mysticism knowledge to analyze every step of the sacrificial ritual in the City of Silver before finally saying, "What are the corresponding prayers? What language do you recite them in?" Derek was also looking forward to this, so as to gain hints from Mr. Fool on how to shake off the curse. So he recalled it carefully and answered, "We use Jotun, which is also our common language. The corresponding prayers are, your devoted believers pray for your attention. We pray for you to take their offerings. We pray for you to open the gates to your kingdom." Klein listened in silence and intentionally let the engulfing fog slowly swirl around him. He nodded as though deep in thought and remained silent. As for what he learned from it, he obviously wouldn't share it. Alger found it very normal. How could the secrets of a deity be revealed directly to a mortal? Derek also steeled his resolve to quickly grow in power, so that he could obtain something that could garner Mr. Fool's interest in exchange for his guidance. After some more communication, Klein ended the gathering. He watched Justice's, the Hanged Man's, and the sun's figures vanish before him. He looked down and saw the boundless gray fog and crimson stars that seemed eternally immutable. However, after he advanced to sequence 8, he realized that he could connect even more stars. In other words, he could pull in more members. At least 2. Klein nodded indiscernibly. He wasn't in a hurry to add new members. He planned to act as he had before. He would first wait and observe. If Justice and the Hanged Man had any recommendations, he could assess them first. What I saw the last few times was when the sun was praying. There was a clear crystal ball before him, but ever since I pulled him into the world above the gray fog, that crystal ball has never appeared again. Does the prerequisite needed to pull people in through the connection of the Crimson Star have something to do with having a special item around them? Or does every Crimson Star correspond to an item in reality, which, when it's connected successfully, it would return to the world above the gray fog? I wonder if Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man were the same. Let's just assume that's the case. In that case, if people without this special item were to recite, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck," and allow me to hear their prayers, would I be able to pull them in? I can give it a try in the future. Klein didn't stay any longer. He wrapped himself with spirituality and stimulated a descent, leaving behind the lofty palace, the ancient table, and the 22 high-back chairs which sat immutably above the gray fog. He had mastered the overflowing power of the clown potion and eliminated the corresponding negative effects. Therefore, he wanted to try the ritual to summon himself. I wonder what I'll conjure this time, Klein thought in anticipation and fear as he fell through the mad ravings. Klein didn't hurry to dispel the wall of spirituality when he returned to his room. Instead, he expertly took out a candle infused with sandalwood and placed it in the middle of his desk. He then followed the steps for the ritual, lighting up the candle with his spirituality and scattering essences, extract, and herb powder herbs symbolizing good luck and mystery. He saw the flame alternate between being dull and bright as he took in the fragrance of peace and harmony. Klein took 2 steps back and looked at the candle on the table. He then shouted in the language of the giants, "I!" After a pause, he switched to Hermes. "I summon in my name, the fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." At that moment, the flickering flame fused itself with the harmonious scent to form an illusory vortex, a vortex that manically absorbed the spirituality. After Klein finished reciting the incantations, the vortex stabilized to become a palm-sized circle of grayish-white fog. After observing the fog, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise without hesitation. He returned to the world above the fog, and as he expected, he saw ripples of light spreading from his high-back chair, accentuating the mysterious aura of the weird symbol, the pupilless eye and partially contorted lines on his chair. He took in a deep breath and calmed his soul down using cogitation before extending his hand toward the target. At that moment, he heard the incantations that he had just recited. He saw the surging spirituality and the rippling light fuse to form an illusory door. Compared to the previous time, the door was now completely formed and was etched full of mysterious patterns. The patterns were the same as the symbol on the back of the fool's chair, a symbol made up of the pupilless eye and the partially contorted lines. As he looked at the door, Klein focused his mind and willed the door open. Without warning, ripples formed in the eternally immutable grayish-white fog and the majestic palace, like a stone being cast in a peaceful pond. The ripple spread in the direction of the door of summoning. The sound of heavy scraping sound caused by friction could suddenly be heard. A slit appeared in the heavy, mysterious door. Beyond it, one could faintly see an immensely dark world, filled with countless indescribable transparent figures. There were also streaks of different colors, lustrous splendor that harbored infinite knowledge. At that moment, Klein felt an unimaginable, irresistible attractive force coming from beyond the door. He couldn't help but get pulled towards it. "Damn, are you not giving me the choice?" Just as he had that alarming thought, his body went through the slit and vanished into the darkness behind the door. The dizzying, maniacal roars gradually died down. Klein finally came to his senses. He saw a young man in front of him. The man was wearing an old shirt, had black hair, brown eyes, and average-looking facial features. The man had an average build, was a little skinny, but his frame seemed to hide considerable power. He also had the obvious demeanor of a scholar. "Isn't that me?" Klein wasn't a stranger to scenes like this. He encountered something like this every time he looked in the mirror. He nodded indiscernibly and surveyed his surroundings. He saw his bed with a white bedsheet draped over it. He saw his half-top hat, tuxedo, and black windbreaker hanging on his clothes rack. He saw a bookshelf with quite a number of books, his neat table that only had one candle on it. He saw the candle flame emitting a grayish-white glow. And now, he was floating in front of the palm-sized circle of grayish-white fog. So, have I really summoned myself? It feels a little like an out-of-body experience. But there's also something a little different. Klein looked at the physical body belonging to him, toward his blank, vacant eyes and slipped into deep thought. But he could finally confirm one thing. It was only his soul, also known as his spirit body in mysticism, that headed to the world of fog. The exterior appearance was that of the astral projection. It's no wonder that I can directly see the astral projection surface of justice, the hanged man, and the sun and confirm whether they were beyonders or not when I was in the world above the fog. I could also guess their sequence numbers. My physical body seems to be under some form of protection, perhaps from the power of the ritual, for me to stand with such stability and not lose my balance. It should be the same for Miss Justice and the others. Klein slowly got used to the current situation and started to analyze the conditions of both his physical body and soul. He retracted his gaze and tried to move his soul, now fused with powers from the mysterious space. Whoosh! A cold wind started to blow as it spiraled around the room. Klein savored the sensation of flying, joyfully making circles in the room. I can also take on the role of a messenger in this city now. I wonder if I can carry physical items with me. He collected himself and stopped. He floated in the air and experimented with his other abilities. He tried to grab a notebook from his bookshelf, but his hand passed through it. It feels a little sticky. It's not like moving through air. I might be able to grab it after I become more powerful and able to better utilize the mysterious powers of the world above the gray fog. Klein once again tried grabbing a single piece of paper, but to no avail. After more than 10 seconds of deliberation, he flew toward the clothes rack and extended his transparent hand into the pocket of his black windbreaker. He touched the slumber charms and the requiem charms that he replenished from a successful claim. They were objects infused with his own spirituality, different from ordinary objects in supernatural terms. Thus, Klein wanted to see if he could carry them about. His palm once again went through the charms, but he could clearly feel their existence. He felt the intertwining of spirituality, but he didn't have enough strength to pick them up. Of course, another explanation was that there wasn't enough spirituality within the charms to achieve a strong resonance with his current state. The spirituality isn't strong enough, Klein thought as he moved towards the other pocket. That pocket stored the flaring sun charms that he made with the stolen power of the divine blood and his own spirituality. A warm sensation quickly spread all over his body, making his form turn more stable and his thoughts clearer. He could take the thin gold piece out of his pocket. In the mirror in his room, the charm seemed to float out of the pocket on its own accord, similar to the descriptions in ghost stories. I can move flaring sun charms. I can also create sound using my spirituality, so I do have certain abilities in this state. Klein flew toward the mirror and stopped in front of it. He saw that only the thin gold piece was reflected. Other than that, it was only the furniture and darkness in the room caused by the drawn curtains. After a few seconds of consideration, he placed the flaring sun charm onto the bed before returning to the front of the mirror. He wanted to see if he could move through the mirror. His vision turned dark. Klein's vantage point suddenly changed. He saw the room that was reflected in the mirror, the furniture that was accentuated by the weak sources of light. It made him feel as though he was hiding in an obscure corner, peeping into a tiny portion of the room. I really can go through the mirror. But this is only an ordinary item which doesn't lead to some mysterious and strange world. Klein nodded and charged forward, once again returning to his room. The success of carrying the flaring sun charm gave him immense confidence. Hence, he attempted grabbing something else. Mr. Azek's copper whistle. The moment he touched the ancient and intricate object, he felt his spirituality expanding and freezing. His illusory eyes turned into dark, burning flames. It feels like I have gotten a little more powerful. My form is like a wraith's but without the strong sense of vengeance. Klein projected his current appearance by calming his mind. This was one of the abilities of a clown. Mr. Azek's copper whistle is truly fascinating. He nodded, noticing that he could now pick up pieces of paper with certain weights. He could also pick up his slumber charms. How unfortunate. I can carry the silver ritual dagger, but the revolver is too heavy. Klein concluded his experiments and turned to see if he could use any spells in this state. After serious tests, he concluded that he could conjure 2 spells. The first being a formless howl could shake the souls of his target, and the second was inducing a state akin to freezing via contact with a target. Klein came to a satisfied stop. He looked out the oriel window, towards the sunlight, and street covered by the curtain. I wonder if I can move about during the day in this state, he muttered as he floated towards the window. He then carefully lifted the curtain, creating a slit and allowing a small amount of sunlight to pass through the wall of spirituality and into the room. Under the radiant sunlight, Klein felt his soul boil with a black fog. His powers were also being drained away bit by bit. He quickly released his grip, allowing the curtain to block the light. He can't. Klein thought for a moment, then placed his gaze on the flaring sun charm on the bed. I wonder if the effect would be the same if I'm augmented with the divine blood of the eternal blazing sun? He floated toward the bed and tried to grab the thin piece of gold. But just as he touched the charm, the warm, pure feeling formed a stark contrast with his burgeoning cold spirituality. It was like an existential conflict between fire and water. Sizzle. He tossed the piece of gold away as if he had been burned. The power of Mr. Azek's copper whistle cannot inhabit my soul at the same time as the flaring sun charm. Klein understood as he set the copper whistle down. He felt his spirituality shrink, and the black flames in his eyes extinguished. In this state, both the spells I can use have been weakened. After another round of experimentation, Klein grabbed the flaring sun charm, once again feeling the stabilizing and warm purifying effects the charm had on his spirit body. He returned to the window and cautiously moved through the curtain. The sunlight only felt warm on his body, but it didn't inflict any harm. Not bad. Klein let out a mixed smile. He made his way past the wall of spirituality and cautiously flew out of the house with the intention of conducting more experiments. The weather in Tianjin turned from refreshing cool to a bitingly chill in early September. However, the sunlight at 3 or 4 in the afternoon was still warm and soothing. Klein went through the wall of spirituality and the oriel window. He floated in the air outside of his bedroom as he overlooked the people and carriages shuttling to and fro Daffodil Street. Just then, there was a man in a gray labor uniform who suddenly lifted his head and looked over. Klein panicked and wanted to hide, but he couldn't find any suitable cover. When he didn't see anything to hide behind, he started to sneak back into his house. However, from the corner of his eye, he saw the man earlier merely glanced over the window. Then, his gaze followed a flying sparrow, but unfortunately, he lost sight of it. In Tianjin, birds could occasionally be seen. Phew, I forgot that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to see me. Klein let out a breath of relief and felt that he had yet to get used to the situation. As he grew more confident, he flew lower and went to a nearby spacious street where he floated above people's heads. As he drew closer, Klein immediately realized that his vision was the same as his spirit vision. There was no need for him to activate it, but there was a restriction to its range. Also, besides the aura and emotional colors, he could faintly feel the existence of everyone's soul. They were blurry, illusory, and transparent. In this state, I think I could bypass a person's body and directly attack their soul. Klein nodded thoughtfully. He circled around and prepared to test his fastest speed. Hence, he flew towards Iron Cross Street with all his strength. It didn't take long before he came to a halt and arrived outside the apartment he used to stay in. It should be about the speed of a car on the highway. It's a pity that I still can't go in and out of the spirit world. Otherwise, it'd be perfect, but if I were to be lost in the spirit world, it's said that the consequences are very severe. Just as Klein finished his self-evaluation, he felt low-spirited and gloomy. There was an unspoken pressure. He looked around and felt that Iron Cross Street was engulfed with gloominess that ordinary people could see, a darkness that the sunlight couldn't dispel. There were layers of numbness, despair, pain, and other emotions overlapping, as though they were corporeal. It feels just like what I experienced when using spiritual perception on this street when I first became a seer. Iron Cross Street's middle street and lower street hasn't changed to this day. I wonder how many years it took to accumulate such oppression and gloominess. Klein recalled the past and sighed as he flew up to the 3rd floor of the surrounding buildings. He finally felt sunlight and shook off his depression. Klein flew along Lower Street and, from time to time, he would see residents who were dressed in tattered clothes, looking expressionless and malnourished. He even ran into 2 bodies that had died of natural causes, prolonged starvation and malnutrition with a sudden infliction of an illness. There were countless people who died in agony every month. However, the bankrupt farmers and slaves that surged in from the southern continent replaced them very quickly. Klein sighed in silence and changed direction and flew south. That was the industrial area of Tianjin. The steelworks, lead factories, ceramic factories, printing factories, metalworks factories, machine construction factories, and other factories all built right next to one another. As he flew, Klein saw towering chimneys. He saw dust filling the air and a thick gloominess that was only slightly better than that of Lower Street. It was crowded with emotions of exhaustion, pain, pessimism, and numbness. Laborers who were in their 30s were considered the minority. Just as Klein wanted to fly lower to look at the area more closely, he suddenly felt weak. It was a weakness that came from inside him. My spirituality can't withstand the duress. Klein became alarmed. He was in a hurry to return home, but he suddenly thought of a better possibility. I was summoned out. If I were to end the summon, I would return naturally. He calmed down and carefully felt the surrounding environment and his status. Unsurprisingly, he discovered something that was connected to him from infinitely far away but also infinitely close to him. It formed an intricate tether to him. Through this connection, Klein clenched the flaring sun charm tightly and willed the strong desire to end the summoning. A massive and terrifying suction force overwhelmed him as his figure went from transparent to nearly invisible, and in a flash he vanished from the corporeal world. Silence was everywhere in the boundless gray fog, and there were illusory crimson stars that twinkled. Klein reappeared in the lofty palace that looked like the home of a giant, as he sat in the seat of honor at the ancient bronze table. The entire procedure went well. Furthermore, Klein looked at his spirit body in pleasant surprise and saw that it contained a warm and pure gold portion. The flaring sun charm. I actually brought something corporeal into the world above the gray fog. He held the charm with a smile and fiddled with it to make sure it wasn't an illusory item. Klein stood up and paced back and forth, feeling completely gratified. He thought to himself in anticipation. As expected, ingredients and items can be brought into this mysterious space. I just need to find the correct way. However, this method is quite complicated. It needs me to do quite a bit before it reaches the destination. Furthermore, if I were to be summoned by the members all the time, it would damage the fool's image. I can only do that occasionally, or after I understand it more. I can design an incantation that summons the fool's adorer, but it will similarly be directed at me. I'm not some born laborer. Why must the incantation point towards me? When the time comes, I can conjure what seems like a messenger or a more unique adorer, and let it deal with the dispatch and collection of materials. Ideas popped up one after another as Klein contemplated. But due to the limitation of his capabilities and knowledge, he couldn't put them into practice just yet. As he became even weaker, Klein didn't dare to stay any longer. He used his spirituality to envelop himself and simulate the feeling of descending. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his bedroom. He saw splendid sunlight pouring in through the gap in his curtains. He examined his body and made sure that the flaring sun charm wasn't brought back but left above the gray fog. When I've gotten enough rest, I'll repeat the summoning ritual at dawn to bring the flaring sun charm back to reality. It would be great if I could maintain the state a little longer. That way I would be able to investigate the houses with red chimneys. It's such a pity that I can't do it yet. I could only fly long enough to investigate a few houses before having to return above the gray fog and rest for half a day. The efficiency would be just as low. Klein walked before his desk and put out the silent burning candle. After he packed his things, he didn't remove the wall of spirituality immediately. Instead, he sat down and took out a pen and paper to write a letter. A letter to Mr. Azek. After he wrote the salutation of "Dear Sir," he pondered for a few minutes before penning. I recently received news that one of the 7 pirate admirals, Rear Admiral Hurricane, Kalangos, has infiltrated Backland. He carries a mystical item called the Creeping Hunger. It provides an ability similar to a shepherd, which is a sequence 5 beyonder that swallows different souls and obtains their corresponding powers. It's said that there is a limit to the number of souls that one can let out to graze, but the souls can be swapped out. Kalangos seems to have many beyonder powers, and I'm not sure what he's trying to do in Backland. The news I received suggested that he might be after a very important, very mystical item that could make Kalangos a high-sequence beyonder or as powerful as a high-sequence beyonder. Klein fabricated his source of information to generally describe the situation with Kalangos, but it wasn't like Mr. Azek would look for a Nighthawk captain to confirm it. Klein didn't directly request assistance but made it seem like he brought up the subject casually to encourage Azek to be careful. Regardless of whether Mr. Azek was willing to help, it wouldn't hurt to first lay the foundations. If Klein eventually needed to ask for help, it wouldn't appear out of the blue that way. Klein let out a breath slowly and started writing the main content of the letter. The mastermind behind all that has happened hasn't taken any further action, and I still haven't found any related clues. The reason why I'm contacting you so suddenly is mainly to ask for your guidance regarding sacrificial rituals. I came across something like that during a recent mission. With the son's description and Mr. Azek's answer to compare, I should be able to try a sacrificial ritual after that. By reversing the ritual, I should be able to bestow items. This would be a more suitable ritual for exchanging ingredients and items rather than summoning myself. Yes. Let's hope that Mr. Azek remembers the knowledge about this. Klein nodded slightly. He put down his pen without signing his name. There's only one copper whistle, so I'm sure Mr. Azek wouldn't make a mistake with the sender. Therefore, to be careful, Klein didn't leave his name. After he folded the letter, he looked at his 3-meter-tall ceiling. He picked up the copper whistle from the bed a little hesitantly. Perfect. Let it squat and get the letter. Klein emphasized inwardly before lifting his right hand and putting the copper whistle to his lips. He puffed up his cheeks and blew hard. The whistle didn't produce a sound, but Klein's acute senses noticed that the surroundings had instantly turned cold. He activated his spirit vision and saw that there were blurry yet glistening white bones surging out of his study desk like a fountain as it rose in height. The white bones quickly gathered together and turned into an illusory yet huge monster. Its head tore through the wall of spirituality and reached somewhere unknown. Klein looked at the white skeleton's thighs and body, as well as its arm that hung down. Seeing its right palm open up, the corner of Klein's lips twitched as he tossed over the folded letter. The large bony palm did a sweep and caught the letter firmly. Then, Klein picked up his copper whistle and blew again without hesitation. The monster crumbled in an instant, transforming into bones that fell onto his desk before sinking in and vanishing. After doing all of that, Klein removed the wall of spirituality. In the sudden wind that stirred, he hobbled towards the clothes rack and returned the copper whistle to its original place. Then, he quickly walked to his bed and planted his head into it. The moment his body touched the soft mattress, he fell into a deep sleep. After dinner, Klein engaged in small talk before reclining on the sofa. He picked up the recently delivered Awa Evening News and started leisurely reading. Benson wore a bitter expression as he sat opposite his sister. In front of him was the dining table which had been wiped clean by Bella. On it was grammar books, classic literature, accountancy notes, and other materials. In front of Melissa were her notes and stationery, including but not limited to pens, paper, rulers, compasses, etc. It's like I've been taken some 10 years back. Back then, I was still a student at the church's Sunday school, Benson complained, but he continued to study with his head down. That's not too bad. This scene makes me feel the achievement of being a parent. Klein smiled and said, knowledge can change one's destiny, and diligence will result in glory. I made up the latter half of that saying. I wonder if Roselle has said that before. He lampooned in his heart. The room quickly became quiet except for the sound of pens scratching across pages or of books being flipped. Bella had finished doing the dishes and tidied up the kitchen before returning to her room on the first floor, a small room that was formerly the guest room. Klein sipped on his black tea as he read the newspaper, occasionally engaging in small talk with his siblings. It was relaxing. Suddenly, The gas lamps in the living room and dining room turned dark at the same time as if they had run out of fuel. Benson and Melissa looked up towards the lamps, in an attempt to figure out the cause. Klein also looked towards the lamps. At this moment he felt something touch his arm. He was the only living person in the living room, but something had touched his arm. His hair stood on end. Klein retracted his arm and turned to look over. He saw 5 thin, pale fingers growing on the tip of a tongue. Underneath them was an irregular row of sharp teeth. Klein instinctively reached for his pockets. Within them were the requiem charms and slumber charms. But he caught a glimpse of a neatly folded piece of paper in the finger's grasp. A letter. A messenger. Klein heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, the 5 pale fingers prodded his arm again. Klein saw Melissa about to stand up and check on the gas lamp. He reached out with his left hand and grabbed the letter. Then he quickly retracted his arm and hid the letter under the stack of newspapers on the table. He then saw the fingers, tongue, and the irregular row of sharp teeth fade away and disappear from the corner of his eyes. With a thought, Klein tapped his left molar and silently activated his spirit vision. He once again saw the 5 abnormally thin fingers. He saw the long red tongue adorned with sharp, white teeth. He saw them retracting back into the transparent face on the ground. A second later, the face disappeared completely. The lights in the living room and dining room were restored back to normal. Strange, Melissa pouted, finding no faults with the lamps even after a serious check. Why is the lady in our house responsible for such things? While the men watch from the side. Klein shook his head and deactivated his spirit vision. When spirits were willing to be seen and had the corresponding abilities, even an ordinary person could spot them. What happened just now was an example. After discussing the problem with the gas lamps, the Moretti siblings became quiet once again. Benson and Melissa once again delved into the ocean of knowledge. Klein used the newspaper as a cover and unfolded the letter with one hand. He placed the paper between the newspapers and started reading the reply from Spirit Guide Daily. I have to emphasize again, I prefer the title of Spirit Medium. I'm going to give you a positive response regarding what you asked. Yes, mediumship rituals can also be used on living beings, not just living humans. But this is troublesome and poses some level of danger. The souls left behind by the dead are pure. They have few impurities or chaotic thoughts. We can communicate with them, asking them questions and receiving answers without any barriers. Of course, you can use the method of dream divination to directly receive images from them. But that cannot be replicated with living humans. The subject still has a will and would fight against unprotected communication between souls. Klein's lips twitched when he read the letter. He confirmed that it was Daly herself who wrote this letter. Unprotected communication. That really is the way she speaks. Klein returned to the letter after taking a quick glance at his siblings. We only have 2 methods when faced with such a situation. First, we can use our powerful spirituality and sophisticated mediumship rituals to triumph over the will of the other person, engaging in a barbaric method of communication. Second, we can use medication to make the other party relax. What I use the most are the Amantha essence and Eye of the Spirit medication. Heh, I'm sure that you still have a lingering impression of those. After reaching the stage of channeling the soul, you must take note that you're also in a spiritual state, unlike when you're communicating with the souls left behind by the dead. In simpler terms, your spirituality is entering the spirituality world of the other party. Take note, a professional spirit medium wouldn't lack the means of protecting themselves under such a state. But you cannot do that. You would not be able to learn or use the techniques that I know of even if I explained them to you. So you have to maintain a certain level of lucidity and rational thought. Only through this method can you fight back against the torrents of the other party's random and chaotic thoughts before arriving before his spirit and establishing communication. At this point, you'll be communicating at the level of the body of heart and mind. At this stage, you have 2 options. One is to use a technique to forcefully read the memories of the other party, but you have to be very careful, for you cannot be sure if the things you're reading are the things that you want to know. If you indiscriminately receive a large amount of memories from a person, it's very likely that your soul would collapse. Furthermore, it will cause severe damage to your target soul, sometimes even destroying them completely. Unless you're a professional spirit medium, I do not suggest using this method. The second option is to gently communicate with the other party's body of heart and mind. No matter how you entered, whether it be through violence or medication, the target will definitely be in a groggy state. They would generally not be able to lie, just like you couldn't. No, you cannot recall what happened to you, although I know you've definitely forgotten about it. Sorry, Madam Daly. I was very awake back then. Klein chortled inwardly as he lowered his gaze and read the rest of the letter. Such communication can allow you to obtain real answers, but they won't necessarily all be the truth. You should understand what I mean. As long as you read the news, you must have heard Emperor Roselle's famous quote. I don't remember the actual quote, but the essence of the quote is that what one says shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. In short, a spirit might not remember everything because a lot of memories are in one's subconscious or collectively be in the subconscious. Oh, I shouldn't mention that. Dunn calls it the evil theories of the psychology alchemists. Thus, you must be able to guide the soul and be good at designing your questions. Do you understand? The corresponding techniques include. These are all under normal circumstances. What should we pay attention to when we're trying to communicate with the soul of a beyonder who has gone insane? It's the same. Maintaining your lucidity. You must not fall into a daze at all. This is because a beyonder's spirituality is very potent and their spirit is filled with chaotic thoughts. Let me give an example. An ordinary person's consciousness is an island. The subconscious is the portion of the sea beneath the island. The collective subconscious is the surrounding sea. The sky belongs to the spirit world. As for a beyonder, his island might have a controllable active volcano. A lunatic's island might have a volcano that can erupt at any time. It would quake the foundations and pollute the sea. When you come into unprotected contact with the spirit of an insane person, his chaotic thoughts might infect you, just like how polluted water in the sea would flow outward, spreading further. Yes, channeling his spirit under such conditions is like linking your sea to his. Thus, you need to pay close attention to this pollution. A few examples are when a spirit medium is careless when doing similar things and didn't use any protection. After that, they can develop mental problems similar to that of the target. Under normal circumstances, mental diseases are not contagious. But in the domain of mysticism, in the world of channeling spirits, they can indeed be contagious. Maintaining your lucidity and not being affected by the chaotic thoughts of the target are things that you must pay attention to. Following those would be the guided questions, which can be used to effectively communicate with an insane person. If you wish to try this, I suggest applying a sedative agent before doing so. The corresponding formula is available behind Tingen City's Chinese Gate. There's also the formulated product. It can be effective in helping you maintain rational thought during the process. Of course, you can also get Dunn to apply for help from the Backland Diocese. I'm very willing to see the spirituality state of an insane sequence 7 psychiatrist. Lucidity and rational thought. That's my expertise. I maintained lucidity and rational thought even when my soul was being channeled. Of course, I'm not someone who lets confidence get to my head. I'll still apply for the sedative agent, a mantha extract, and eye of the spirit medication. Klein heaved a sigh of relief, a little eager to make the attempt. He put down his newspaper and stood up. He then entered the bathroom and ignited the letter with his spirituality before tossing the ashes into the toilet bowl and flushing them. That night, Klein once again tried the ritual for summoning himself and brought the flaring sun charm back to the physical world and into his room. He also didn't receive Mr. Azek's letter even though he had expected a swift reply. Perhaps he needed some time to recall the knowledge. Or perhaps, he's not free to give a reply for now. Or perhaps he's worried that he would interrupt my sleep. Klein dispelled the wall of spirituality as he speculated. He made his way to the bed. The following day, Tuesday morning, Klein entered the Blackthorn Security Company and knocked on the door to the captain's office as usual. "Please come in," Dunn Smith said with a mellow and pleasant voice. Klein turned the doorknob and pushed open the door to see the captain having his breakfast. In his right hand was a cup of coffee emitting a rich aroma. On the plate in front of him there was white bread toast and bacon. Dunn placed the remaining sandwich toast with butter into his mouth and ate it. He then silently pointed to the chair opposite his desk. Klein didn't disturb his captain from enjoying his breakfast. With a smile, he sat down as he waited patiently. Dunn saw that he was in no hurry, so he relaxed back into his chair, picked up his coffee to take a sip, and swallowed the food in his mouth. He took a napkin, wiped the corners of his lips and said, "What's the matter?" Klein nodded seriously and said, "I've met Daxter Guderian, the doctor at the asylum and also member of the Psychology Alchemists." As he spoke, he caught a glimpse of the magazine that was spread open before the captain. "Did he provide any news?" Dunn asked, crossing his arms. Klein simply described, "He told me that before Hood Eugen went crazy, there was someone who visited him quite frequently. That person's name is Lenevis." "Lenevis?" Dunn massaged his temples. "I seem to have heard of it before." "He's the cheat who swindled at least 10,000 pounds, Klein reminded him. Dunn thought for a while with a serious look on his face. He then shook his head to show that he had no memory of it. "Captain, you're not sensitive at all when it comes to money." Klein lampooned and told him the related story about Lenevis by highlighting the main points. The cheat falsely claimed that he had prospected and purchased an iron mine with rich deposits of iron ore. He raised funds from private individuals in Tingen and swindled more than 10,000 pounds. Someone I know from the divination club suffered a loss from this. In addition, a young woman was swindled into an engagement with him and is now pregnant with his child. "He visited Hood Eugen multiple times before he went crazy," Dunn said in thought. "Sequence 8 Beyonder, Swindler? The Marauder Pathway. Captain, your memory is actually good when it comes to this kind of thing." Klein found it funny as he reflected over it. He nodded faintly and said, "That was my guess as well. Because the steelworks company that Lenevis set up was in the south and the victims were of several different beliefs, the case wasn't passed to us in the end. Even if there had been evidence of Beyonder involvement in the case, it would have been passed over to the mandated punishers." Dunn finally understood the ins and outs of the story. He looked at Klein with his deep gray eyes and said, "What do you want to do?" "Cough, Captain. Can you please not be so sensitive?" Klein replied with a mask of solemnity. "I want to talk to Hood Eugen via a mediumship ritual and figure out why Lenevis came looking for him. I want to know if that visit is directly related to him going insane." Dunn nodded slightly and said, "Even if you hadn't applied to do it, I would have had a similar experiment done when we were certain that Hood Eugen is crazy. However, Daly told me that it's quite risky. Are you confident? I can ask for assistance from the Backlund Diocese. It shouldn't be a problem to delay it for a few days." Klein's main motivation to become a Beyonder was to study mysticism and find a way home. As it was a chance for practical exercise and he was confident enough, he was naturally unwilling to give it up. "Captain, I've mastered knowledge on the subject. I'm confident about this. Of course, I'll require certain ingredients, such as the amantha extract, eye of the spirit medicine, and sedative agent." "Sedative agent?" Dunn ruminated over the name and confirmed Klein's professionalism. He remembered Daly mentioned that it was a liquid medicine that was rarely used yet was very efficient in mediumship. Dunn Smith pondered for nearly 20 seconds and leaned back into his chair. He said, "Go ahead and fill out a request form. Then, collect what you need from behind Cheney's gate. I'm not sure if there are any finished goods. If there aren't any, pick up the ingredients you need and concoct the medicine accordingly." "All right," Klein replied happily. He didn't get up but sat firmly in his chair. Dunn massaged his temples. He thought carefully and said, "It happens to be my turn to monitor the asylum this evening. We can't visit Hood Eugen directly. No one knows if there are members of the Psychology Alchemists disguised as doctors, nurses, janitors, or patients in the asylum. No one knows if the Psychology Alchemists are monitoring Hood Organ either. Any action we take must be secret. We can't expose that Daxter Guderian has become our informant." We'll go at dawn by sneaking in secretly. Yes. I'll keep guard while you perform the ritual to prevent any accidents from happening. That'd be best. If Hood Eugen is just pretending to be crazy, while I use a mediumship ritual on him, it would be like I barged into the zoo and danced before a tiger. Klein relaxed and said sincerely, "Yes, Captain." He stood up and walked towards the door. Just then, the corner of his eyes noticed the title of the magazine article the captain was reading. Donningsman tree sap in the southern continent's rainforests has had a significant effect on boosting hair growth. Klein retracted his gaze, opened the door, and exited the captain's office. Suddenly, there was a playful thought that flashed through his mind. Actually, a Beyonder doesn't need to go through such trouble. If old Neil was still around, he could design a ritualistic magic for hair regrowth. Then, he would pray for the goddess's assistance. Whether one would be covered with hair and become a curly-haired baboon, that's another story. What would the goddess's response be? If it were me, I would definitely curse. Motherfucker. That thought suddenly tainted Klein's happiness with sadness. But there was also a hint of hilarity in the sadness. He entered the clerk's office and sat before the Ackerson Model 1346 typewriter and finished typing his application. After Dunn Smith stamped and signed the application, he took it down to the basement and walked along the tunnel that was lit up with gas lamps, towards Cheney's Gate. Only at that moment did Klein realize something. It would be the first time that he was going beyond the mysterious gate. I wonder what it looks like. He quickened his pace with anticipation and came before the twin doors of the Black Gate. He first passed his request to Sikatron, who was on duty that day for registration purposes. Then, Klein took back the document that now had her signature as well. He knocked on Cheney's Gate and sensed how empty and distant the echo was. He didn't hear any footsteps, but within half a minute, the gate with 7 dark sacred emblems opened with a creak. Cheney's Gate opened up to allow a single person's passage before coming to a stop. Klein then walked in with the help of the gas lamps on both sides of the corridor. Behind the gate, there was an elderly man with obvious wrinkles and thinning hair. He was wearing a classic black robe and holding a barn lantern. The dim candlelight shone through the glass, illuminating the elderly man's expressionless face, which was a mixture of light and darkness. His light blue eyes were like ice that had been frozen for 1,000 years. "Document," he said with his husky voice. Klein had seen the elderly man before because at dusk every day, he would come out from behind Cheney's Gate with his partners. They would pass by the duty room and take the hallway leading to St. Selena Cathedral. They were Nighthawks who had aged and volunteered to keep guard inside. According to Klein's understanding, there were 5 of them who were keeping watch. "This is my application." He passed the document in his hands to the elderly man before him. The guard with light blue eyes raised the barn lantern and looked through the request carefully. After he made sure that there were no mistakes, he moved aside and let Klein pass. Klein passed through Cheney's Gate slowly. He had yet to take a good look around when he felt an indescribably chill. It wasn't the cold of winter, but a chill that would make a human's spirituality shiver. Klein lifted his gaze and looked afar. He saw candlesticks appearing on the wall in succession, and there were silver candles with carvings on them. The flames gave out a blue luster, without any flickering. Creak. The guard closed Cheney's Gate, and the surroundings became extremely quiet. There was a broad walkway before Klein, a walkway paved with ancient stone slabs. On both sides of the walkway were stone doors labeled ingredients, medicine, information, and so on. At the end of the walkway, there was a flight of stairs that connected to the lower floors. It extended into the dark as though it was connected to the abyss. It should be connected to different sealed locations that have sealed artifacts. I heard that there are a few floors. I wonder which floor contains St. Selena's ashes. Klein adapted to the brightness behind the gate and suddenly felt that there was something shapeless scraping against his skin. They were in strips, and every one of them chilled him to the bones. He shivered, and he couldn't help but activate his spirit vision. Then, he looked at the entire area behind Cheney's Gate. It was filled with fine black lines. They were swaying lightly, occasionally clustered together, occasionally extended. They were tightly knitted without any gaps. This, this is the sealing power behind Cheney's gate? Klein nodded indiscernibly. He reined in his thoughts and followed the guard. They went through a heavy stone door labeled medicine room. Very soon he found the amantha extract, the eye of the spirit medicine, and the sedative agent by following the alphabet labels. He had seen the first two before, but it was his first time picking up the latter one. He saw that a blue fluid rippled in the translucent glass bottle. For some reason, looking at the fluid made him feel as though he had entered a mother's embrace. On the bottle there was a label. It showed the manufacturing date and the expiration date, which was still some time away. Luckily, it can still be used. Klein took the 3 tiny bottles of medicine and walked back to Cheney's gate with the guard keeping him company. He shook off the feeling of coldness that reached the deepest corner of his soul and the creepy experience of being swept by the black lines. When Cheney's gate closed, he couldn't help but look back. He mumbled to himself, "Staying in there for a long time would affect both the body and soul, right? It's no wonder the guards have to volunteer." Around dawn, Klein used a special technique to lock his bedroom. He pushed open his oriel window and jumped down. The 2-story height posed no danger to the present him. He landed steadily without faltering at all. The Nighthawk's carriage was already parked opposite, waiting for him. Without any exchange, Klein quickly arrived at Tingen Asylum in the North Borough. Following the captain's instructions, he took a detour to one of the corners without a street lamp where he saw the waiting Dunn Smith. "Let's go in." Dunn nodded faintly. "I've made sure that there's no one around." "All right." Klein quickly got closer. As a clown, entering an asylum, it keeps reminding me of a famous saying. "It's like returning home one," he mused to himself. He followed Dunn closely. With the aid of the wall's bumpy surface, they somersaulted into the asylum quickly and agilely with outstanding balance. Dunn turned around and looked. He nodded slightly to give his approval. The two of them crouched and silently moved through the hospital's small park and activity square. They then entered the 3-story building in the asylum and arrived at the top floor where Hood Eugen's room was. As Hood Eugen had the possibility of becoming violent now that he had gone insane, he had been assigned to a single room. Luckily, the monitoring Nighthawks hadn't wasted their efforts during the surveillance and had made a copy of the room key long ago. "Gotcha." The lock clicked lightly, and Dunn entered first. Klein projected his gaze past his figure and saw the person sitting on the bed. Hood Eugen's face was long and skinny. His eye sockets were deeply concave and his blonde hair was disheveled. He was looking at the metal-barred window with his grayish-blue eyes. He was looking at the crimson moon outside. Klein closed the door to the room and chuckled as he casually asked, "Why aren't you sleeping?" Dunn was taken aback and suddenly remembered that Klein was now a Sequence 8 clown. Hence, he remained silent and backed off to a corner of the room. Hood Eugen turned his head and looked at Klein. He chuckled foolishly and replied, "I'm waiting for my cake." "Waiting for cake?" That really wasn't an answer that I was expecting. Of course, if I was able to anticipate the answer of a mental patient, wouldn't that mean that I was almost there myself? The thought flashed through Klein's mind. He maintained his relaxed smile as if he was chatting with a friend. "Who's going to send you a cake?" Hood Eugen's expression fell instantly, his face long and depressed. "No, there's no cake. There's no cake. You stole my cake." His voice suddenly became shrill as he glared angrily at Klein. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he let out a shout and opened his mouth, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, following which he leaped from his mattress while salivating. He closed in on Klein with one step and extended his hands, attempting to grab onto Klein's shoulders. He wanted to drag Klein towards him and bite him. Despite the sudden attack, Klein reacted quickly despite appearing a little flustered. He instantly bent his knee and squatted. At the same time, he tilted his body to the side and raised his left arm. Oof! His shoulders slammed into Hood Eugen's abdomen, causing Hood's eyes to turn white and drool to drip from his mouth. But Hood Eugen didn't stop moving. He allowed the momentum to carry him down as he opened his arms in an attempt to pull Klein into a bear hug. Klein tilted his body to the side and rolled over, His movements were smooth as though he had practiced them hundreds of times. He pushed against the ground with his right hand and stood up with a somersault. He decided to go on the offensive and charged forward to restrain his opponent. But at that moment, Hyunjin only stood there blankly, his eyes losing focus, becoming vacant and lost. Klein froze for a moment. He turned his head towards the corner of the room, only to see Dunn Smith, wearing a black windbreaker and matching hat, with his hands clasped tightly together and looking down. The captain has dragged Hyunjin into a dream. Upon realizing this, he stopped his subsequent attack and took the opportunity to take out the silver ritual dagger that couldn't harm anyone. He used it to create a wall of spirituality which sealed the ward. Klein then took out 3 candles infused with mint and placed them on the window in a triangular formation. One candle signified the Evernight goddess, another the mother of the secrets, and the last represented himself. Soon after, he set up a simple altar and used his spirituality to ignite the candles. Just as he was about to warn the captain, Dunn raised his head and smiled. Hyunjin's dreams are a sea of chaos. There's no way to guide it. Just as he finished his sentence, a luster returned to Hyunjin's eyes. It was no longer vacant. Then, the insane psychiatrist moved his waist, letting out a comfortable yawn. Klein was momentarily at a loss, so he remained quiet. He picked up a metal bottle containing the amantha extract. He dripped the transparent liquid extracted from the night vanilla, slumber flower, and chamomile into the flames of the candle representing himself, allowing the serene aroma to spread around the room. Hyunjin's nervousness, anger, and relief completely vanished. He languidly sat down again on the edge of his bed and looked out at the crimson moon outside the window in a daze. His eyes once again lost their focus as peace was restored. Klein also felt the peace that came with the night. He set the amantha extract down and sat beside Hyunjin. He wanted to find something to break down Hood's last line of defense. Only with the removal of the last line of defense could he use the eye of the spirit medication to make Hyunjin's soul slip into a turbid state. After all, I'm not a professional spirit medium. He had already thought of an idea before coming. He fished out a set of tarot cards from his pocket. This set of cards only had the 22 major arcana, so it was easy to carry around. It was a weapon that Klein had successfully applied for. Each of the cards was lined with metal threads made from pure silver. Each of them was able to kill undead beings. Their patterns were complicated and gorgeous, making Klein feel like they were a collector's item and not used against enemies. Klein cut the deck with one hand and smiled at Hyunjin. Let's play some card games. Cards? Hyunjin retracted his gaze from outside the window as he repeated the term in a daze. Klein didn't answer, placing the deck of tarot cards into Hood's palm with a sincerity that could not be rejected. Hyunjin mimicked Klein's actions, trying his hardest to cut the deck with one hand to some success. The attention of the mental patient was slowly drawn to the hard yet flexible, beautifully textured cards in his hand. He flipped over the first card. It was the picture of a man in tattered clothes with his hands tied. He was hanging by his leg with a faint halo at his head. The hanged man. Klein nodded in thought. He took the opportunity to grab the eye of the spirit medicine, dripping the amber liquid onto the candle flame, still the one representing himself. An alcoholic fragrance spread forth, inducing an intoxicated feeling to anyone who took a whiff of it. Hyunjin spaced out bit by bit, his vision losing its focus. The deck of tarot cards in his hand fell onto the bed. But he remained sitting upright, without slumping over. Klein used cogitation to fight back against the medicine's dreamy effects of turning lightheaded and ethereal. He took out another metal bottle from his pocket and twisted the cap open before pouring the blue liquid into his mouth. Sedative agent. The ice-cold liquid flowed through his throat, down his gullet, and into his stomach. Klein instantly felt unusually awake, without any sense of drowsiness. He slowly exhaled, then familiarly took out the other essential oil extracts and herb powders, dripping them onto the 2 candles signifying the Evernight goddess. In the faint fog, he took 2 steps back and solemnly murmured in Hermes, "I pray for the power of the dark night. I pray for the power of the mystery. I pray for the goddess's loving grace. I pray that you would allow me to communicate with the spirituality of the Beyonder beside me, Hood Eugen. The incantations reverberated around the room, and Klein saw the flames of the candle, now dyed black, spread outward. He didn't avoid them, nor did he guard against them. He allowed the dark night to envelop him. In this unusually lucid state, he felt his spirit leave the protection of his body and enter a space akin to deep space. All around him was boundless, silent darkness. The sky above him was filled with countless indescribable, transparent figures. There were also streaks of different colors, lustrous splendors that harbored infinite knowledge. The spiritual world. Klein was no longer a stranger to this. Just as he had this thought, a foggy world appeared before him. It was a world enveloped by a faint tornado of light. Klein knew that it represented Hood Eugen's spirit that represented his body of heart and mind. Thus, he leaned over, digging into the wall that was the tornado. In an instant, he saw countless specks of light pelting him. He heard the voices of thousands of people discussing something in whispers. These murmurings were very chaotic and lacked any sense of logic. Some included praises for the elegance of some lady. Then it turned into a description of the feeling of relief after using the toilet. Some started as a weep, then turned into frenzied joy. The insane thoughts latched on and gnawed at Klein's spirit in a bid to assimilate him. But Klein maintained his lucidity and rationality, quickly flying towards Hood Eugen's spiritual world. This is like a pleasant concert compared to the horrifying murmurings and howls I hear when entering the world above the gray fog. Klein smiled secretly and made his way through the tornado. He saw a groggy, translucent Hood Eugen. This sequence 7 psychiatrist maintained the same state as he was in the outside world. He looked over with a dazed expression. Klein stopped before him and asked softly, "Do you know Lenivus?" Hood Eugen replied blankly, "Yes." The light around them underwent a transformation, as if Hood Eugen was revealing his spiritual sea. Quickly, the intertwining light revealed a bespectacled average-looking man who wore a sarcastic smile. It was the same Lenivus whom Klein had seen in the arrest warrants. Klein nodded in satisfaction and collected himself. He asked a guided question, "Why did Lenivus look for you?" He said. Hood Eugen's voice slowly turned soft. Suddenly, he changed into a more charismatic voice and laughed a little maniacally. "Hood Eugen, this is the worst era but also the best era. As long as you seize the opportunity, we can become the rulers of this world. We can become true immortals. As long as you're willing to help, I'll not only tell you the way to master your potion and avoid losing control, I'll also promise that you'll receive godhood qualities in the future. Immortal godhood qualities. You should be able to see the presence behind me. My promise is his promise. In some sense, the psychology alchemists are connected to him. Do not doubt. The psychology alchemists aren't strong enough at the moment. It is unable to provide you with enough help unless you're willing to stay at this level for the rest of your life. The method to grasp your potion without losing control. Why does this sound like how I entice others with the acting method? Lenivus sure has lofty ambitions. He's only a sequence 8, yet he's already talking about manipulating godhood qualities. Just what hidden presence is backing him? This guy seems to be plotting something which isn't solely just to cheat people out of their money. Or could running scams just be his hobby? Klein had many thoughts as he listened on. When Hood Eugen stopped talking, he quickly pressed on. What kind of assistance did Lenivus want you to provide? Hood Eugen didn't answer immediately. His spiritual world turned silent. He then broke out into laughter. He replied erratically, "Help, help, help. Ha ha ha. I provided help. I provided help. I made." His words came to an abrupt halt as his blurry soul contorted. The light and darkness of the surroundings which represented the spiritual sea quickly turned incorporeal, forming a sinister, scary, dark altar. On top of the altar was a cross. There seemed to be something hanging on the cross, as well as things that appeared indiscernible piled at the bottom. The light and darkness alternated. and as the hanging item was about to become clearer, the entire spiritual world shook, as if it was experiencing a magnitude 10 earthquake. Holy shit! Klein had a premonition that something dangerous was about to happen. Without thinking, he turned and flew towards the chaotic tornado of thoughts in an attempt to escape. Countless rays of brilliance drowned Klein as ravings of 1,000,000 people filled his ears. However, Klein thought nothing of it. His abilities as a clown told him that his spirit was being engulfed by a black shadow that was rapidly expanding. The black shadow was a huge cross, and there seemed to be a person hanging upside down on it. Gotcha! The chaotic tornado of thoughts unleashed its load outwards and turned uniform. Slowly, Hood Eugen's spiritual world disintegrated. Klein noticed that he had exceeded his fastest flying speed from his previous trial. His soul had become significantly stronger after he briefly mixed with some of the strength from the mysterious space above the gray fog. Just as the cross's shadow was about to engulf him entirely, he dashed out of the blurry world and felt his body. He familiarly stimulated a descent, and Hood Eugen's long skinny face and messy blonde hair instantly appeared in his vision, along with the 3 candles that were burning at the window ledge. He had managed to get out of the mediumship state in time. In that instant, he saw black scales growing one after another on Hood Eugen's face. His vacant pupils turned into slits, becoming extremely cool and ruthless. Oh shit, he's gonna lose control. Klein's pupils constricted, and before he could react, he saw a figure in a knee-length black windbreaker and silk top hat take 2 huge strides before Hood Eugen. He then raised the revolver and pushed it against the man's head. Bang! 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 Dunn Smith fired 5 bullets consecutively. Hood Eugen's head suddenly blew up like a watermelon falling down from a high height. The red and white rainstorm splattered across each and every corner of the room. He had taken care of Hood Eugen before he lost control completely. Klein, who was 50 centimeters away, was covered in blood and dirt. He looked at Dunn Smith in a daze, only having the feeling that the captain was very handsome at that moment. As long as you ignore his memory problems, the captain is very trustworthy. He complimented sincerely from the bottom of his heart. Did an accident happen? Dunn put away his revolver and watched Hood Eugen's mostly headless body slowly fall to the floor. Just as Klein was about to organize his words, he saw that the body had become a pile of bloody flesh within a few seconds, and the asylum uniform that covered it appeared to have its most basic structure damaged. Hood Eugen's corpse was left with very few complete items. There were dozens of scales twinkling with a black shimmer, and his heart that had turned crystalline and faint blue. The heart had a magical luster, like a diamond refracting incoming light, could calm someone down or make them restless, could create tension or develop chaos. But other than that, there was nothing notable. This item should be controllable. After Dunn holstered his revolver, he took out a black glove and wore it on his right hand. He then squatted down to pick up the crystalline heart. A controllable item, according to what the captain previously mentioned, it could be used as the main ingredient for the formula of a Sequence 7 psychiatrist. But would it lead to the advanced Beyonder losing control even more easily? Klein took out his handkerchief to wipe the blood from his face and body. He then picked up his specially made tarot cards and cleaned their surfaces. He looked at the ground and asked curiously, what kind of items would these black scales be considered as? These are ingredients that are contaminated with Beyonder power. They could be made into items that have long-lasting effects. For example, our demon hunting bullet's ability to injure dead spirits or monsters would decrease drastically as soon as they pass the 3 months mark, leaving only a tiny portion of demon hunting characteristics in the remnant materials. If the materials used were something like the black scales, the effective period would be as long as a year or 2, and the effects would be even better. Of course, due to their characteristics, the black scales are obviously not suitable to be made into demon hunting bullets. Dunn explained as he took a piece of paper from Klein to wrap the blue heart and black scales. It's just like the materials we use as supplementary ingredients for the potions? Klein asked. Dunn stood back up and nodded slightly. Yes. Someone who loses control will really become a monster. Klein sighed. He seized the opportunity while the room was still sealed with a wall of spirituality and quickly described his encounter in Eugen's mind. When I was communicating with Hood Eugen's spirit, I saw a figure like the true creator in his mind. But it was different from the mainstream ones. It wasn't the chain-bound hang giant, nor was it the eye behind the shadow curtains. Instead, it was similar to the one you saw in Hannes Vincent's dream. Hannes Vincent was a member of the Aurora Order. As Melissa's friend, Celine, had peeked at his incantations and completed the magic mirror divination, it led to the Nighthawk's investigation of him. Dunn Smith saw something close to the true creator in his dream, but it was a different image than the mainstream image that was widely circulated. In the end, the result was an injury and a strange death. When Hood Eugen flipped over the tarot card of the Hanged Man, Klein had actually already expected it. But he never thought it would be presented in such a way. Of course, it was only indirect contact. It wouldn't be comparable to the time he had spied on the eternal blazing sun directly. The worst outcome was just mild injury or mild corruption. As he listened to Klein's description, Dunn's expression became solemn. He knitted his eyebrows and said with a deep voice, "A huge cross, black nails. A naked man covered in blood hanging upside down? I didn't see it clearly. That's also the reason why I'm not injured. I only noticed a huge cross and figure similar to a man being hung upside down," Klein replied tactfully. At that moment, all he cared about was fleeing. Seemingly in thought, Dunn nodded and said, "Lenivus's visit to Hood Eugen was related to the true creator? So the Aurora Order is involved." Klein quickly repeated the conversation he'd had during the communication. Lenivus tempted Hood Eugen with the acting method and a so-called immortal godhood. But I don't understand why he said that it was the worst of times and also the best of times. Perhaps it was just the way he speaks as a swindler? The help Hood Eugen provided involved a sinister and dark altar. I suspect that Lenivus is plotting something terrifying. Then, his heart stirred as he spoke. "Captain, do you remember the letter written to Mr. Z? The letter that the member from the Aurora Order whom I killed carried. He mentioned in the letter that he was waiting for an appropriate opportunity, something about the arrival of the end of days. He will offer all the lambs in Tingen to his so-called god. Would this be related to Lenivus's plot? Could Lenivus be the Mr. Z from the Aurora Order?" Dunn Smith thought carefully and said, "I don't think so. Lenivus couldn't be Mr. Z. Otherwise, he wouldn't be setting up a fake steelworks company to scam people while the Aurora Order was up to something. It would introduce too many variables in his main mission. If anything went wrong with the scam, he would draw the attention of the police and us. He would have to run away from Tingen and abandon his plan. Of course, if he was just insane, it would be perfectly normal for him to act illogically. But judging from the scam he set up, the calmness and cunningness with which he swept away the money doesn't make him look like a real lunatic. So, I don't think he's Mr. Z from the Aurora Order. Of course, he might really be involved in the matter as mentioned in the letter. The one offering all the lambs in Tingen to the so-called god." Upon saying that, Dunn paused, then paced back and forth as he said, "This incident might have quite severe repercussions. We have to reinvestigate Lenivus and get some clues. Let's clean up the scene and cover up any evidence here. Let everyone know that Hood Eugen died but leave no clue as to who killed him. This should lead to action by the psychology alchemists or other beyonders that are paying attention to the asylum. They might know something. The Lenivus scam is either still in the hands of the police department or transferred to the mandated punishers. We'll join the investigations by saying that we obtained clues while investigating the Aurora Order. Then, we'll work together with the mandated punishers and the machinery hive mind. We'll concentrate the forces in Tingen and investigate everything and anyone associated with Lenivus. We can request assistance from Backlund Diocese and the Holy Cathedral if it's necessary." After that, Dunn turned his head sideways to look at Klein. He ruminated and said, "Do you have anything that you'd like to add?" "Captain, you basically said it all." Klein shook his head solemnly. "No. He hurriedly used ritualistic magic to remove some of the necessary traces with the aid of the simple altar that he had yet to clear in order to ensure that no one would be able to tell that they were the ones who killed Hood Eugen. Then, he put away his ingredients, blew out the candles, removed the wall of spirituality, and left the ward in silence with Dunn Smith. They left the asylum by climbing over its walls. Go back and rest. Dunn stood at a corner without a street lamp. He pressed his black silk hat and said, "There are many things that can only be done tomorrow." All right. Klein wasn't a sleepless who only slept 2 to 3 hours a day. He immediately bade farewell to the captain and took the Nighthawk's dedicated carriage that was waiting nearby and returned to Daffodil Street. Before he entered the carriage, he turned back to take a glance. He saw the captain still standing in the dark, which even the moonlight couldn't touch. He appeared to be thinking in silence. The streets were quiet and void of people before dawn. The carriage tore through the streets, sometimes going straight, sometimes taking turns. Klein was pondering about Lenevis when suddenly, he felt as if he was in a trance. He saw that the color before his eyes became saturated. The reds became redder and the blacks became blacker, just like an impressionist's oil painting. The surroundings slowed down, and the carriage seemed to enter a strange world. Klein grabbed his flaring sun charm and drew his revolver. Just then, a huge, white, bony palm extended through the carriage window and threw in a neatly folded letter. Then the palm pulled back and vanished. The oil painting-like scene suddenly returned to normal while the carriage was still driving along the street steadily. It's a really well-hidden method. Klein looked at the letter, by the side of his foot, as the corner of his lips twitched. The actions of the messenger shocked Klein for a full 5 seconds before he recovered. He bent over and picked up the letter. Even if Mr. Azik is unable to use a good portion of his abilities as a Beyonder, because of his memory loss, being able to send out such a messenger should make him powerful enough to deal with a sequence 7 or 6 Beyonder. His heart reflected his shocked and envious expression. He didn't unfold the letter immediately. Instead, he placed the letter into his pocket, together with the slumber charms. The carriage continued forward. When Klein exited the carriage at Daffodil Street, he instinctively looked at the driver, Cesare, only to see his relaxed smile, as if he hadn't noticed anything unusual that had happened. Klein nodded and returned home after observing Cesare with his spirit vision. He looked at the balcony and pipes on the second floor and pondered for a few seconds. He decided to maintain his gentlemanly behavior and not attempt to scale the pipe back into his room. As for his stained clothes, he would take them to the Blackthorn Security Company tomorrow and get a professional to wash them through the police department. That would prevent his clothes from shocking his maid Bella and his sister Melissa. Klein had removed the reverse lock on the front door before he leaped out the window from the second floor. Now, he took advantage of the fact that it was late at night and quietly opened the door to his house, deftly making his way in. After closing and locking the main door, he heaved a sigh of relief. He went up to the second floor with hushed footsteps. Stopping before his locked bedroom, Klein took out a tarot card calmly. He inserted it into the slit of the door and lightly pulled, easily breaking the specialized lock he designed himself. He then entered the room, locked the door and removed his clothes before he fully relaxed. It sure feels like being a thief. Klein laughed as he shook his head. He calmly took out his revolver and placed it under the pillow. After he was finished with all of that, he lit up the gas lamp and sat in front of his desk. He took out the letter and began reading seriously. "I'm sorry for replying only now. I've been busy searching for traces of my past. I've also been meeting up with former teachers and students, and those drag on late into the night. I finally understand the encounters that I've had over the past 2 days after reading your letter. The police searched every room in the hotel that I'm staying at. There was a person who secretly snooped around in the hotel at night. Yes, I'm talking about a person with Beyonder powers. So Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos, who's a frequent character in novels and newspapers, has infiltrated Backlund and has gone on quite a killing spree. I remember that he's not only wanted by the Lone Kingdom, he's also on the bounty list of the Fasak Empire, the Intis Republic, the Fainapotter Kingdom. So how much is the bounty?" Klein subconsciously wondered. He didn't get an answer because Azek had switched to mentioning something else. I find the abilities of a shepherd that you described quite familiar. It's as if I've seen it somewhere, but I cannot remember where. It must be an encounter from one of my past lives. Not being able to recall it makes me very frustrated. And Mr. Azek is a little interested in the shepherd. I can use this to get him to help me. Yes, this sure is coincidental. No, this is not a coincidence, but inevitable. It can be inferred that Mr. Azek has lived for over 1,000 years and is most likely a high-sequence beyonder. Then, he would most likely have encountered the powers of many different beyonders in his earlier lives. He would also have deeper impressions of those that were more unique. In other words, it isn't only the shepherd that would give him feelings of familiarity, but jobs such as the unshadowed, demon hunter, or guardian that would do so as well. It's highly likely that Mr. Azek would find any mystical item that corresponds to a particular sequence's abilities familiar and have his interest piqued. That's something that can be imagined. Klein was doubtful at first before being enlightened. He was a lot more certain as a result. He shifted his gaze and continued to read the letter. I've long recalled some parts of the sacrificial ritual you asked about, probably because I have a deeper impression of them. Perhaps I was a priest in one of my more recent lifetimes. I have to remind you and warn you that you have to be very cautious when using sacrificial rituals. You cannot entrust your safety to evil gods or hidden, mysterious existences. They do not have consciences like we do. Also, you have to possess a strong sense of right and wrong, for the evil gods and devils often create seemingly harmless identities for themselves. My opinion is that you cannot sacrifice something whose presence you are not fully aware of. Otherwise, your soul could end up being the sacrificial item. In simple terms, evil gods and devils will take on another form, disguising themselves as someone trustworthy. Just like on the internet, an account that claims to be a seemingly adorable chick might be controlled by a huge bloke. He had to be cautious even if they were to meet offline after confirming the person's looks, as the person might just be crossdresser. Klein didn't disregard Azek's warning just because he was conducting the sacrificial ritual for himself. He nodded in approval. After Azek emphasized a few things he had to look out for, he quickly explained the sacrificial ritual he knew of. First, set up the ritual. Choose the symbols based on which deity or unorthodox mysterious existence you are going to offer a sacrifice to. Use the corresponding herbs and minerals of his or her domain. Of course, you can also make them into holy oils, ointments, scents, and other items in advance. Symbols? Klein froze for a moment. He realized that he, the fool that didn't belong to this era, didn't know what his corresponding symbol was. He thought for a moment, quickly recalling the complex symbol on the back of his chair at the ancient bronze table. It was made up of a pupil-less eye which represented secrecy, and the partial contorted lines which represented change. That should be my symbol, or more accurately, that is what symbolizes me in the world above the gray fog. My domain is much simpler than secrecy, change, good luck, but I cannot be too sure of that, so I'll have to try it out. Even if the symbol is wrong, as long as I get my honorary name right, the target of the sacrifice wouldn't point towards some other entity. The worst thing that could happen is that the ritual would fail. Of that, I'm certain, Klein thought as he rubbed the surface of the paper as he formulated a plan in his heart. His eyes focused on the letter once again, reading the rest of the letter. Second, you need to be clear if the sacrifice needs to happen at a specific time. Then, follow the processes of a normal ritual until you finish reciting the honorable names and incantations of the ritual. You must remember to use either Jotun, Dragonese, Elvish, or Ancient Hermes. You must use the natural powers in these languages to establish a direct connection with the corresponding entity. You can design the exact incantations to use, but it must include these critical terms: pray, notice, offer, kingdom, gates, and open. Finally, you must use materials that have a certain spirituality quality to create a connection with the natural powers of the incantation. This will allow you to construct a tunnel that connects to the gates of the kingdom where the corresponding entity resides. If the entity is interested, then your sacrifice is complete. This step isn't absolutely necessary. If you can make the corresponding entity very interested in your sacrifice, then he will open the gates to his kingdom for you after you finish reciting the incantations, establishing a stable tunnel on his own accord. Of course, this would often imply danger as the orthodox result, as relatively friendly hidden gods rarely do this. Only evil gods or devils would reply to you directly in order to achieve their goals. Materials that have spirituality are not cheap. I wonder if merely reciting the incantations would allow me to open a sacrificial tunnel similar to the door of summoning. I wonder if I could make use of the abilities of the world above the gray fog. Yes, I'll try that first and only get the materials with spirituality from the underground market if I fail. Do I need Beyonder ingredients? It should be fine if it possesses a certain amount of spirituality, right? Klein thought about the 300 pounds lying around in his anonymous account. He also thought about the 10+ pounds of savings that he had saved up. Beyonder materials were not completely identical to materials that possessed spirituality. For example, the heart that Hood Eugen left behind was a Beyonder ingredient, while the black scales were a material possessing certain amounts of spirituality. After he finished reading Mr. Azek's letter, Klein rubbed his fingers together and ignited a flame of spirituality. He burned the paper to ash and threw it into the rubbish bin. It was already deep into the night and Klein was in no hurry to try the ritual. He intended to first make a plan and go through everything that he needed to take note of before putting it into practice. He had a vague understanding of his shortcomings long ago. He was cautious and rational when it came to things he made plans for, but once the events deviated from his original plans, he would easily consider only the good and disregard the bad when he was forced to be on his toes. A simpler description would be that a rash action of his would easily cause him to court death. Klein extended his palm to cover his face. The next day, Dunn Smith, who had communicated with the mandated punishers and machinery hivemind, started to assign missions. Klein also received his assignment. He was tasked to investigate a number of people who had connections to Lenivus. But because of his suggestion and the policy of the Nighthawks, he didn't have to be responsible for the people he had met previously. Of course, Klein continued with his combat lessons in the afternoon. Nor did Dunn assign him the role of lead investigator. Backlund, Hilston Backlund. In a building with a horse stable and garden. Kalangos, who had a unique wide chin and dark green eyes, looked at the unconscious man before him. He took off the man's clothes and wore them. He then leisurely walked in front of the dressing mirror and saw the black glove on his left hand twitch. He saw many contorted lines appearing on its back. A few seconds later, Kalangos saw a thin veil of light envelop his figure. His muscles, skin, and bones began undergoing a strange transformation. Sometime later, he transformed into the unconscious man, completely identical in height, appearance, and demeanor. Sharp nose, thin eyebrows, slightly droopy cheeks, faint blue eyes. Kalangos examined himself in the mirror. He was certain that he looked no different from the unconscious man. After he rehearsed a few of the man's gestures, he bent down to drag the man off the ground and shoved him into a wardrobe. Then he extended his right hand. With an audible snap, he broke the man's neck. Kalangos took out his handkerchief and wiped his hands before closing the wardrobe door. He slowly walked back to the mirror, wore a black double-breasted suit, tied a bow tie, and raised a bottle of amber-colored cologne. He dripped a few drops on his wrist, then dabbed them over himself. Kalangos tidied his hair in front of the mirror, then walked out of the room. He clasped his hands and told his butler, who was waiting outside, "Don't let anyone enter my room. I'm keeping something very important in there." "Yes, Baron." The balding butler pressed his hand against his chest and bowed. "Your carriage and personal servant is waiting downstairs. Duke Negan's invitation card is there as well." Maintaining the Baron's mannerisms, Kalangos nodded indiscernibly. He walked towards the stairs in an arrogant manner under the company of his butler. A Baron who is riddled in debt, to the point of not wanting to hire a normal security guard, has actually maintained his hiring of a butler, personal male servant, 2 attendants, 2 first-grade maidservants, for second-grade maidservants, 2 laundry female workers, 1 carriage driver, 1 stable master, 1 gardener, 1 chef, and 1 sous chef. To these foolish nobles, dignity really is everything. I even had to waste some of my time to learn the strange pronunciations and so-called noble slang. Kalangos thought to himself in disdain. Backlund, Sherwood Backlund. In a particular cramped apartment. Zio Dericha sat cross-legged on a bed and looked at Furzwall, who was reading a novel with the light from the window. This is so disappointing. Kalangos didn't leave any clues behind. We still haven't figured out what he's trying to do in Backlund. They had acted according to their initial plan and lodged a police report. Then, they secretly sent a letter to the local police station and described the strange situation at the crime scene in detail. They also mentioned that the suspect could be Kalangos. The police station responded as they had predicted. The policemen were very careful, and they transferred the case directly to the mandated punishers. After a day's time, the news that Rear Admiral Hurricane had sneaked into Backlund was widely spread among all enforcement teams. Zio and Furs also left the place they originally rented and hid to investigate in secret. They didn't want to be brought back to the police station to help with the official investigation. The mandated punishers, Nighthawks, and Machinery Hivemind were all hostile towards non-official Beyonders. The churches viewed them as potential criminals. Hence, not only were Zio and Furs avoiding the possibility of Kalangos' pursuit, but they were also hiding from the enforcement authorities. If we could discover his purpose so easily, Kalangos would have been buried in a cemetery long ago, and the tombstone would be covered in weeds. Furs replied casually. We need to wait patiently. As long as the authorities continue to take this much interest in him, Kalangos will definitely make a mistake. I've got to say, I'm quite envious of a mystical item that can allow one to change appearances. Zio hugged her knees and looked out the window. I'm just worried that Kalangos will take action soon, and then flee from Backlund before anyone can respond. If that happens, I don't know when I'll be able to advance to Sequence 8, let alone Sequence 6 or Sequence 5. She paused and muttered as her mind spaced out. I don't know when I'll be able to take back the things that belong to our family. It's been almost a year since I last saw my younger brother. Furs gave her a comforting smile. When you fulfill your wishes, please allow me to write your experiences into a story. It would definitely be an interesting and exciting one. I actually find Miss Audrey very generous. Even if Kalangos escapes, I think she'll still reward us handsomely. We've been busying ourselves for so long after all, and we've even caused Kalangos to appear. I hope so. Sigh. Why can't I have any fortuitous encounters? Zio grabbed her shoulder-length blonde hair. Furs frowned and said, in the Beyonder world, fortuitous encounters are usually accompanied with danger. I have yet to figure out what the ravings we hear during the full moon mean, or if they will result in negative changes. Heh, fortuitous encounters without dangers may exist, but they are very, very rare. It's difficult for your wish to be fulfilled, unless we receive the favors from an orthodox deity or the attention of some friendly hidden existence. However, it would be hard for us to tell if it was really an evil god or devil in disguise. Zio sat straight and drew a crimson moon on her chest. May the goddess watch over me. Duke Negan was in his mansion located in Backlund, Empress Borough, where he was hosting a grand ball. There were 2 parts of the mansion. One was the dancing hall located on the ground floor, which was covered with glamorous stone slabs carved with complicated patterns. There was the Duke's excellent ensemble playing music in a corner. Up the stairs, there was a winding corridor that circled the hall located on the 2nd floor. The guests were holding their glasses, leaning against the railing, overlooking the people dancing on the ground floor, as though they were enjoying a fencing match from the stands. Occasionally, a gentleman would walk before a lady or his wife to invite them to dance. If the invitation was accepted, both of them would walk down the stairs hand in hand and enter the hall. On the far side of the corridor, there were doors after doors. They were rooms that had been allocated to the guests as their resting quarters. But behind a French door was a corridor, and on both sides of the corridor were various gypsum statues. They were all the ancestors of the Negan family. At the end of the corridor was another hall which could see the ball. Long tables were covered with a variety of delicious food and fine wine, and another ensemble belonging to the Duke was playing relaxing melodies for the guests. In the hall, the guests were gathering in groups. Some were seated and some stood around, chatting about all kinds of matters. Those who wished to get away from the frivolities for a while would go to the attached balconies to overlook the garden and enjoy the crimson moon in the sky. After participating in the opening dance, Audrey Hall stood on the second floor above the dancing hall and stared at the candles on the huge crystal chandeliers hanging from the rooftop in a daze. However, she noticed that many young men were appearing to pump themselves up to come over and invite her for a dance. So, she wisely left the place and went to the corridor that connected to the dining hall. How boring, but my attendance is necessary. Sigh, can't they just let me observe in silence? I have to say, some people have rich facial expressions when they dance. They remind me of animals seeking mates. Audrey lowered her head, looked at the tips of her feet, and walked in a straight line out of boredom. Just then, the corner of her eyes caught an approaching figure. She slowed down, stood straight, and instantly became the elegant yet quiet Miss Hall. "Good day, Baron Grammer," Audrey greeted with a flawless smile and etiquette. Baron Grammer had thin eyebrows and faint blue eyes. He smiled and bowed. "Nice to meet you again, Miss Hall. You are the brightest and most dazzling gemstone at this ball." After exchanging a few words, Baron Grammer headed for the dancing hall, while Audrey continued approaching the dining hall. After a few steps, she suddenly frowned. There was puzzlement in her green eyes. Baron Grammer isn't the same as before. In the past, when he sees a pretty lady or madam of a higher rank than he is, and one that's relatively prettier, he would look to the side without looking at them directly. Then, he would steal glances constantly, but today he appears very confident. Also, his cologne smells off. In the numerous parties in the past, his body would emit the final note of the amber cologne fragrance, musky yet faint, not ostentatious yet elegant. In other words, he would spray the cologne a few hours earlier to let the front and middle notes disperse before the gathering. But just now, his cologne was amber in middle note, rich and refined. Audrey slowed down her footsteps. As a spectator who had completely digested her potion, her sensitivity towards details wasn't anything other beyonders could compare to. Suddenly, she thought of a possibility. Her green crystal-clear eyes froze. Couldn't be Kalangos in a disguise, right? The creeping hunger has the power to change a person's appearance. The more Audrey thought about it, the more possible it seemed. She felt uptight as she turned nervous and panicky. If he really was Rear Admiral Hurricane, what is he trying to do? It's a pity that I can't bring Susie to the ball. Otherwise, I could ask her to observe Baron Grammer. No way, I have to warn Father. Amidst her frantic thoughts, Audrey quickened her pace and entered the dining hall. She found Count Hall, who was talking to the Chief Cabinet Secretary and others. She flashed a flawless smile and walked over. She held Count Hall by his arm and told the others, "Gentlemen, do you mind if I borrow Count Hall for a few minutes?" "Beautiful lady, it's your right," the few gentlemen said in a friendly response. Audrey held Count Hall by his arm and moved to the nearest balcony. They found a quiet, uninhabited corner, and she said to her middle-aged father, who was getting plump, "Father, I have something to tell you." Count Hall was smiling fondly at his daughter, but he got serious when he saw her serious facial expression. "What's the matter? I ran into Baron Grammer earlier, but there are things about him that are different from the past. For instance, his cologne was in the middle note of the amber fragrance. It used to be the end note, and..." Audrey continued with the things that she found different. Could be explained as being sensitive and meticulous. After she described what she had noticed, she weighed her words and added, "I heard from Viscount Glaint that Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos has the ability to take on other people's appearance. Hasn't he been in Backlund recently?" Count Hall listened to her carefully, and his face grew abnormally grave. But he soon flashed a smile and comforted his anxious daughter. "I'll take care of this. Go look for your mother and stay with her. She's at the lounge in this hall." "Okay." Audrey nodded obediently. On the way back to the lounge, she turned around and looked at her father. She saw that Count Hall was talking to another noble softly, and he wore a rather solemn look. Audrey couldn't help but feel anxious. She felt that she needed to do something to make sure that her father, mother, and brother didn't get hurt. She surveyed the area and changed the direction in which she was heading in. She left the dining hall and found Duke Negan's small prayer room. She pushed the door closed and locked it behind her. She looked at the symbol of the Lord of Storms before her and subconsciously found a remote and dark corner. Audrey sat down with her body leaning forward. She clasped her hands together into a praying position and supported her forehead. Then, she recited softly in Hermes, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Tingen City, Daffodil Street." Klein was discussing the latest play with Benson and Melissa and was inviting them to watch it at the theater next weekend. "I think the newspapers have said enough about it. The Return of the Count is definitely a play that's worth watching. It's already been performed more than 10 times in Backlund, and it's sold out each time. I think that we shouldn't miss this opportunity." Klein, who had lacked sources of entertainment, was unwilling to give up. After all, he had been an ardent follower of television shows back on Earth. "Of course, if it wasn't for the maintenance of my image, I'd rather go to a bar and play billiards. Yes, renting a venue for tennis isn't a bad choice. That can be considered as it's a leisure sport for the middle class. With my current fitness, as long as I don't encounter other beyonders, I should be able to handle most opponents easily. Forget it, it can only be a passing thought for now. I still have to reinvestigate the figures associated with Lenivus in the morning, go for combat training in the afternoon, and search for the house with the red chimney in the evening before returning home. I sure am a busy man." Klein tried to remain optimistic. Noticing that Benson was inclined towards his suggestion, while Melissa was still a little hesitant, Klein smiled as he added, "I heard that the most popular supporting cast in The Return of the Count is a genius mechanic. All right, we do have to see a play at a large theater once in our lives." Melissa pouted and nodded her head grudgingly, but there was now a sparkle in her eyes. Klein was about to respond when he heard a buzzing in his ears. He became dizzy for a few seconds. "Someone is praying to me." He supported his back with his right hand and chuckled. "Then I shall wait patiently for the tickets to go on sale. All right, I'll be returning to my bedroom to write up a report. We also have to plunge into the sea of knowledge and hope that we don't drown." Benson let out a self-deprecating laugh as he returned to the dining room with Melissa. Klein went to the second floor and locked the door to his room. He sealed the room with a wall of spirituality. Then he took 4 steps counterclockwise as he recited the incantations, returning to the world above the gray fog. His figure suddenly appeared at the seat of honor in the magnificent palace fit for a giant. A pulsing crimson star reflected in his eyes. Klein lifted his right hand and extended his spirituality, establishing a connection with the star representing justice. With a boom, he saw a blurred, distorted image. He saw Miss Justice in a long beige regal dress sitting on a chair in a dark corner. Her head was bowed, her hands clasped. At the same time, her still nascent and nervous voice stacked in an illusory manner, reverberating around the space. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your attention. I pray for you to listen. I'm at a ball held by Duke Negan and encountered someone who's suspected to be Kalangos. He is disguising himself as Baron Grammar, and his motives are unclear. I noticed today that some of the details regarding Baron Grammar were a little different than usual. This made me recall the appearance-altering beyonder power that Kalangos's mystical item has." Klein listened seriously and carefully interpreted what was happening. Finally, he understood what Miss Justice was describing. Kalangos has actually used the special powers of creeping hunger to infiltrate Duke Negan's ball. But Kalangos probably didn't expect that one of the ladies at the ball is a spectator who has committed the mannerisms of Baron Grammar to memory. Hence, he doesn't realize that he's been exposed. What does Kalangos want? And what should I do? I've tried conducting the sacrificial ritual without spirituality-infused materials over the past 2 days and realized that I can create something like the door of summoning, but I'm unable to open it. I was going to find some time to purchase some materials with spirituality in the underground market to prepare for my second experiment. Miss Justice definitely wouldn't have spirituality-infused materials when she's attending a ball. Klein thought for more than 10 seconds before beginning his response to Justice's prayer. In a small prayer room in Duke Negan's mansion, Audrey repeated her prayers a few times before finally stopping. She tidied her clothes and walked quickly to the door. She knew that she couldn't be gone for too long because her parents would worry about her and thus misjudge the situation. It would cause them to react in the wrong way. Standing behind the door, Audrey took a deep breath, extended her right hand, which was covered in a white veiled glove, and released the lock with a wary heart. After leaving the small prayer room, she followed the path back to the dining hall. She saw the figures holding wine glasses and plates get closer when her vision suddenly turned blurry. She realized that an illusory fog was spreading into the surroundings. In the middle of the thick wide fog was an ancient chair, and atop the chair was a mysterious presence that seemed to overlook everything. "Mr. Fool!" Audrey almost shouted in pleasant surprise. She then heard a deep, familiar voice. "I'm aware." The voice reverberated around the space as the fog vanished. Audrey's vision was still filled with images of the long tables of food and wine, as well as the bustling sights of interacting guests. The worry and unease in her heart vanished as she subconsciously straightened her back and entered the dining hall with light steps. She walked toward the recreation room in the dining hall. In the magnificent palace in the world of fog, Klein started to think about how to convey the message to the hanged man after finishing his reply to Miss Justice. "I cannot just repeat the description to him, since it undermines my authority. After all, what mysterious existence would personally take on the role of a messenger?" He deliberated for nearly a minute before an idea came to him. He conjured the scene of Miss Justice praying and transformed it into something akin to a movie scene with the faces mosaicked and censored. He then extended his hand and tapped, launching the scene into the crimson star representing the hanged man. Backlund, Sherwood Backlund. At the Holy Wind Cathedral, the hanged man, Alger Wilson, was going through the investigation reports in a simple room, trying to find traces of Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. Near his right hand was a stack of paper filled with many contorted symbols. Just as Alger was leaning back in his chair and rubbing his eyes, he saw his field of vision turn blurry. His line of sight was filled with thick, gray fog. There was an ancient chair which seemed to exist eternally, deep within the endless fog. Atop the chair was a faint human figure. "Mr. Fool." Just as this thought came to Alger, he saw that another hazy figure in a regal dress within the grayish-white fog. She was in a praying position, repeating, "I'm at a ball held by Duke Negan and encountered someone who's suspected to be Kalangos. He is disguising himself as Baron Grammar, and his motives are unclear. I noticed today that some of the details regarding Baron Grammar were a little different than usual. This made me recall the appearance-altering beyonder power that Kalangos's mystical item has." Alger was shocked at first, then let out a look of pleasant surprise. He pressed his palm against his chest and lowered his head. "Praise you, Mr. Fool." Everything he saw or heard vanished before he finished his sentence as if nothing had happened. Staring at the desk strewn with Emperor Rosel's diary pages and his investigation reports, Alger's pupils constricted as he realized how powerful the fool was once again. This was the Holy Wind Cathedral, once the headquarters of the Church of the Lord of Storms. Even though that was history from more than 1,000 years ago, many believers still viewed this place as sacred. But Mr. Fool could still descend upon this space without warning and give a reply. After nearly 20 seconds of silence, Alger gathered his stuff and exited the room. He was going to look for one of the cardinals of the Church of the Lord of Storms, the Archbishop of the Backlund Diocese, Spellsinger of God, Ace Snake. For Alger Wilson, being able to kill Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos personally was the best course of action. But if he was unable to do that, guaranteeing that he was really dead was also acceptable in his book. After forwarding Miss Justice's description to the hanged man, Klein left the mysterious world above the gray fog and returned to his bedroom. While he was in no hurry to dispel the wall of spirituality, he sat before his desk and took out a piece of paper. He picked up a pen and began his letter. According to an urgent indication from a source, Kalangos has used the abilities of a shepherd to take on the appearance of Baron Grammar and has infiltrated Duke Negan's ball. His motives are unclear as of this moment. Klein wasn't worried that Mr. Azik would be suspicious of him or doubt why someone in Tingen would be so quick to know something that just happened in Backlund. For the telegraph existed in this world. I don't know if you would be interested in this, but I thought that I should let you know. Klein quickly ended the letter and folded the piece of paper. He then found the ancient copper whistle, brought it to his mouth and gave it a hard blow. The gigantic, terrifying, and illusory skeleton messenger appeared once again, still standing at its original spot, not minding that its head was going through the ceiling. Klein fought back the urge to use the abilities of the clown to turn the letter into a flying dagger. He tossed the letter towards the messenger without a fuss. He then blew on the copper whistle once again to end the summoning. Klein collected himself and went through the events in his head once again. This was all he could do for the time being. Although Klein could also make use of the summoning ritual and bring the flaring sun charm directly to Backlund, it was too dangerous for him to do so. First, Kalangos was a sequence 6 wind-blessed and had with him the creeping hunger. Second, it was too troublesome. He had to first bring the flaring sun charm to the world above the gray fog. Third, his image would be affected. Thus, he wisely gave up on this idea. To be honest, the problem is not too serious. Duke Negan is the most influential noble outside of the royal family, a key member behind the Conservative Party. There will be many high-ranking nobles attending the ball today. I have no doubt that there are Beyonders guarding the area. If not for this consideration, there would have been no need for him to infiltrate the place under a disguise. Since Miss Justice noticed him early, the nobles should be prepared. This incident shouldn't blow out of control. I wonder how fast Mr. Azik's messenger is? If it travels through the spirit world, Mr. Azik could still likely make it in time for the main course. But if it's as slow as Madame Daly's messenger, then he might only read about the incident in tomorrow's paper. Klein nodded indiscernibly and tossed this incident to the back of his head. After all, there was nothing more that he could do. In Duke Negan's mansion in the dancing hall, disguised as Baron Grammar, Kalangos held a glass of blood-red Ormer grape wine and casually stood behind the railing on the winding corridor on the second floor. He overlooked the people on the dance floor and enjoyed the view of the glamorously dressed ladies. However, there was no lust in his eyes. They were as calm as a frozen lake. From the corner of his eyes, he stole glances at the hanging chandelier and the nearby Duke Negan, who was looking at the beautiful figures passing by. The Duke was wearing a well-ironed navy uniform with red ribbons attached to the medals on his shoulders. He preferred to wear his military uniform on formal occasions, in remembrance of his decades of illustrious service while in the military. However, he had put on much weight since then. His once sharp gray eyes had been left turbid and filled with desire. However, he took good care of himself, as the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, lips, and forehead were faint, and his black hair was still thick and luxuriant. That was Palace Negan, the current Duke Negan, the main supporter of the Conservative Party, the brother of Prime Minister Aguisid, one of the richest and most powerful men in the Lone Kingdom. At the same time, he was also the reason why Kalangos had sneaked into Backlund. The thought of assassinating such an important figure makes me shiver in excitement. Kalangos retracted his gaze and closed his eyes. He was willing to accept the commission because he had been offered a sufficiently attractive price, and it was also because Kalangos loved adventure and enjoyed taking on difficult challenges. If this assassination is successful, my fame will spread across the northern and southern continents, placing me above the four kings. And I'll receive a card which contains the mystery of God that the Emperor Roselle created. Kalangos suppressed his excitement and lowered his head to examine his left hand. Creeping hunger had become transparent. It was impossible to tell that Baron Grammar was wearing a glove via the naked eye or through contact. This is such a magical item. If it wasn't for this, a Sequence 6 like me wouldn't have achieved the rank of Pirate Admiral. Thoughts flashed through his mind as bouts of regret surged within Kalangos. In his years as a pirate, he had seen and interacted with many Beyonders. Among them were members of the Aurora Order who enjoyed adventuring at the ends of the Sonia Sea. So, he knew that creeping hunger was still rather different from a real shepherd. Firstly, the speed of switching states was too slow. It required at least a second, but a real shepherd could switch instantly. Secondly, the controlled soul could only use 1 to 3 abilities before the person died. As for what abilities could be used and how powerful they were, that all depended on luck. On the other hand, a real shepherd could decide on the 3 abilities. They didn't have to gamble like they were at a casino. Lastly, creeping hunger could only have 5 souls at the same time, while a real shepherd could have 7. Of course, both had the same restriction, which was that they could only control 1 soul at a time, and they could only use the soul's corresponding Beyonder powers and their own Beyonder powers. If they wanted to replace one of the souls with a new soul, the procedure would be irreversible. Kalangos went through 7 or 8 years of adjustment and finally settled with 5 souls. Their abilities complemented one another and made their owner very terrifying. Because of the constant adjustments and experimentation that he did over the years, there were rumors among the pirates that claimed that Rear Admiral Hurricane was omnipotent. During the ardent dance music, Kalangos rehearsed the subsequent actions he would take in his mind. He sighed with regret in his heart. It's a pity that I didn't find the traveler over the past few days. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to worry about anything tonight. If he had captured the woman that was most likely a traveler, Kalangos wouldn't have hesitated to feed one of the 5 souls that he was grazing to the creeping hunger. To him, a traveler's ability would be invaluable. Kalangos stole a glance at the huge crystal chandelier hanging from the rooftop and decided to wait no longer. The soul that he controlled currently had only 1 ability, which was to change his appearance. But it didn't possess any power to fight against other Beyonders. However, the transformation ability was still very useful, and Kalangos hadn't been willing to replace it with something else all this time. The good thing was that no matter which soul he controlled, Kalangos could use his wind-blessed Beyonder powers at the same time. Finally, he acted as though his gaze was locking onto the curvy figure of a noble's wife before he swept it towards Duke Negan and all the gentlemen around him. Duke Negan is a staunch follower of the Lord of Storms, and he is a key figure in the influence the Church of the Lord of Storms has on politics. There must be a Beyonder from the Church of the Lord of Storms beside him who's protecting him. Although the Negan family isn't an ancient 1,000-year-old family, he's one of the wealthiest and powerful men in the kingdom. He's definitely searched for sequence potion formulas in secret or hired Beyonders. Kalangos' thoughts surged. He mentally eliminated gentlemen who were nobles and officers before locking his eyes on the man who was constantly beside Duke Negan. The man was brown-haired, blue-eyed, and wearing a black tuxedo. He was almost expressionless while he remained vigilant of his surroundings constantly. Kalangos nodded indiscernibly and pressed his right hand forward slightly. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind swept in the area above the dance floor, extinguishing the chandelier's candles. At the moment between light and darkness, while everyone's attention was drawn away, a few wind blades slashed at the same spot on a metal chain supporting the crystal chandelier guised among the gusts of wind. Creak! With a harsh, shattering noise, the huge crystal chandelier plummeted straight to the dance floor. It made a loud crash, and people screamed in surprise. Shards of debris flew, cutting guests and leaving them screaming in pain and fear. The darkened hall was suddenly full of opportunities. Kalangos' glove squirmed and changed, condensing into a golden surface. His expression was imposing and his eyes saw through the darkness as he fixed his gaze onto the man next to Duke Negan. Suddenly, Kalangos' eyes shone like lightning. The Beyonder who was in charge of protecting Duke Negan suddenly let out a tragic scream and fell on the ground holding his head. He rolled around and struggled. With a swoosh, Kalangos's figure dashed through the darkness and charged at Duke Negan. However, in the deep recesses of his eyes, it reflected his target, who didn't show any signs of panic. It was of utmost confidence. Duke Negan's plump figure stood erect on the spot and observed the incoming assassin as if he were looking down on him. He lifted his right hand and pushed forward. He murmured in ancient Hermes, "Imprison!" In silence, Kalangos suddenly stopped. He was suddenly surrounded by a transparent wall, something that wrapped around him like a sticky liquid. It made him seem like an insect in amber, or a prisoner in prison. The leader of the Conservative Party nobles, the hereditary Duke Pallas Negan, was a Beyonder himself, a very strong Beyonder. Duke Negan spoke in a low voice again and waved his right hand. "Flog!" "Pa! Pa!" Kalangos seemed to be whipped by a shapeless whip. His clothing tore from the whipping as his skin was lacerated, revealing white bone. Then Duke Negan leaned forward and held his right first. He declared in an imposing manner, "Death, Pa!" His arm waved as his entire body slammed into Kalangos's head with numerous afterimages. His fist had struck his target's head in an unavoidable manner. Kacha! Kalangos's head shattered, but the surroundings shattered as well. Duke Negan remained standing at his original spot. It was just a dream. It was unknown when the pirate admiral had already switched his ability and entered the nightmare state. Unlike an ordinary nightmare, he could still move his body after he dragged people into a dream. Kalangos stealthily appeared behind Duke Negan, and his cold gaze locked onto the Duke. Wrapped with high-speed spiraling winds, his right fist stabbed into the target's vest like a sharp blade. Whoosh! Amidst the howling of the wind, Kalangos's right fist punched straight through Duke Negan's body and through his heart. But Duke Negan's figure rapidly turned transparent, just like a soul that was summoned. After the nearly formless figure dissipated, Duke Negan appeared before the French door on the other side of the winding corridor. He wore a scrutinizing smile. Another Beyonder. They prepared ahead of time? To lay an ambush for me? How is that possible? Although Kalangos was unwilling to accept this fact, he dealt with it calmly. The glove on his left hand squirmed and took on the form of dark golden scales. His irises grew pale and became vertical. Then, a shapeless wave swept from every direction. Ladies and gentlemen were thrown into a state of uncontrollable fear at the same time. They left their hiding places and ran around aimlessly. The scene became chaotic. The Beyonders didn't dare to act recklessly as they were worried they might hurt their relatives and friends. Seizing the opportunity, Kalangos ran quickly as hurricanes whirled around him. He smashed through one of the resting room doors before smashing through an oriel window. Amidst the shattering sound, he leaped outside and flew a distance away from Duke Negan's mansion with the aid of the wind. The moment he landed, Kalangos immediately ran towards a forest ahead of him. It was a municipal garden, an escape route he had scouted out a while ago. Once he shook off his pursuers, he could change his appearance and blend into the massive population of Backlund of more than 5 million people. That was also the reason why he dared to accept such a difficult mission. After a while, there was gale blowing towards Duke Negan's mansion. The Cardinal of the Church of the Lord of Storms, the Archbishop of Backlund, Spellsinger of God, Ace Snake brought a few mandated punishers and flew towards the mansion. He couldn't inform the other Beyonders in time. Alger was one of the members that arrived with Archbishop Ace. However, he was in a bad mood because he saw the broken windows and the other Beyonders running out of the mansion. It meant that Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos had escaped. Kalangos lost his pursuers with the help of the wind after crossing a man-made lake. He surveyed his surroundings, intending to create the illusion that he had entered a ditch to escape into the Tussock River before turning to the financial center of Backlund, the Hillston Borough. At that moment, his field of vision suddenly blurred. He saw the colors around him saturate in the darkness. The green trees became greener, their red fruits even redder. The dark blackness of the water became darker. Everything appeared to be splashed with pastel paint. Under the sky where the crimson moon was obscured, There were many indescribable, transparent figures, as well as different lustrous splendors that contained mysterious knowledge. Kalangos found himself coming to a halt as he floated in midair. Beneath his feet, dark water continually rose towards him. Under the water were pale white palms, reaching out for him. Not good. Kalangos realized that he had been ambushed. And the ambusher was definitely not weak. A giant humanoid skeleton suddenly appeared before him. The monster was 4 meters tall, and burning in its eye sockets were pitch-black flames. The bones on its body were blurry and illusory. Kalangos gave his enemy an expressionless look as he let out a sneer. At the same time, the glove on his left hand released a radiant light, appearing as if it was cast out of pure gold. Kalangos leaned back and spread his arms wide, as though he was trying to hug the sun. A bolt of pure, burning brilliance descended from the sky, enveloping the giant skeleton. The pastel-like world quaked in response, and the pale hands under the dark water evaporated one by one. This was the Beyonder powers of the Priest of Light. It was a Beyonder power from the Sun Sequence pathway. It was the nemesis of the undead. The radiant pillar of light dissipated, and the pitch-black flames of the giant skeleton instantly extinguished. It then turned transparent as it disintegrated in the air. Before Kalangos had the time to use the abilities of the Priest of Light to dispel the pastel-like world, his expression abruptly turned rigid. He saw another giant skeleton appear to his left. It was also 4 meters tall, its eyes burning with a black flame, identical to the monster from before. Immediately following that, the same skeletal monster appeared around Kalangos, one after another. 1, 2, 3. There were more than 100 of them. More than 100 pairs of burning black flames cast their gaze onto their target at the same time. Underneath him, the dark water surface rose higher, almost coming into contact with Kalangos' feet. Pale white hands extended outward, flailing them around constantly, as though they were grabbing at a life-saving straw. Spread out and pursue him. Try to corner him, instructed the Cardinal, Ace Snake. He conjured a typhoon and took to the air, flying toward the direction where Kalangos had fled. Duke Negan and the rest didn't join the ranks of mandated punishers in consideration of their statuses. Instead, they stood at the windows or balconies to observe. It was also at this moment when the ordinary nobles who were running around frantically slowly calmed down. Due to the darkness and the undulating shouts, they were unsure of what exactly happened. All they knew was that Duke Negan might have encountered an assassin. Alger Wilson clenched his jaw and ran out of Duke Negan's mansion, following the path of the municipal garden into the Hillston borough. He wasn't willing to miss this opportunity, no matter how small the hope was. Suddenly, he heard a voice which was carried to him by the wind. There's no need to continue the pursuit. No need to continue the pursuit? The voice of Cardinal Snake. Alger stopped after just running a few steps forward. He turned to look into the sky, puzzled. He saw Cardinal Snake, who was wearing a black robe adorned with many storm symbols, floating above the forest and the man-made lake and staring down. Alger creased his brows and sped over to where the Cardinal was without considering the reason. As he neared his position, he made use of his seafarer abilities to get a clearer look. The Spellsinger of God showed no expression, but his posture made it evident that he was serious. His exposed white hair that peeked out from under his black hat swayed with the wind, accentuating his stern silver eyes. Alger retracted his gaze and ran out of the forest. The scene of the calm pond reflecting the crimson moonlight suddenly appeared in his eyes. On the pond's surface, a tall figure was floating near the bank. That figure had a unique wide jaw. His brown hair was tied in a ponytail. His dark green eyes were cold, yet blank. Kalangos. Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. Alger was taken aback at first. Then he felt both surprise and joy. He couldn't believe his eyes, and even suspected that the darkness was causing him to hallucinate. Before he could react, he suddenly saw Kalangos' face rot rapidly. It oozed a yellow-green liquid, his flesh peeling off piece by piece. Pat, pat, pat. All that was left of Kalangos's face was a skull. His two vacant eyeballs fell from their sockets and onto the ground beside the lake. Kalangos fell apart completely. His clothes draped over his rotting flesh and white bones and blocked the sparkling radiance. In less than 20 seconds, one of the 7 pirate admirals, Kalangos, had died mysteriously in front of Alger's eyes. This shocking scene was etched deeply into Alger's mind. It made him suspect if he was having a terrifying nightmare. What was happening? Didn't Kalangos escape successfully? Why did he die so simply, yet so mysteriously here? What did he encounter? For him to lose his life in such a short amount of time. He's a Sequence 6 wind-blessed, the owner of creeping hunger. Who did it? What was the motive for killing Kalangos? Just as countless ideas flooded Alger's mind. He heard Spellsinger of God, Ace Snake's charismatic voice. Did you give the information to anyone else? Is there anyone else who knows of this information? Alger quickly calmed down. He glanced at Kalangos's remains and gave an explanation that he had prepared. I reported the information to you the moment I found out about it. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. If it wasn't for the fact that Ace Snake had gone for a walk along the Tussock River, forcing me to spend time finding him, Kalangos might not have even escaped Duke Negan's mansion. Of course, he didn't dare say this in front of a high-sequence beyonder. He could only respectfully and humbly continue. The personnel who received the information directly even sacrificed himself for it, and no one opened the letter during its transfer. I can vouch for this. But I cannot confirm if there was a leak at the source of this information. Since we could learn of it, others might have too. As Alger spoke, he formulated some guesses about who killed Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. The person or organization who tasked Kalangos to assassinate Duke Negan. Since Kalangos had already successfully escaped and there was no threat of any information leaks. There's no need to kill him. If it were me, I would get Kalangos to lay low and try another assassination attempt when everyone was certain that he had left Backlund. Also, Kalangos only trusts himself, so he wouldn't tell his assassination plan to anyone. Duke Negan has been organizing gatherings lately in preparation for his bill proposal in September. So there are abundant opportunities. Other than Kalangos himself, there's no one who can correctly predict when he would strike. Unless that person was a prophet. But that is unlikely. Other factions? Not possible. Miss Justice prayed to Mr. Fool to relay the information the moment she noticed a problem. There was no way another organization could have received the information at the same time. Mr. Fool. Alger was shocked as he thought of a possibility. The person who struck was Mr. Fool's adorer. He happened to be in Backlund and thus lent a hand. The more he thought about it, the more Alger felt that this guess was close to the truth. Only the members and subordinates of the Tarot Club could have received the information in time. Only the help of the Fool's adorer could make it seem so mysterious and without motive. Just as he was immersed in his thoughts, Cardinal Snake fell silent for a moment. He told the rest of the mandated punishers who were making their way over. Kalangos is dead. A high-sequence beyonder, or someone who used a sealed artifact of a similar level killed him. But this is rather dangerous and highly unlikely. After a preliminary analysis, I believe that the high-sequence beyonder is of the pathway of death, perhaps a member of the numinous episcopate, but not someone I know of. There's also the possibility of it being a member of another secret organization. The motive is unclear. The numinous episcopate originated from the southern continent. Legend has it that it was first formed by a descendant of death in an attempt to revive death. They were nearly eradicated after the southern continent was colonized, but they stubbornly survived and spread toward the countries of the northern continent. A high-sequence beyonder. Yes, only a high-sequence beyonder could kill Kalangos in such a short amount of time. Just a mere adorer of Mr. Fool is already at such a high sequence. That's a demigod. Alger once again looked at the pile of flesh and bone. He felt dissociated from everything as if he had lost all his emotion. He stood there in a daze watching everything. If I happened to betray Mr. Fool one day, he suddenly had such a thought. Immediately, The terrifying scene of Kalangos rapidly rotting appeared in his mind. Alger couldn't help but shiver and lower his head. At the same time, he relaxed. Since he couldn't escape or fight back, then he could only choose to be loyal. Phew, with Kalangos dead, no one can threaten me with that secret anymore. He exhaled, his worries completely vanishing. In Duke Negan's mansion, Audrey Hall, who was discussing the assassination with her mother and the other nobles, saw her father appear at the door. She found an excuse and left the resting room for the balcony at the main hall. "Father, is something wrong?" Audrey looked at Count Hall with her green eyes. Her green eyes had come from her mother, not her father. Count Hall smiled. "It's been resolved, my child. You need not worry any longer." Did you tell anyone that Baron Grammar was an imposter?" No, Audrey shook her head firmly. "I only told an almost godlike existence," she added in her heart. She thought for a moment, then explained herself. "After I told you, I went to the bathroom, then to where Mother was. You can ask her." "I see." Count Hall nodded and didn't say anything else before mentioning. "Kalangos is dead. Someone killed him." "Who?" Audrey was as shocked as she was excited. "No idea. We can't even figure out why the murderer killed Kalangos. It's truly incomprehensible." Count Hall paused. "Perhaps it's a person or an organization, a secret and powerful organization. Unclear motive, a secret, powerful organization. Could it be Mr. Fool's adorer? It could be our tarot club." Audrey suddenly had an epiphany. Audrey analyzed many things at once as her mind whirled. Mr. Hanged Man said that Kalangos was a lone wolf who doesn't trust anyone. Only he would know of his own plan. Other than my early discovery of him, there shouldn't have been anyone else who knew he would attempt the assassination tonight. I only told Father and Mr. Fool that I suspected that Kalangos was disguised as Baron Grammar. Although there's a telegram cable in Duke Negan's mansion, and he would have been able to send out information in time to ask for help, there's no reason to hide that. Dad's puzzlement implies that the powerful being that killed Kalangos wasn't within their expectations. Combining all of the above, I can almost be certain that the person who killed Kalangos was Mr. Fool's adorer. Plus, only the unique model of the Tarot Club can create such a strange situation with unclear motives. Kalangos was a Sequence 6 wind-blessed, and he had the magical item, the Creeping Hunger. To be able to quickly kill him without leaving any traces behind, it could only be a high-sequence beyonder known also as demigods, right? Or maybe he used a sealed artifact which possesses immense danger. Regardless of the possibility, it shows that Mr. Fool's adorer is extremely powerful. Mr. Fool lives up to his reputation. Regardless, I certainly provided clues. So Mr. Hanged Man has to carry out his promise and pass me the pituitary gland of a rainbow salamander. This should be our Tarot Club's very first mission, right? One of the 7 pirate admirals, Kalangos, died because of us. Looking at his daughter, who seemed excited, Count Hall, who was a handsome man in his youth, coughed lightly and warned his daughter with a mask of solemnity. "Audrey, I know that you're very interested in mysticism and I normally tolerate it, but you mustn't be involved in this. You can't even ask about it. You will be introduced by the Queen to the Backlund social scene events by the end of this year. As an adult, you should clearly know and remember that a terrifying beyonder, or a powerful, hidden organization, is equivalent to danger. Do you understand that?" "Yes, Father," Audrey replied charmingly. "I was just a little curious." "Curiosity won't do either," Count Hall emphasized, and he couldn't help but let out a helpless smile. "Okay." Audrey nodded obediently. "I understand the whole incident better than you do anyway." She made a silly face in her head. Count Hall thought and said with a gentle smile, "Regardless, you are the heroine tonight, the savior of Duke Negan. Half of the reason why Kalangos is dead is partially because of you, and it's the same with the bounty. Of course, if there's no one that admits to killing Kalangos and comes to receive the bounty, the remaining half of it will be yours too. Added together, it will be £10,000 in total. The bounties set up by the Intis Republic, the Fasak Empire, and other countries and organizations could be received as well. After conversion, there should be about £20,000 in total. Duke Negan promised that he would give you his holiday estate at Desi Bay as a gift. It includes a huge rubber tree plantation. I don't know the annual profit exactly, but it definitely won't be low. He spent £8,000 to buy it back then and later, even built a house and purchased good quality seeds for planting. Audrey, who already had an inheritance of £300,000, was considered rich. However, a reward that was almost £40,000 was still a huge amount of income. Many noble ladies wouldn't even receive such a figure as a dowry. In an allied marriage of a noble and a businessman in August, Miss Mary Oldbury, the daughter of a millionaire, only had an £80,000 dowry. I never considered the bounty, Audrey muttered inwardly. Suddenly, she thought of something. If she were to receive the bounty and her name spread, the hanged man could easily find out who Justice was. This can't happen. As a member of the Tarot Club, I have to maintain a sense of mystery. Audrey looked towards her dad and reorganized her words. Dad, I'm a little worried. Why? What happened? Count Hall asked in concern. If it were to spread that I found out that Kalangos was disguised as Baron Grammar, I'm afraid that his underlings would take revenge on me. I'm afraid that whoever instructed Kalangos to assassinate Duke Negan would target me. Audrey tried to make herself seem pitiful, weak, and helpless. I'll hire someone to protect you, Count Hall replied. Then he nodded faintly and said, There's really no need for you to take such a risk. Plus, the person that killed Kalangos took the creeping hunger. Of course, to a high-sequence beyonder, that wouldn't be a strong enough motive for interfering. Yes. I'll inform Duke Negan to keep this a secret and tell someone else to receive the bounty on your behalf and compensate you in private. Then Count Hall smiled and said, You really are my daughter. You earned £40,000 so easily. This is more than 1/10 of your current wealth. The £300,000 was what he had set aside for her in advance. He would still add in another part when she got married as his daughter's inheritance. Am I as good as you were? Audrey happily asked in reply. Count Hall shook his head and laughed. Much better than I was. The profit from my very first business venture was only £60. Audrey suddenly became extremely thrilled. The satisfaction derived from receiving a £40,000 bounty, getting her father's compliment, causing Kalangos' death, completing an extraordinary task, and the reward of a rainbow salamander's pituitary gland that she was going to get from the hanged man amplified her happiness. I really want to report this to Mr. Fool to get his reassurance. No way. A powerful, mysterious being killed Kalangos with an unknown motive. There might be someone observing me in secret, looking for clues regarding Kalangos' death. I can't show any hint of abnormality. Pooey. There's nothing abnormal about me to begin with. As long as I don't attempt to recite Mr. Fool's honorary name. If Mr. Fool's adorer was really the murderer, he must have already known the outcome. He wouldn't need me to report it to him. Well, do I need to share the bounty with the adorer? No matter what kind of payment method is used to transfer £20,000, it would definitely draw attention. I can't take the risk. Plus, it has always been the hanged man who's been asking for help from Mr. Fool. Technically, he should pay the reward. Yes, after all, he declared that he had many pages of Emperor Roselle's diary. I'll try to gather more pages of the diary to thank Mr. Fool for answering my prayers. He definitely wouldn't be interested in crass money. Audrey quickly determined her next course of action. In Duke Negan's mansion in a secret study room, the fat and tall Duke sat on a high-back chair behind a desk. He was smoking a cigar as he looked at the Spellsinger of God, a snake, Prime Minister Ire Negan, and the others opposite him. Based on our current knowledge, we still aren't certain of the identity of the high-sequence beyonder that killed Kalangos. Prime Minister Aguisid Negan had just rushed over from the king's side. Archbishop Snake nodded. We've determined that it wasn't any of the high-sequence beyonders that we're familiar with or the numinous episcopate either. We have sufficient reason to believe that it's a powerful, mysterious beyonder we aren't aware of. Of course, we haven't eliminated the possibility that the person was using a dangerous sealed artifact. Duke Negan held his cigar and said, "Maybe it wasn't just a high-sequence beyonder. There might be a hidden organization behind that person, a hidden organization that we don't know enough about. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to lay in ambush for Kalangos so accurately. Yes, perhaps one of the guests at tonight's ball is a member of theirs." His brother, Prime Minister Aguisid, stated solemnly, "Regardless of that possibility, we have to be careful. We have to quickly find out the identity of the high-sequence beyonder, the purpose of his presence in Backlund, and why he killed Kalangos. A high-sequence beyonder that they didn't know about, who wandering in Backlund, was sufficient to draw attention from the government and 3 major churches. Although a Sequence 4 or Sequence 3 beyonder might not be able to withstand the cannon attacks of their warships, there was no need for them to experience a frontal assault. They possessed too much of a mysterious power. Hence, they were existences even more dangerous than ironclad warships. Hence the reason why they were called demigods." Spellsinger of God Ace Snake stood up and said, "Let me make some arrangements and get into contact with the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the Church of the God of Steam, and Machinery Hive Mind. His Majesty will allow the military and the intelligence agencies to cooperate," Prime Minister Aguisid promised. In a hotel in the North Borough of Backlund, Azek sat under a gas lamp and looked at the glove before him. The glove was very thin, as though it was made from human skin. It seemed that as long as it was filled with flesh and blood, it would turn into a hand. Azek looked at it for a very long time. His face suddenly contorted in agony and pain as he muttered, "I seem to have cooperated with them before." Klein didn't sleep well the entire night because he didn't receive any reports from Justice or the Hanged Man, nor did he receive any reply from Mr. Azek. He kept thinking about the outcome of the incident with Kalangos. It must have been quite a scene if Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man didn't dare to contact me recklessly. But why didn't Mr. Azek reply to my letter? Did he not get involved? Or was there an accident? Did Kalangos hurt him? Klein extended his hand and covered his mouth as he yawned. He got onto the trackless carriage that headed for Zutland Street. Extra. Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos killed in Backlund. Extra. Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos killed in Backlund. Just as the carriage was about to set off, Klein suddenly heard the paperboy, which was also one of the Emperor Rosel's inventions. Klein was momentarily stunned as he quickly fished out a penny and bought the Tingen Morning Post. Many passengers made the same choice. He opened the newspaper and quickly read the headline. Pirate Kalangos shot dead by Duke's bodyguard in Backlund. Kalangos died? Mr. Azek did it? Klein fell into deep thought and lampooned himself. As the boss behind the scenes, I actually had to find out the outcome from the newspapers. The article covering what happened to Kalangos wasn't long, and all it stated was the time, place, people involved, and the outcome. As the saying goes, the more succinct the content, the more serious the situation. Something that happened in Backlund at 8 or 9 last night is already being reported in Tingen City this morning. The spread of information in this world isn't too slow due to the exceptional contributions of Emperor Rosel. It must have been one of the nobles or ministers who attended the ball who leaked this information to some reporter. Then that reporter used the telegraph to send this sensational news to the news companies in various counties. The morning papers are usually drafted at night and printed after midnight before being distributed in the morning. There was just enough time to make changes and publish this article. Just based on this news, the Tingen Morning Post would be able to sell an extra 1,000 copies. And that's only considering just this city. Klein's thoughts became more and more distracted before finally calming down. Since Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos is dead, that means that even if Mr. Azek is injured, it wouldn't be too serious. If it was serious, he definitely would have been captured by the mandated Punishers or Duke Negan's Beyonder bodyguards that were in pursuit of Kalangos. And when facing such a situation, Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man would definitely try their best to report it to me. The latter not happening is enough to indicate that everything is under control. Yes, if Mr. Azek doesn't give me a reply, or if Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man do not pray to me by tonight, I'll blow the copper whistle once again to summon the messenger and send over a letter of inquiry. Relaxing, Klein shifted his attention away from the newspaper. Then he surveyed the public carriage. Most of the people who could afford transport like this could read, and under the influence of the term extra, many had bought the Tianjin Morning Post. Now, a few of them were quietly discussing the incident. The king of pirates and the admirals have been terrorizing the sea routes for a long time. They back off when they see the battleships of the various countries, but they don't pay much regard to merchant ships. Even though Kalangos had only been inducted as one of the 7 pirate admirals for less than a decade, he's the first to be killed by the government. Frankly, I'm curious as to what he was doing in Backlund. When a pirate leaves the ocean, death is a foreseeable outcome. Let's hope that there will be a more detailed report in the future. Holy Lord of Storms, I wish to know which of Duke Negan's bodyguards killed Kalangos. His bounty was a full 10,000 pounds. 10,000 pounds. If I had 10,000 pounds, I would immediately quit my job and buy 2 or 3 medium-sized nurseries. I would invest in the shares of some colonizing companies and railroad companies, and receive a stable dividend every year. That's only the bounty of this kingdom. Intis, Fasak, Fainapotter, and some merchant organizations also have bounties for Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos. I sure hope that there's a newspaper that will give a full list of the bounties. 10,000 pounds? Klein was shocked to hear that. With his already impressive pay, he would have to take 20 years to be able to save up that much money even without eating or drinking. If only, forget it, there's nothing I can do either. It would be impossible for me to claim the bounty. He folded the newspaper a little dejectedly and looked out the window of the carriage. At this point, he finally concluded that the incident with Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos had come to a close. All that was left was to tie up the loose ends, such as the batch of Roselle's diary that the hanged man had promised him. Backlund, Sherwood Borough. Furswall and Zyodericha were walking along the street towards the nearest branch of the Varvat Bank. My money seems to disappear without me noticing. Furs sighed. Zio felt the same way. That's right. Luckily, my book, Stormwind Mountain Villa, is rather popular, and there are still royalties being sent to my account. Otherwise, I'd have to find a clinic or a hospital and become a doctor once again. Furs let out a sigh, both in satisfaction and in worry. Zio was silent for a moment before carefully asking, "Will the investigation of Kalangos affect your status as an author? After all, we could be under the attention of the mandated Punishers, Nighthawks, and the rest." "No, the only one they would focus on is you." Furs laughed. "You were the one who sent someone to make a police report. Same for the one who sent the letter and the one famous among the alleys and gangs of the East Borough. As for me, Furswall, I'm still the popular best-selling author." Zio said in a daze. "So you've just been accompanying me all this time?" Furs stroked her hair and laughed. "Don't you find that this was an interesting experience? This experience has provided me with the much-needed inspiration for my work. My next novel will be about a sudden brutal murder." Zio paused, not knowing how to continue the conversation. All she could do was continue walking forward bitterly, forgetting to make a turn until Furs dragged her back. At that moment they heard a paperboy shout, "Extra! Extra! Rear Admiral Hurricane Kalangos killed in Backlund." "Ah, what?" Zio and Furs looked at each other in confusion. They only came to their senses after the paperboy repeated himself multiple times. "What? Kalangos is dead." Furs couldn't believe what she was hearing. "He's dead. How did he die so suddenly?" Zio, who was trying to hide from the prosecution of this merciless pirate, was shocked and dazed. Doesn't this have to follow a normal procedure? First, they find clues to confirm Kalangos' motive. Then they would gather powerful Beyonders and ambush him. Killing the pirate was the last step. But Kalangos was killed even though the first step hadn't been completed yet. He died just like that. Furs and Zio exchanged looks as if they were 2 marble statues. Nearly a minute later, Zio charged towards the paperboy and bought a copy of the Tussock Times. This was one of the 3 most distributed newspapers in the Lone Kingdom. Oh, Kalangos is really dead, killed by Duke Negan's bodyguard. Oh goddess, Negan's bodyguard is... Zio gasped, leaving out the powerful beyonder that she had wanted to say. Furs looked at her good friend in pity. To think that you would believe everything the newspapers say. Alright, perhaps someone realized Kalangos' motive in advance, and the mandated punishers, Nighthawks, Machinery Hive Mind, and the military cooperated and executed a successful ambush. Zio froze and exhaled. We don't need to worry about it any longer. We can go back to our normal lives, but we have to avoid the sphere of influence of that police station from before. She looked at Furs and asked, a little worried, "How much do you think Miss Audrey will pay us now? I know that a few £100 wouldn't be too much to her, but we haven't really completed what she asked of us." No, at least we made Kalangos appear on his own accord. The reason he rushed to take action and fall for the ambush was definitely in some part due to our contributions. Furs consoled her. With Miss Audrey's generosity, she'll give us half the reward even if she's not giving us all of it. Let's hope so. Zio took in a deep breath and had an expectant gaze. I wonder who will claim that bounty of £10,000. It sure invites the envy of others. If I had that much money, I'd have become a sequence 7 or 6 long ago. But I missed the opportunity time and time again. Furs also felt a little sorry, but she reminded her friend, Zio, let us not contact Miss Audrey for the time being. Let her contact us on her own accord. There are too many hidden details surrounding the death of Kalangos. Looking for Miss Audrey abruptly could put us in a dangerous situation. Zio first nodded before saying in surprise, "How did you know that I was thinking of heading to Empress Borough?" "Try guessing." Furs laughed in response. After a busy morning, Klein returned to the Blackthorn Security Company. He reported to Dunn Smith, "Captain, the people connected to Lenevis that I'm in charge of investigating have no problems. They were merely victims, not associated with any Beyonder incidents." Dunn placed both his elbows on his desk. "Then stop that for the time being. We shall place our focus on the more likely suspects after the rest of the members have finished with their investigations. We cannot direct all our manpower onto this incident. We have to guard against other sudden incidents." "All right." Klein was about to stand up and head to lunch when he suddenly heard knocking on the door. "Please enter," Dunn said in his mellow voice. The handle moved and Rosen peeked inside. "Captain, someone is here with a mission." "A mission? This seems to be targeted at the Blackthorn Security Company and not the Nighthawk Squad. So, who mistakenly came to us this time?" Klein wondered to himself. Dunn thought for a moment before saying, "We can go hear the request out and reject it if it's too troublesome." He arranged his shirt and vest as he walked out of the office. He made his way through the partition and towards the sofa in the receptionist area. Klein and Rosen followed curiously behind. There were 2 ladies on the sofa. Both of them were wearing black hats and dresses without any extra color. One of the ladies was plump and had fair skin. Her face was completely obscured by the black veil of her hat. Klein felt a sense of familiarity when he saw her, as though he had seen her somewhere before. Just as he was recalling, he heard the skinnier lady beside her speak. "The mission we would like to entrust to you is for you to track and monitor Madame Sharon and find evidence of her crimes." Madame Sharon? Klein suddenly had an epiphany and recalled where the sense of familiarity came from. The lady that remained silent was the wife of Member of Parliament Maynard, the daughter of the new party's leader. She finds it hard to accept the death of her husband and is unwilling to accept the conclusion the police department came to. So she came to a security company in private to do another investigation? To think that she came directly to us. Klein shook his head and laughed to himself. Madame Sharon? Dunn obviously knew of Baron Coe's widow, a famous socialite in Tingen. Maynard's wife turned her head to shoot a glance at the scrawny lady, who came with her to the Blackthorn Security Company. But she didn't speak for herself. The scrawny lady in the black dress and hat weighed her words before she spoke. "Yes, Madame Sharon, the wife of the deceased Baron Coe." She stammered, then suddenly spat in anger. She's a bitch. Upon hearing her curse, Klein suddenly recalled the porno that he had seen and Madame Sharon's behavior, which appeared nervous on the surface but was calm deep down. That made him believe the rumors about her, and he felt sorry for the deceased old baron. It's not like Madame Sharon can't remarry, but her loose behavior really makes the old baron's grave a perfect nesting ground for cuckoos. Dunn didn't have much of a change in his facial expression. He sat on the sofa opposite and said with his mellow voice, "But that doesn't make her a criminal. You know clearly, and I know it clearly too. Madame Sharon is very influential in Tingen. If we were to follow her and monitor her, there could be very serious consequences for us." "She's a criminal," the scrawny lady said angrily. "She caused my brother's death. But those lovers of hers pressured the police department and made them pronounce that my brother died of excessive drinking and continuous indulgence in sexual pleasure. They are all criminals. Those—" Klein realized that the scrawny lady was Maynard's sister while feeling sorry for the old baron once again. That's right, for such a scandal, she would definitely not send a maidservant here. It's better if the request is made by family. He nodded his head in enlightenment. Mrs. Maynard patted the back of the scrawny woman's hand and added with a deep yet cold voice, "She's a criminal. If you suffer any damages because of this, I will compensate you for your losses." That tone. She lives up to her identity as the daughter of the new party's head. If the police department wasn't very confident with the result of my mediumship ritual, I'm afraid they would have submitted under her pressure. Klein lampooned inwardly. Dunn was silent for nearly 20 seconds before he said, "All right, I have another question. Why do you seem to be so certain that we would find something?" The scrawny lady nodded and said, "The tobacco merchant Vicroy introduced us here. He said that you're the cream of the crop in this industry and can complete missions that others aren't capable of completing." The tobacco merchant Vicroy, who's he? Klein looked at Captain subconsciously and noticed that Dunn Smith looked really confused. "I'm so silly. Why did I hope for Captain to remember something like this? After all, even I don't quite remember." He sighed. The scrawny lady saw that the two elite mercenaries looked confused, so she added, "You saved his kidnapped son." "Oh, him? That kidnap case led me to the discovery of the Antigonus family's notebook." Klein was suddenly enlightened. Dunn nodded slightly and said, "I understand." Upon seeing this, the scrawny woman laid out her offer. "You are to tail and monitor that bitch for 2 weeks. Even if you don't find any evidence of her crime, you have to take note of who visited her and who she visited. We will pay £50 for this. And if you find evidence of her crimes, we would pay another additional £200. That's a large sum of money." When Klein suddenly recalled that he had only spent £7 to hire Detective Henry to gather so much information about red chimney houses, he became a little ashamed. Dunn thought for a moment before saying, "No problem. We can sign the contract now. You'll have to pay a deposit of £20 up front. Captain, we're really lacking in manpower right now. There's the huge case regarding Lenevis." Klein didn't expect Dunn Smith to accept the mission, although he, himself, was quite keen on accepting it. Mrs. Maynard nodded slightly and said, "No problem. I believe in you. Please don't disappoint me." Dunn smiled but kept quiet. He turned his head and told Rose, "Please write up a contract." When the contract was signed and the deposit was paid, Dunn watched Mrs. Maynard and the scrawny lady leave the Blackthorn Security Company. He then looked sideways at Klein and said, "This mission will be yours." "Huh?" Klein looked confused. Dunn smiled and said, "Didn't you want to learn tailing techniques and monitoring skills? This is a great opportunity. It also turns out that you're done with your part in the Lenevis case." "All right." Klein didn't reject the assignment. Just as he accepted, his mind began whirling quickly. According to the rules, half of the mission's commission is handed to Mrs. Oriana as additional funding for the team. The remaining would be split among the involved members. However, it seems like I'm the only one handling the case. Regardless of whether the investigation succeeds, there will be at least £25 of income. On top of that, I'll receive my usual weekly pay. If I really could find some clues, I could even receive £125. Captain is a wise man. Dunn stole a glance at him and said, learn the tailing techniques and monitoring skills from Leonard and Fry in the morning, and put your combat training on hold for this week. Yes, I think you're quite well trained already, so I'll send someone to inform Gawain. Learn tailing techniques and monitoring skills from Leonard and Fry? That doesn't seem very reliable. Klein was stunned. He could imagine Leonard using only one method, which was playing his Phaenopotter lute while singing melodious poetry. Then, he would probably seduce Madame Sharon to bed in order to monitor her up close. As for Fry, he had a unique air to him. He was cold and gloomy, so no matter where he went, he would catch the attention of others. How could such people make good spies? As his thoughts churned, Klein replied seriously, all right. Dunn nodded slightly and walked towards the partition. Suddenly, he paused, turned around, and hesitated before he spoke. Do you remember the tobacco merchant? What was the kidnapping about? So you didn't remember anything or understood anything. Why were you acting so staid and confident? Klein face-bombed. Based on Leonard's guidance, Klein wasn't in a hurry to tail Madame Sharon, even though he knew that she stayed on Osna Street in the East Borough. Until you know the target's routine, you can't tail your target recklessly. Plus, monitoring alone makes it difficult to take note of everything. Unless you don't eat, drink, sleep, and go home, Leonard had said. Hence, Klein followed his suggestion and found one of the Triad bosses in the Hound pub and spent £5 to get his underlings to monitor Madame Sharon and record her daily routine. Luckily, this can be reimbursed. Why does it feel like I'm subcontracting? On Friday afternoon, Klein received the investigation report from the Triad boss. Calling it an investigation report was an obvious insult to professional detectives. Not one of the Triad boss's underlings was literate. They relied on drawings and symbols, which was then interpreted and organized by their semi-literate boss who had attended Sunday school for a year. Klein got a headache just from reading it and took quite a while to finish reading the report. According to the surveillance, Madame Sharon seldom leaves her place recently. There aren't many guests who visit either. She might be affected by Maynard's death. Those Triad underlings are quite capable. They even gathered information from Madame Sharon's maidservant. She will be attending the Conservative Party's banquet tonight. She might return home quite late, or maybe not return. This is an opportunity for me to put theory into practice. Klein quickly decided to sneak into Madame Sharon's house and search through it. With his duties regarding the Lenivas case over, the temporary suspension of combat training, and the end of the Kalangos incident, Klein only had two matters on hand. One was to investigate the Red Chimney houses, and the second was following and monitoring Madame Sharon. In other words, he was relatively free. 2 days ago, he had received Mr. Azek's reply. There was only one sentence on the letter. I obtained the creeping hunger and recalled something. Klein had finally confirmed that it was Mr. Azek who killed Kalangos and that this amnesiac teacher of his who had a long life was a high-sequence beyonder. However, he didn't dare ask him what he had recalled with the aid of the creeping hunger. Azek obviously didn't want to talk about it. If he was willing to share, he would have described it directly in the letter. In Klein's reply, he only reminded Mr. Azek that the creeping hunger yearned for the flesh, blood, and soul of living humans. He had to find a safe sealing method. In addition, Justice and the Hanged Man had yet to pray to him, but Klein wasn't worried. He understood that both members were afraid of being monitored, so they didn't recite his name recklessly. Gas street lamps illuminated the straight Osna Street at night while the crimson moon hung high above. Klein, who had sneaked out with the clown's balance and agility, leaped over the outer wall of Madame Sharon's house quietly. Passing through the garden, he arrived by the side of the house. He climbed up the water pipe and slipped onto the balcony on the second floor. Klein had never even climbed a tree successfully when he was young, so it was quite a monumental event. He took out a tarot card from the pocket of his black windbreaker, slotted it into the gap of the balcony door, lifted it lightly, and unlocked the door. The servants are so careless. They didn't use an additional lock. Otherwise, I'd have to try entering by climbing through the window. Klein muttered silently and entered the house. Based on the information provided by the Triad boss, he found Madame Sharon's bedroom easily. He turned the knob and stepped into the room. He closed the door carefully and suddenly smelled a faint fragrance. It reminded him of the fragrance of a woman that caused the blood vessels of other people to swell. Klein felt a little faint, and he even felt his body reacting. He immediately calmed down with cogitation and made a self-deprecating comment. "She's using an aphrodisiac as perfume?" A few seconds later, Klein activated his spirit vision and surveyed the room, only to find how extravagantly decorated Madame Sharon's room was. In a spacious area with a cloakroom that was ajar, there was a thick carpet, a blanket made with goose feathers, a makeup table strewn with skin care products and cosmetics, a dazzling array of jewelry, thin clothing and socks thrown over the rocking chair, and multiple decorative items adorned with gold silk. All of these entered Klein's field of vision. What attracted Klein's attention the most was an unfinished oil painting. On the painting was the naked figure of Madame Sharon herself, her brown hair like a waterfall, her eyes like an innocent deer's, pure and limpid. But her curved eyebrows, sharp nose, and tender lips accentuated her form as a mature female. The two qualities fused together despite the contradiction, releasing an alarming temptation. Klein only gave a cursory glance at the area under the neck for a moment. He wasn't trying to be gentlemanly. After all, he had already seen the porno, so why would he have scruples over a picture? His attention had been grabbed by the pastels, palettes, and paintbrushes beside the painting, as well as a full-length silver-coated mirror. This combination and their placement relative to each other gave Klein a weird thought that the painter was Madame Sharon herself, and not some artist she had seduced. A beautiful woman with a great figure, flirtatious yet innocent, stripping and drawing herself while looking in the mirror to chronicle her beauty. Feels a little odd. Is Madame Sharon narcissistic? Klein gulped silently and retracted his gaze. He started to search for possible evidence of her crimes. Following Leonard's and Fry's instructions, he kept his black gloves on as he searched. He had to keep the original position of everything in his memory to facilitate putting everything back after he was done. This proved easy for an advanced seer. If he forgot, he could use dream divination to recall the placement easily. Of course, he had performed a divination before he left the house tonight. There was going to be no danger, and he would be met with relative success. That's something a good charlatan would do. Even if I'm already a clown, Klein lampooned himself. He spent 20 minutes searching Madame Sharon's room, but he didn't find anything noteworthy, nor did he see any light emitted by spirituality. Finally, he stopped before a safe in the corner of the room. The steel safe was a meter tall, thick and heavy. It gave the impression that it was unusually sturdy, as if it could only be opened using explosives. This sure is a characteristic of the age of steam. There must be complicated machinery within the safe. Klein tried to open the safe but failed miserably. He left the safe for last. He took off his left glove and unwound the topaz dangling on his left wrist. Grabbing the silver chain and allowing the pendulum to fall, Klein dispelled the excitement that the fragrance in the room gave him and entered a state of cogitation. His eyes turned dark as he chanted to himself, "There is a secret room or hidden partition in this room. There is a secret room or hidden partition in this room." After reciting it 7 times, Klein's eyes regained their normal color. He looked at the dangling topaz, which was turning counterclockwise. It was a negative result. Klein nodded slightly and left Madame Sharon's room. According to the process from before, he went through the study, the living room, the greenhouse, and other parts of the house, but he didn't find any clues of value. He didn't use dowsing rod seeking since he didn't exactly know what he was looking for. Klein took out his silver pocket watch and gave it a look. He confirmed the time before returning to Madame Sharon's bedroom. Carefully closing the wooden door, Klein took out the silver dagger used for rituals and released his spirituality, allowing it to fuse with the powers of nature and seal the room. He was going to summon himself. He was going to go through the safe using his spirit and check the things inside. "Grandpa doesn't need to know how to lockpick," Klein proclaimed in Mandarin. The process was simple since he was praying to himself. He didn't have to be too particular. Klein took out a candle infused with sandalwood and ignited it using his spirituality. That was going to be his altar. I summon in my name. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. The incantation reverberated around Madame Sharon's bedroom. Klein's spirituality poured out from within him, gently fusing with the candle flame to become a gray, palm-sized veil of light. He then took 4 steps counterclockwise, made his way through the mad ravings, and into the world above the gray fog. He saw the door of summoning appear behind the seat of honor at the ancient long table. Klein was about to react when he froze. I should perform a divination to see if I can discover any clues since I'm already here. Here, as well as removing any interference, my powers are also significantly boosted. Also, because of where I am now, performing a divination is akin to using an object Madame Sharon brings around with her every day. He sat down and conjured a fountain pen and goatskin. What should I divine? Klein slipped into deep thought. Is there anything wrong with Madame Sharon? No, everyone makes mistakes. There would be something wrong with anyone. Is Madame Sharon involved in a crime? No, that's not narrow enough either. As a famous socialite tied to the political sphere, it's natural that she would be associated with something dirty yet cannot be convicted for. Also, what is the definition of a crime anyway? The laws of the Lone Kingdom or the laws of the Intis Republic, or is it up to me to decide? Despite his many thoughts, Klein didn't want to delay it any further. After all, his physical body was still in the real world. Thus, he decided to confirm the past few divinations he did regarding the incident. He picked up the pen and, without writing, he conjured a divination statement on the goatskin before him. John Maynard's death was due to supernatural influences. This was the divination he did when he went to Maynard's house to help the police. The answer he received last time was negative. Grabbing the silver chain, he allowed the topaz pendulum to almost touch the statement on the goatskin. Klein half closed his eyes and silently recited the divination statement. John Maynard's death was due to supernatural influences. John Maynard's death was due to supernatural influences. After repeating it 7 times, he opened his eyes and looked at the pendulum. His pupils constricted suddenly. The topaz pendulum was spinning clockwise. Clockwise meant a positive result. Maynard's death was really due to supernatural influences. Klein stared at the pendulum that was slowing down, his heart churning in turmoil. My divination back then was influenced, disrupted. Madame Sharon is a beyonder, a rather powerful beyonder? Or is there someone backing her, having helped in planning Maynard's death? Did they want to remove a powerful opponent to the seat of mayor, to remove a future House of Commons member of Parliament from the new party? Many thoughts raced through his mind as Klein wrote a new divination statement. Madame Sharon is a beyonder. He recited the statement 7 times, still using the pendulum technique. Klein used the location he was at, as well as the information he knew regarding Madame Sharon, to complete the divination. He saw an answer. The answer was the clockwise rotation of the topaz pendulum. The answer was yes. Madame Sharon is a beyonder. Klein's nerves tensed. He didn't delay any further, immediately answering his own prayer and pushing open the mysterious door. After a moment of chaos and dizziness, he saw Madame Sharon's bedroom and himself. Klein floated to the front of the heavy safe and extended his right hand. He carefully extended his hand into the safe. Since Madame Sharon was a beyonder, he had to be wary of traps in the safe. In such a state, where his soul was infused with powers of the mysterious space and his spirituality, Klein no longer needed divination. He would receive a warning when he was approaching something dangerous. A large portion of divination was obtaining revelations by allowing one's astral projection to roam in the spirit world. In other words, it was derived from one's spirituality. Klein didn't notice anything unusual when his nearly transparent hand made it through the thick metal door. After sweeping his hand, he leaned forward, plunging his entire spirit into the safe. He saw that the inside of the safe was split into 3 sections. The first was filled with gold bars, thick stacks of cash, and even more precious jewelry. Another layer had sealed documents. Klein blew on them, but he didn't manage to flip them open to look at their contents. Yes, I'll have to try again with Mr. Azek's copper whistle. Klein had experimented with it previously. When he enveloped the flaring sun charm or Azek's copper whistle with his spirit, both the items were able to make it through obstacles, as if becoming illusory items themselves. The bottommost layer of the safe was rather strange. There was only a black and white photo there. On the photo was a suave young man. Madame Sharon's past lover? Were they forcefully broken apart? And Madame Sharon having no choice but to marry the old baron and, thus, embarked on her path of debauchery by entering the beds of multiple men? But deep in her heart, she still harbors a pure space. Every night, when it's quiet, she takes out this photo and strokes it with tears on her face. Klein instantly imagined the plot of a great romantic tragedy. But the more he looked at it, the more something seemed amiss. The young man in the photo seemed, perhaps, a little too much like Madame Sharon. Madame Sharon's brother? She's a beyonder. Fuck, could she also be of the demonist pathway? The same as instigator Trissy. Klein suddenly had a stroke of inspiration which scared himself. Could the reason Trissy stayed in Tingen this long be because her partner was here? Klein observed the photo closely, realizing that the young man looked remarkably like Madame Sharon. His nearly transparent face grimaced in pain. He could no longer view that porno the same way as before. Collecting himself, Klein felt for the corners of the safe to see if they hid anything. Even though he couldn't pick up any papers in his current state, passing through objects was a different feeling from passing through the air. The feeling was also different when passing through objects of different densities. In his search, Klein suddenly froze. He found an empty space on the side of the safe facing the wall. A hidden compartment. After confirming that there was no danger, Klein made his way inside. What entered his field of vision were ointments, fragrances, powdered herbs, and other objects. The centerpiece was a statue of a god that took the form of a skeleton. The statue was about the size of a palm, and probably of a beautiful girl. It had long hair all the way to its heels. Each strand of hair was thick and clear, like a venomous snake. Situated at the tip of every strand of hair was an eye, some closed, others open. Klein was shocked. He caught a whiff of an evil scent and hurried out of the hidden compartment. He now understood why his divination for any secret rooms or partitions in the room had failed. Klein rushed out of the heavy safe in retreat. Only when he realized that everything seemed fine did he calm down. That white bone statue is creepy. Although it isn't dangerous, it gives me the creeps. Could it be the so-called primordial demoness? An evil god like the hidden sage, the dark side of the universe, or the true creator? Klein recalled his hunches about Madame Sharon, and he suddenly understood what existence the white bone statue might represent. Just as he thought, his spirituality stirred as an ominous premonition gripped him. Klein quickly flew next to the window with complicated patterns and looked at the road outside. He saw a carriage driving towards the front gate under the light of the gas street lamps. Madame Sharon is back? There was a tug at his heartstrings as he finally understood the source of his ominous premonition. Taking into consideration that Trissy only became a woman after Sequence 8 instigator, Madame Sharon was most likely a Sequence 7. And since Madame Sharon has been active in Tingen's social circles for many years, she was most likely much stronger than Trissy. Klein didn't dare to take the risk of relying on his flaring sun charm and Azek's copper whistle. Instead, he made the wise decision to leave. He had a limited number of charms. Plus, he didn't know when he would be able to get the sealed artifact, Mutated Sun Sacred Emblem, out again. Hence, if it wasn't a desperate situation, Klein didn't want to waste his most powerful charms. He would also have the issue of explaining himself if he were to use it. I can't just tell Dunn that a kind expert had happened to pass by and helped me, right? As for why he didn't want to use Azek's copper whistle, it was because Klein wasn't sure if the messenger that was summoned had the ability to fight. What if it just looked strong but only knew how to send letters? With what I discovered earlier, it should be sufficient for the Nighthawk squad to take action. Why should I fight against Madame Sharon alone? We can totally gank her. Klein emphasized inwardly and ended his summoning. With a whoosh, he returned to the world above the gray fog. He then quickly wrapped himself in spirituality and stimulated a rapid descent to return to his body in reality. He quickly put out the flame and put away the candle. He removed the wall of spirituality and left Madame Sharon's bedroom. He took the same path back, but he didn't have the time to reset the bolt on the balcony door. Sliding down the water pipe, Klein climbed over the wall which was opposite the entrance of the house. He remained hidden until he reached the neighboring street. Then, he hired the expensive night carriage to Zutland Street. Madame Sharon, who looked beautiful in her black dress, slowly walked to the second floor. She dismissed her maidservants and opened the door to her bedroom. Her pure clear eyes suddenly concentrated and reflected fine threads that were almost transparent and unnoticeable. They didn't possess the luster of spirituality. They were like human hair that was pathologically changed. If one didn't already know of their existence or have a pair of very special eyes, they wouldn't notice the strands. All those fine threads had torn and fallen to the ground. Madame Sharon squinted her eyes and directed her focus onto the thick gray metal safe. 36, Zutland Street, the Blackthorn Security Company. Dunn was reading the newspaper casually with his legs crossed. He looked at Klein, who appeared before his office door with a strange expression. He sighed and said, "Weren't you supposed to slip into Madame Sharon's house to do an initial search? Did you encounter some sort of problem?" Klein nodded seriously and said, "Yes, I suspect that Madame Sharon is a member of the demonist sect." "A member of the demonist sect?" Dunn lowered the newspaper and ruminated over the words. He then asked seriously, "What did you discover?" Klein didn't sit down. He leaned his body forward and supported his weight with his hands holding the edge of the work desk. "First, I found a photo. There was a young man in the photo, but he looked very much like Madame Sharon. If he were to change into female clothing, put on makeup, and Photoshop the picture a little, he would look exactly like Madame Sharon." Klein held back his urge to lampoon. "Similar to instigator Trissy?" Dunn's eyes sparkled as he was enlightened. They had previously predicted that Trissy was most likely a member of the demonist sect. "Yes." Klein nodded with mixed emotions as he continued. "I used divination to discover that Madame Sharon has a white bone statue in a hidden compartment in her safe. It's of an extremely beautiful woman, but her hair is very long, to her ankles. Every single strand is as thick as a venomous snake. On the tips there were eyes. They looked rather creepy. Captain, is that the image of the primordial demoness?" As his security clearance was insufficient, the information about the demonist sect that he could read was very limited. Dunn recalled and nodded with a serious expression and said, "That's the image of the primordial demoness. We have to take action immediately and seize control of Madame Sharon." Klein immediately agreed and said, "If Madame Sharon is a mid-sequence beyonder from the demonist sect, I have to assume that she'll be able to tell that someone had sneaked into her bedroom." Then, he suddenly felt puzzled as he blurted, "Captain, why do the 7 Orthodox gods only have symbols without any actual image, while the evil gods that I'm currently aware of have anthropomorphic appearances? The true creator and the primordial demoness are examples. Is this one of the differences between Orthodox gods and evil gods? Why would there be such a difference?" Klein added inwardly, but he wisely didn't say it out. "That's one of the differences between Orthodox gods and evil gods." Dunn gave a reassuring answer. Then, he got up and walked towards the clothes rack. He said, "Let's not delay any further. I'm worried that Madame Sharon will run away." Then, Dunn paused. "Go upstairs to get Kenley. With the 3 of us taking action together, we can apply for one sealed artifact. Madame Sharon is very likely higher than a sequence 7 beyonder." "Captain, you're so wise." Klein answered without hesitation. "All right. Then," he asked curiously, "Captain, which sealed artifact are you going to use?" Dunn weighed his words before he answered, 30217. As there weren't many sealed artifacts behind Tingen City's Chinese gate, Klein quickly remembered what Captain wanted to use. Number 0217. Name Spirit Medium's Mirror. Danger Grade 3. Considerably dangerous. It has to be used carefully. It can only be requested for operations that require 3 or more people. Security classification. Official Nighthawk member or above. Sealed method. Store in absolute darkness. Description. The back of the mirror is plated in mercury. The front of the mirror has 3 minor cracks. The very first investigator that looked into the mirror saw a sobbing girl with long hair. Then, he discovered the girl climbing out of the mirror. From many experiments with the artifact, the image that's reflected in the mirror is different most of the time. Even if the same person uses it repeatedly, they would encounter different things of varying danger levels. But they would prioritize dealing with the person who looked at the mirror first. The most dangerous situation is to see oneself in the mirror. If no one looks at the mirror under the prerequisite of there being light, an image would surface automatically every 3 hours. It doesn't possess any living traits. Remark. The mirror originally belonged to a spirit medium, and was a very ordinary mirror until one day the spirit medium committed suicide when looking into it. Indeed, that there aren't many sealed artifacts behind Chinese Gate that can be used in a Beyonder battle. 3-0217 is a good choice. Klein didn't speak further as he immediately ran to the Nighthawk's recreation room to get sleepless Kenley. That night was Royale's turn to be on duty at Chinese Gate. Leonard was off duty. Sikatron was patrolling areas like Raphael Cemetery, and the new member would only arrive on Sunday. Hence, Dunn could only pick from Fry and Kenley. Taking into consideration that Madame Sharon was from the Demonist sect and had little to do with dead spirits, he had opted for the latter. After a few minutes, Dunn returned from the basement. He held the mirror that was tightly wrapped in a thick black cloth. Frankly speaking, if I didn't know beforehand, I wouldn't be able to tell that it's a mirror. None of it is exposed. Klein went forward with the petite-sized Kenley. You're in charge of using sealed artifact 3-0217. Dunn passed the mirror to Kenley. Upon seeing that, Klein suddenly realized that he was a Sequence 8 Beyonder and that he possessed the ability to fight head-on. He couldn't just hide by the side as support. Man, I'm a little nervous. He touched the slumber charms in his pockets and made sure that he was well prepared. The only problem is that in order to make it easier to climb, I'm not bringing my cane. I can borrow Kenley's. He has the mirror in one hand and a gun in the other. That should be sufficient. Amidst Klein's thoughts, the trio arrived downstairs and took a carriage to Osna Street. On their way there, Kenley looked at the sealed artifact 3-0217 in his hands. He sighed from the tension. This is the first time I've been involved in such a dangerous operation. Normally, the Nighthawks wouldn't use any sealed artifacts to deal with Beyonder incidents. When they went to Morristown, they had applied for the Mutated Sun Sacred Emblem for preventive purposes. Given how far away Morristown was, it would have taken backup some time to arrive if they needed it. This time, they were almost certain that their target was a mid-sequence Beyonder. Don't worry. Perhaps Madame Sharon has already fled? Klein replied with a smile. Honestly, he was just as tense as Kenley. Dunn's eyes turned and looked at him helplessly. Let's try not to let Madame Sharon escape. About 20 minutes later, the 3 Nighthawks arrived at Osna Street. They saw the garden and Madame Sharon's house in the darkness. The house lay in silence as though nothing had happened. Klein took out the pendulum in his left sleeve and made a quick divination. There's danger inside. There's danger inside. After he recited the statement 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw the topaz pendant spinning clockwise. The amplitude and speed were considered medium level. It meant that there was danger in there. Not very high, but it wasn't very low either. There's danger in there. Not very high, but it isn't very low either. This means that Madame Sharon is still in the building. She hasn't fled yet. Klein froze for a moment, quickly realizing the reason. He had entered a unique state by summoning himself to inspect the safe. He hadn't forcefully broken the lock when he was inspecting the secret compartment, nor did he activate any hidden traps. Thus, Madame Sharon wouldn't have discovered that her secret had been exposed. She would only think that there was a break-in, or some private investigator was checking on her to no avail. In such a situation, it was logical that she would continue to stay home. It made logical sense. To lose composure from a tiny matter and overreact wasn't the Madame Sharon whom Klein had come to understand. She was a calm socialite who was capable of acting afraid and pitiful, as well as a beyonder member of the demonist sect who had kept her identity hidden for many years. If the telephone had been invented, Madame Sharon definitely would have called one of her lovers and complained about the security in Tingen City whilst hinting that it was Madame Maynard. Klein began imagining a melodramatic plot. He told Dunn and Kenley the results of his divination as well as his guess. That's the most reasonable deduction. Dunn pressed down on his hat as he looked at the second floor of Madame Sharon's apartment. There's no need for us to rush in. Why? Kenley, who was holding sealed artifact 3-0217, instinctively asked. He was filled with fear towards the spirit medium mirror in his hands. He was afraid that some unexpected event would arise from the sealed artifact. Dunn wore his black gloves and looked at Klein. Do you still remember what happened when we tried to capture Instigator Trissy? I remember, Klein replied after some thought. She seemed to be able to detect our presence and make the necessary responses, which resulted in her successful escape. I also remember suggesting the use of bombarding the house when the captain asked me how I would deal with the situation. That was the safest, most surefire method. But not this time. We can't use it here as there are many innocent maids in Madame Sharon's house. If we notified them in advance and got them to evacuate, that would definitely catch Madame Sharon's attention. According to Leonard, Trissy could turn invisible. We have to assume that Madame Sharon has that ability too. Klein connected the dots at once. Dunn looked at the crimson moon in the sky and said, Good, your answer is very good. You're rather intuitive in such situations. We cannot approach recklessly and end up alarming Madame Sharon. I'll try dragging her into a dream from a distance. If I'm successful, you and Kenley will go and capture her. Well, you can make the decision of whether to kill her or not. Kill her if you cannot control her. Your safety is of utmost importance. Captain, your line of thought is always so clear at such critical moments. I was just waiting for you to say that, Klein praised in his heart. Over the months, Klein had grasped most of the unique traits of the different beyonder powers of his partners when he was casually chatting with Dunn, Leonard, Fry, and the rest. Amongst those, Dunn Smith, who was a nightmare, could freely enter the dreams of a sleeping person even though he was at home or at the Blackthorn Security Company. But how he did it was a secret of his own sequence, and Klein didn't ask about it too deeply. The ability to drag someone into a dream had a limited range and was normally used during direct confrontations. But Klein had once heard the captain say that the ability also had a certain effect when used within a 100-meter radius. But he needed time to complete the process. He couldn't do it instantly, for the process was similar to coaxing a child to sleep. At this moment, Dunn was going to drag the distant Madame Sharon into a sleeping state, a little at a time. After completing the first stages of the restraint, he was going to create the most opportunistic conditions for Klein and Kenley. All right. Kenley was also rather accepting of the captain's plan. Without any more chatter, Dunn leaned on the corner of a wall and shut his eyes. He put his hands together and lowered his head. His black windbreaker and silk hat blended into the night. In the opulent bedroom, Madame Sharon was leaning on her comfortable rocking chair, completely naked. Her fair and excellent figure was completely exposed. She sometimes turned her head towards the full-length mirror to admire her charming self. As she looked, her face would flush red as tears welled in her eyes. Her expression emitted a strange tenderness amidst her stupor. The skeletal statue of the goddess was sitting on the table beside her. The thick strands of hair seemed gentle under the warm, pink light. Slowly, the frequency in which Madame Sharon looked into the mirror decreased. Bit by bit, her eyelids couldn't help but droop. Seconds turned into minutes when Klein suddenly recalled something. How was the captain going to notify Kenley and himself after he successfully dragged Madame Sharon into a dream? Madame Sharon would wake up if the captain left his nightmare state, and she would notice that something was off. I wonder if the captain is capable of giving hand signs while dreaming at the same time? Klein looked at the worried Kenley pacing around and intended to discuss this with him in order to distract him. At that moment his mind turned into a blur. He saw a giant crimson moon, as well as Captain Dunn Smith in his black windbreaker under the moon. There was also the short Kenley, his expression dazed. Klein realized that he too was dreaming. I've been dragged into a dream by the captain, so that's how he was going to notify us. He wanted to face-palm himself, but could only maintain his trance-like state while saying muddle-headedly, "Captain?" Dunn nodded slightly and said, "Madame Sharon has entered a dream. You can take action now." He then emphasized, "Remember to be careful, and don't be too reckless. We would rather miss the opportunity than take unwarranted risks." Just as he finished his sentence, the world before Klein shattered. His eyes reflected Dunn Smith again. He was still at the corner of the wall, looking down with his hands clenched tightly into fists. On the other side, Kenley, who had stopped pacing about, also opened his eyes. The duo exchanged looks and nodded. Both of them entered a state to execute their operation. Even though this was the first time Kenley was participating in a relatively dangerous mission, he was still more experienced than Klein. He had attended many official missions, so he quickly adjusted his mental state, becoming calm and sharp. Of course, this could also be attributed to the augmentation the knight had on a sleepless. This was also one of the reasons Dunn had chosen Kenley over Fry for this operation. "Let's go." As a Sequence 8, Klein took on the role of the leader, signaling for his partner to follow. Kenley didn't object. He gripped the tightly wrapped mirror and softened his footsteps as he followed. Klein led him to the place where he scaled the wall previously. He grabbed onto the crevices of the wall and made it to the top of the wall with little effort. He maintained his ridiculous sense of balance and turned around, bending down and grabbing the spirit media mirror Kenley had tossed over. The moment he touched the mirror, Klein felt his spiritual perception tighten suddenly. It was as if what was covered by the black cloth wasn't a mirror, but a door to some unknown, dangerous alternate world. Indeed, any item that requires sealing has some malefic side to it. Klein internally muttered to himself wistfully as he watched Kenley scale the wall. In order to facilitate movement, Kenley had placed his cane beside Dunn. Klein didn't dwell on that matter. After making their way through the garden to the side of the building, he climbed the pipe up to the balcony of the second floor, just as he did before. He then hung naturally from his feet, allowing his body to fall, once again taking sealed artifact 3-0271. Kenley looked at him, puzzled. But immediately, he nodded his head in enlightenment. At that moment, Klein was shocked by his own actions. He exerted a force using his waist, and, with the support of his left hand, he easily flipped over. What happened just now? Why did I move like that? Felt so natural. Is that an ability of the clown? He thought back and felt that he was able to better display the unique characteristics of a clown in actual practice. After waiting for Kenley to easily make his way up, Klein handed the spirit medium mirror back to him before pulling open the unlocked door of the balcony. Kenley carefully pulled away the black cloth wrapped around sealed artifact 3-0271. He pointed the object mirror side down, reflecting the tiles on the ground. One of the rules of the spirit medium mirror was not to use it on yourself or your partners. After putting away the black cloth, Kenley took out his revolver and followed behind Klein. They made their way past the corridor towards Madame Sharon's bedroom, their footsteps light. Klein wielded his readied revolver, and, while activating his spirit vision, he reached out for the door handle with his left hand. He didn't dare to be careless since his divination told him that there would be danger present. The reason why he didn't make another quick divination was that he knew the presence of the primordial demoness statue in the room. At this distance, his divination would definitely be interrupted. He knew that there was no way for him to get a clear answer without relying on the gray fog's obstruction. Furthermore, with Kenley beside him, there was no way for him to enter that mysterious space. After pushing open the door, what entered Klein and Kenley's field of vision was the warm light from the gas lamp. Then, they saw Madame Sharon slumped over her chair, as well as her alluring body. However, Madame Sharon wasn't asleep. She was reclined in her chair with a faint smile across her mouth, looking straight at her two visitors. Instinctively, Kenley flipped his palm and pointed the spirit medium mirror at Madame Sharon. Klein first froze, then exclaimed, "No!" He clearly remembered that there was a full-length mirror on the other side of the chair. But it wasn't there now. The spirit medium mirror had locked onto Madame Sharon in just a second. But that image of Madame Sharon became blurry before turning into a full-length mirror. Kenley looked at himself in the mirror and also sealed artifact 3-0271 reflecting his own image. A figure instantly appeared within the spirit medium mirror. It was an expressionless, sinister image of Kenley himself. Klein felt his limbs turn rigid as if he had been entangled by invisible threads. An elegant figure appeared beside the full-length mirror. It was Madame Sharon, wearing a nightgown. She glanced at the two intruders and chuckled. "If it wasn't for the fact that the statue happened to be beside me, I should be deep asleep now, waiting for you to wake me up with a kiss." At that moment, Klein suddenly shouted a simple term in ancient Hermes, "Crimson!" He had no idea when he dug his left palm into his pocket. He deftly flicked his fingers and tossed out a slumber charm. The silver charm suddenly turned ice-cold, just like a crystal coat with layers of frost. Klein shivered and suddenly became more alert. His fear and agitation temporarily froze. He quickly injected his spirituality into the charm and pushed the thin silver piece out of his pocket with his fingertip, causing it to drop to his feet. A crimson flame appeared in the air, and the sound of light, continuous explosions echoed in the room. A serene and deep feeling instantly emanated and engulfed most of the bedroom, including Madame Sharon, sleepless Kenley, and also Klein himself. The slumber charm was an item that didn't distinguish between the enemy and the caster. In most situations, using it meant throwing it at the enemy. That way, the caster would only be affected by the remnant shock waves, but not to the extent of failing to resist the temptation of falling into a deep sleep. But Klein's arms were entangled by countless invisible threads. He couldn't throw the charm, so he could only exchange Madame Sharon's slumber with his. But he had long considered such a situation and was prepared. This was because his body was unique, a uniqueness that was unlike most low-sequence beyonders. In that instant, Klein's eyelids closed and entered into deep sleep normally, while Madame Sharon and Kenley also appeared to slow down. Klein quickly realized that he was in a dream and rationally knew that he was sleeping. Whenever anything related to dream invasions or similar hypnotic effects were used on him, he could still maintain consciousness. He had discovered this when he was dealing with Dunn's nightmare powers, as well as when Daly was channeling his spirit. Kacha! Klein tore out of the dream forcefully and woke up. He felt the countless threads binding his arms, legs, and body loosen. As for Madame Sharon, she had a vacant look, as though she was going to shake off the effect of the slumber charm but had yet to wake up entirely. Kenley was on the ground with the spirit medium mirror flipped upside down nearby, while his revolver had been flung to the door. An opportunity. Klein seized the moment while the fine threads loosened. He took out his left hand and snapped his fingers. He lit up a faint blue spiritual flame and burned the countless fine threads before him. At the same time, he picked up his revolver with his right hand and pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang! Bang! The two silver demon-hunting bullets tore through the barrel and fired towards Madame Sharon. Klein didn't confirm the outcome but bent his knees, exerted strength in his waist, and leaped over to Kenley. Simultaneously, he broke the fine strings that were tied around his body. His earlier shots were mainly to inform the captain that something unexpected had happened inside. They were already fighting and were in need of assistance. Of course, if he could shoot Madame Sharon directly, that'd be the best outcome. However, Klein didn't believe a Sequence 7 or 6 Beyonder could be taken care of so easily. There were faint blue flames twirling in the air, dancing across the fine threads in the room. In such a dreamy scenery, the two silver demon hunting bullets struck Madame Sharon's body. Kacha! Kacha! Madame Sharon was in her translucent sleeping robe, and her indistinct body shattered like the crimson moon's reflection in a lake. The full body mirror next to her cracked into pieces, and most of them shattered into about thumbnail-sized chunks while a small amount remained on the frame. They all resembled palms, strangely shaped palms. A substitute? A beyonder power of the demoness sequence? The corner of Klein's eyes swept over it as he already rolled next to Kenley. Since the fine strings were all broken by his movement, the faint blue flames didn't spread over. At that moment, Madame Sharon had vanished, but the sleeping Kenley lifted his hands and gripped his neck so tightly that his saliva began flowing out as his tongue protruded. But he didn't seem like he was going to stop. But in Klein's spirit vision, there weren't any abnormal things around. He suddenly recalled the description of sealed artifact 3-0271. The most dangerous situation is when you see yourself. Could it be that Kenley saw his own reflection in sealed artifact 3-0271 through the full body mirror? Klein speculated. He quickly took out another silver charm without having the luxury of time to think about it. It was a triangular-shaped item, a requiem charm. Crimson. Klein said the ancient Hermes word while he instilled his spirituality into the charm and threw it out. Then, he pressed down his left hand and grabbed the spirit medium mirror. He used the corner of his eye to determine that the sealed artifact was facing downward so it wouldn't reflect himself. The triangular silver charm ignited into icy blue flames. The gentle and serene darkness blanketed Kenley and affected Klein himself. The nervous emotions dispersed in that instant. Kenley relaxed his hands on his throat, while Klein felt like he was standing before his oriel window at home, overlooking the quiet streets. His physical and mental state was at peace. That was exactly what Klein wanted. At that very moment he entered an extremely serene state. He appeared to be the only person left in the entire world with nothing else in existence. Within this sense of calmness, he suddenly had a gut feeling in his mind. Madame Sharon is about to attack my right waist. That was the foresight ability of a clown in battle. Without any hesitation, Klein lifted the spirit medium mirror and rolled to his left. Just as he moved, a dagger, burning in dark flames, pierced the spot where he had stood earlier. Madame Sharon's figure was outlined once again. As he rolled, Klein suddenly lifted the spirit medium mirror and pointed it at Madame Sharon. Besides saving his teammate, his main goal when he got close to Kenley was to pick up the sealed artifact. Otherwise, he didn't believe that anything good would come out of waiting for the captain's reinforcements while being next to Madame Sharon. The flaring sun charm could be used to fight against a beyonder, but the effect wouldn't be as significant as if it was used against a dead spirit. Plus, the other person wouldn't just stand there and wait for him to use a charm. If it really didn't work, Klein could only take the risk and use Azek's copper whistle. Regarding how he would explain it, he would think about it after he managed to stay alive. However, things developed better than Klein had predicted. Madame Sharon opted for assassination. She didn't interrupt his use of the Requiem charm and the spirit medium mirror. Therefore, Klein had instantly formulated a simple plan. He didn't avoid the repercussions of the Requiem charm but relied on it to enhance his foresight ability as a clown. Then, he seized the opportunity to dodge the attack while he used the spirit medium mirror to reflect the enemy. When Madame Sharon missed her strike, she immediately wanted to chase after her agile opponent, who was rolling away. She suddenly saw a mirror with 3 cracks. The surface of the mirror rippled, and a woman's figure appeared. Her hair was black and thick, hanging low and blocking her face. Klein's left hand shook, and the spirit medium mirror glided on the carpet for a dozen centimeters with the front facing upwards. A pale hand extended out of the mirror, and a woman in a white bedsheet-like dress climbed out of the mirror quickly and pounced at Madame Sharon. Madame Sharon's expression became gloomy. There was a layer of darkness above her innocent brown eyes. Her surroundings ignited with 7 black flames. With a swoosh, a black flame flew out and hit the woman in the white dress. Whoosh! The woman caught on fire and wailed in pain. Very soon, she vanished into thin air. So. The black flames flew at Klein one after another like bullets. Klein's pupils constricted as he quickly rolled away. He didn't dare stay in that spot. However, his action of rolling gradually became slower because there seemed to be fine threads entangling him again. They slowed him down and affected his motion. It seemed like the nemesis of the clown's combat abilities. The black flames flew past Klein's face and fell onto Madame Sharon's bed. However, it didn't burn, seemingly effective on items with life or spirituality. Klein had yet to feel rejoice over his successful dodge when another premonition flashed through his head. He twisted his spine and changed his forward flip into a side roll. A transparent ice crystal suddenly appeared like a spear and stabbed into the carpet where Klein had originally intended to land. The white frost expanded and struck Klein, whose actions were affected by the fine threads. He suddenly shivered, and his body became stiff. Although he could still move, he was much slower. Madame Sharon had black flames surrounding her again, and there was a transparent ice spear that condensed in her hands. Klein didn't hesitate any further as he shoved his hand into his pocket and grabbed Azek's copper whistle. He. Just then, Kenley shook off the effect of the requiem and slumber charms. He got up and looked towards Madame Sharon with a pair of vacant-looking eyes. His face seemed to be blanketed by a shadow, making him look silent yet creepy. Thud, thud, thud. Kenley leaped at Madame Sharon, who was the closest. Madame Sharon narrowed her eyes and shot the black flames surrounding her one after another at Kenley. Poof, poof, poof. The black flames disappeared like snowflakes and didn't have any effect. Klein was stunned at first. Then he lifted the gun in his right hand and pulled the trigger while aiming at Madame Sharon. Bang! Madame Sharon dodged ahead of time and threw the frost spear towards Kenley, but it only penetrated his clothes and not his skin. Hence, it didn't create a freezing effect. Bang! Klein fired again, and Madame Sharon dodged to the side of the broken full-body mirror and picked up a palm-sized fragment. She continued to walk swiftly and dodged another bullet. She then used the irregular fragment to reflect Kenley as he leaped over at her. Right on the heels of that, Madame Sharon dodged to the side as she swiped the mirror with her palm, which was covered in black flames. At that moment, Klein had emptied his revolver. He had no choice but to throw it, letting the empty shells and revolver fall to the carpet. Just as he rolled over to pick up Kenley's revolver, he heard his teammate's tragic scream. Kenley stopped before bending over and vomiting. It was bile at first, then a red heart, followed by his lungs and stomach that were burning with black flames. The beating heart, the yellowish-green liquid, the silently burning black flames, and the falling figure entered Klein's field of vision and etched themselves deeply into Klein's mind. The most dangerous mission he had encountered up to this date had been when he was dealing with Ray Bieber, who was in the midst of digesting. Even such a terrifying and dangerous monster had only resulted in severe injuries to the Beyonders on the mission. No one had to sacrifice their lives. The deaths of the Beyonders Klein had witnessed, including old Niels, were all due to them losing control. The murderer might be strange and indescribable or related to evil gods, but they had nothing to do with the missions they undertook. Now, he was looking at one of his partners being killed in action. The death was purely due to one mistake. Nighthawks were fighting against madness, but so were they also fighting against danger. There might never be an opportunity to make up for that one mistake. Klein's thoughts erupted with a boom. Apparently having taken a huge blow, he knelt down and lifted his right hand, firing successive shots at Madame Sharon. The silver demon hunting bullets pierced through the invisible threads and shot towards her head and transparent sleeping gown. Suddenly, Madame Sharon appeared to be yanked in another direction by something, allowing her to successfully avoid Klein's manic shooting. Klein only managed to collect himself and regain the ability of rational thought when he finished firing the 5 bullets in his revolver, and the sound of the hammer striking an empty chamber entered his ears. His heart tightened. Without any time to reload, he tossed the revolver to the side and took out a stack of tarot cards. Pa! Madame Sharon's body moved to the side and saw a card fly past her. piercing deeply into the surface of the makeup table. She smiled, her beautiful brown eyes once again taking on a black luster. At that moment, her waterfall-like brown hair suddenly flailed into the air like it was lifted by an invisible force. Madame Sharon froze. She wanted to dodge, but she was too slow. Klein had tossed out a magician card, successfully pinning her hair to the wall. Pa! Madame Sharon forcefully tore away her hair and rolled forward, her body quickly vanishing from Klein's line of sight. She's turned invisible again. Klein had a tarot card between his fingers as he slowly turned around while being alert of his surroundings. Suddenly, he realized why Madame Sharon had to give up her attack, and why she had slowed down. If the situation had developed normally, Klein would have had no choice but to use Azek's copper whistle to deal with this terrifying demoness. Yes, the captain must be around here somewhere. He felt a little excited. He looked around, his gaze instinctively falling on the window. At the same time, he made a judgment in his heart. Madame Sharon wants to flee. She knew that we still have a partner with the ability to drag her into a dream, but she was unsure if there would be other reinforcements from the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or machinery hive mind. Even though she's powerful, there's no way that she can wipe out a team of Beyonders on her own. With that thought, Klein flicked his wrist, tossing the tarot card towards the window. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He threw out 5 cards in succession, 3 sealing the window and the other 2 towards the door. Crack. Thud. Thud. Amidst the sound of shattering glass, 2 tarot cards dug into the ajar bedroom door, one after the other. As he expected, Klein heard the sound of dodging. He once again tossed cards out, making use of his clown's intuition to pinpoint where he should be aiming. The cards pierced through the air and rapidly advanced before drilling themselves into the sturdy wall. However, a figure was quickly outlined in the air. It was none other than the brown-haired Madame Sharon, who was in a translucent sleeping gown. The moment Madame Sharon was exposed, her eyes lost their focus, as though she was falling asleep standing. Captain Klein scanned his surroundings but was in no hurry to throw his cards. This was because he knew that Madame Sharon would quickly break out of the dream. He had to deal fatal damage in these 2 or 3 seconds, or their opponent would escape. It was easy to escape from a nightmare when there was a huge distance between them. Bending his knees, Klein rolled forward diagonally. He went prone and extended his right hand, grabbing the edge of the spirit medium mirror that was facing upward. He then flicked his wrist before his reflection could appear in the mirror. He tossed sealed artifact 3-0271 towards Madame Sharon, mirror side facing her. Madame Sharon's body trembled. The color of her brown eyes was quickly restored as they once again found their focus. And awakening before her was a crystalline layer of sturdy frost that appeared on the surface of her body. However, she didn't see the card, nor the demon-hunting bullet approaching her. All she saw was a mirror, and that the mirror was reflecting her innocent, yet alluring beauty. That beautiful face in the mirror suddenly became contorted. Wrinkles, gashes of blood, and rotting spots appeared on her face. No! Madame Sharon let out a shrill cry, as if she had just witnessed someone she loved die. Her skin quickly took on a green color as yellow pus flowed out the corner of her eyes. After a moment of suffering, a silent black flame burned outward from within Madame Sharon, as if she was trying to expel something. The black flames then condensed into a thick frost, as if it was creating a coffin for an eternal rest. The invisible threads finally took on a color that was visible to the human eye. They enveloped the frost, forming a gigantic cocoon. Thud, thud, thud. Sealed artifact 3-0271 fell onto the ground and tumbled before stopping beside Madame Sharon's giant cocoon. At that moment, Dunn broke through the window frame and somersaulted into the room. He caught sight of Kenley, who had stopped breathing, and his expression sank. It was at this moment the cocoon cracked open. The coffin of ice crumbled an inch at a time as black flames turned into specks of light, dissipating into the surroundings. Madame Sharon's skin had regained its normal color. Her eyes showed fatigue, but she seemed normal. Her eyes reflected Klein, who was still sprawled on the ground. She also saw Dunn Smith, his finger pressed on his glabella with his eyes closed. A formless ripple spread outward from Dunn as Madame Sharon's eyelids drooped uncontrollably. Under Dunn's windbreaker were writhing, snake-like objects. Klein knew that the captain couldn't restrain Madame Sharon for long, just like when they were previously fighting Monster Bieber. Klein rolled forward again, grabbed his revolver, the one he had previously tossed onto the carpet. He grabbed 3 demon-hunting bullets with his left hand and familiarity stuffed them into the round chambers. Pa! Klein closed the cylinder and stood up, taking aim at Madame Sharon with both hands on the gun. He aimed at the center of her forehead. Bang! He controlled his body with the abilities of the clown and pulled the trigger. The silver demon-hunting bullet pierced through the air, accurately hitting the fixed target. A bloody gash appeared between Madame Sharon's eyes, but the bullet seemed to tear through multiple layers of obstruction, causing it to lose the bulk of its power, rendering it unable to pierce through the target's skull. Klein fired another 2 shots without hesitation when he saw Madame Sharon suddenly open her eyes. Bang! Bang! A rain of blood splattered amidst white dots. The stunning beauty that was Madame Sharon had become a mutilated corpse that would incite nightmares in every man. She had long run out of substitutes to use. Phew! Phew! Klein lowered his arms and panted heavily. Madame Sharon, with only half her head left, slumped onto the ground. She still had an exceptional figure, her skin still white and tender. Dunn straightened himself up and opened his eyes. He too lowered his hand from his glabella, his face a little pale. He wasn't injured, but he looked as though he had lost a lot of blood. If it wasn't for the fact that she wanted to kill a few people before she tried to escape, if it wasn't for sealed artifact 3-0271 reflecting herself by chance, we probably would have only been able to injure her. Dunn slowly walked forward to Klein's side, his voice unusually low. If it wasn't for how unique I was, I would have died along with Kenley in the first 10 seconds of the battle. Klein turned to look at Kenley, who was silently lying on the black ash. He exhaled. Captain Kenley. I know, Dunn replied with a raspy voice. I made a mistake. I was fooled by Madame Sharon. I didn't expect her to secretly escape from the dream. He paused. Then he said in a serious tone, but you have to get used to this. It's normal for Nighthawks to die during missions. Perhaps the next one to die would be me. Klein fell silent, not knowing how to reply. Kenley still had his eyes open, staring blankly at the ceiling. May the goddess bless you. May you find true peace. Dunn walked over to Kenley's side and drew a crimson moon on his chest. He then squatted and closed his partner's eyes. May the goddess bless you. May the serene night no longer harbor any danger or madness. Klein also drew the crimson moon as he prayed silently in his heart. A few seconds later, he forcefully retracted his gaze and asked in a heavy voice, Captain, should I channel her spirit now? Dunn nodded indiscernibly. Don't attempt to ask about the primordial demoness. That's very dangerous. I'll guard you and prevent any accidents from disturbing you. Klein didn't tarry. He took out the various ingredients and quickly set up an altar, starting the mediumship ritual. After reciting the incantations, he took a step back and used a dream divination. Madame Sharon's partners. Madame Sharon's partners. After reciting the statement 7 times, Klein entered a dream. He saw Madame Sharon's soul within the hazy world. He reached out to the transparent, ethereal soul, and the scene before his eyes changed. It was a night scene. Madame Sharon, who was wearing a long black robe, handed an ancient bronze book over to instigator Trissy. She laughed a little manically after hearing the latter's doubt over the term, which, weren't you always curious? Curious about why our upper echelons are all female. So it really was the demoness sect. Leonard's guess accurately matches the truth. He really does have a huge secret. The corresponding sequence 7 for assassin and instigator is which? What a trap. Klein thought to himself. The scene immediately changed. Klein saw a vast hall with narrow windows all around the place, and a lady clad in a pure white robe. Her back was facing Madame Sharon as she said with a smile, We can reach sainthood as long as we advance towards the primordial. We can attain power, attain salvation, and avoid the end of days. Madame Sharon lowered her head and asked curiously, "Why must we become women? Is it because the primordial is a woman? Do women symbolize destruction and calamity?" The lady whose back was facing Madame Sharon answered calmly, "No, men are the same. They are the synonym of war. These are two similar pathways." Synonym of war. A similar sequence as the demoness sequence pathway. Which one would it be? Klein watched the movie-like scene as he recalled the sequence pathways that he knew of. As he was only an official Nighthawk, there was still a lot of information that he couldn't access. He was still in the dark about the names of the mid to high sequences and their corresponding traits. He only knew about the few that he had learned of from the eternal blazing sun, such as the priest of light and the unshadowed, the god of combat sequence pathway that he found out from the young man, sun, such as Dawn Paladin, Guardian, and Demon Hunter, as well as Spirit Guide and Gatekeeper, which he found out from Daly and Dunn. Hence, it was difficult for him to judge which sequence pathway would be a synonym of war. He could only eliminate them one by one, such as the god of combat sequence pathway, which seemed more like individual battles rather than war. Klein thought about it and minimized the scope to 5 options. First was the arbiter sequence pathway, which the Lone Kingdom's ruler, the Augustus family, and the Phaenopotter Kingdom's Castilla family were in control of. But Klein felt that this option was the least likely because the arbiter's corresponding sequence 8 was sheriff and sequence 7 was interrogator, which both seemed to be leaning towards trial and judgment but not towards war. Second was the 4th Epic Solomon Empire's pathway of the Dark Emperor. Its sequence 9's modern name was lawyer, which was good at discovering and using the flaws and weaknesses of an opponent, while also possessing outstanding eloquence and logical thinking. That was the second lowest possible sequence pathway. He suspected that the development of the sequence would make use of rules and walked in the shadow of order. Of course, war was also considered as one of the shadows of order. Third was the hunter sequence pathway that was in the control of the Phaesac Empire's rulers, the Einhorn family, the Intis Republic's former royal family, the Sauron family, and also the hidden organization that only appeared in the last 200 to 300 years, the Iron and Blood Cross Order. Klein thought it was quite possible. The Nighthawk's confidential information described hunters as excellent trackers, outstanding trap masters, and superb hunters. The corresponding sequence 8 was provoker, while sequence 7 was pyromaniac. Both were partially associated with massacre and war. Fourth was the ancient organization Blood Sanctify sect that worshipped demons. They were in control of the criminal sequence pathway. From the sequence title itself, Klein felt that it had a high possibility. Fifth was the Rose School of Thought that was known for bloody rituals. They had the prisoner sequence pathway, and the reason was the same as the one before. Just as Klein was drowning in his own thoughts, the scene before him changed. Madame Sharon had just finished showering, and her wet hair hung low. There was a fresh yet seductive charm on her face. I can't see the woman in the white robe that turned Madame Sharon into a demoness. It might be because my psychic ability is still lacking. Klein reined back his thoughts and redirected his attention to what was before his eyes. Madame Sharon flipped her hair, and water droplets glided down her cheeks. She looked towards the man who was waiting on the bed as she giggled and said, "Do you need me to take care of Maynard?" The middle-aged man on the bed creased his eyebrows and shook his head. "Not unless you can guarantee that there won't be any traces left behind. But that's impossible. Besides, what means do you have?" Looking at the man before him, Klein was taken aback at first before suddenly feeling that it was within expectations. The middle-aged man's photo often appeared on the front page of the Tingen City Honest paper and other newspapers. He was the current mayor that was looking to be re-elected, a member of Conservative Party. Madame Sharon smiled but didn't delve deeper into the topic. Her robe was halfway up her legs, and she walked gracefully to the side of the bed. The scenery before him changed one after another until Klein saw many members of parliament, businessmen, and civil servants who appeared on the newspaper occasionally. They would either discuss how to receive donations, bribe voters by going around the Campaign Act, or promise protection and solve problems. In the entire development, Madame Sharon acted as a broker. "This is actually a documentary, right?" Tore the upper circles of Tingen with Madame Sharon. Well, but why are there so many bed scenes? Many nobles and members of parliament knew that Madame Sharon had many lovers. So why did they look like they couldn't resist the temptation? Was this an ability of Madame Sharon's sequence? Klein watched thoughtfully as he speculated. Through the divination earlier, he was certain that none of the guys in Tingen's upper circles knew of Madame Sharon's true identity, nor did they collude with her to murder Maynard. In other words, Maynard's death was Madame Sharon's own decision? Why? She had no reason to take the risk. Of course, from Madame Sharon's perspective, she possessed the beyond her power to interfere in divination, and she could also create a sudden death from sexual pleasure and make the death appear natural and accidental. Killing Maynard wasn't something risky that would expose her identity, but she clearly lacks a motive. It doesn't match the risk involved. Could it be one of the requirements of her acting? But she could definitely find someone whose identity and status wasn't as sensitive. Then, the case wouldn't have fallen to the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, or the machinery hive mind. The most important point was that Madame Sharon should have been able to tell that Maynard's wife hated her, and was extremely indignant. That made it highly likely that someone would be sent to investigate her. So why didn't she move those sensitive items like the white bone statue away? She could have buried it in the garden or something. Was she so confident in the security of her safe and its hidden compartment? Amidst his suspicion, Klein saw that Madame Sharon's spirit had yet to disperse. He seized the opportunity to do another dream divination. This time, his divination involved Madame Sharon's true motive for killing John Maynard. After he recited it in silence, Klein entered a dream once again and saw a new scene. Madame Sharon held a glass of red wine which resembled blood. In her loose sleeping gown, she was pacing back and forth in her room. Finally, she drank the rest of the wine in one gulp, as though she had decided on something. The scene dispersed quickly, leaving Klein even more confused since Maynard's death looked like Madame Sharon had volunteered to do it without anyone's instigation. That's weird, Klein muttered to himself and used another few divination statements. But the answers were no different. Seeing that Madame Sharon was growing transparent and illusory, signifying that she was going to disappear soon, Klein thought and made final contact with the dead spirit. Sequence potion formula of the Demoness pathway. Sequence potion formula of the Demoness pathway. Klein recited the new divination statement. With the aid of cogitation, he got into his dream very quickly. At first, he didn't want to do the divination because he felt that the Demoness pathway only spread disaster and created pain. Even if he obtained a corresponding potion formula, he was unwilling to sell it to anyone and indirectly become a murderer. Then, he recalled another matter from before. With his understanding of the spectator potion, he had been able to suspect and verify that Daxter Guderian was a member of the psychology alchemists. So, in order to better fight against the demonesses in the future, he'd to learn more of the traits of their sequence pathway. Yes, after Hood Eugen's death, Daxter Guderian has yet to contact me. I'm guessing the psychology alchemists sent some stronger members for an investigation, and he hasn't dared to make any moves. As Klein's thoughts flashed, he saw the dark hall again. He saw the woman in the holy white robe again. Madame Sharon hung her head low, and she could only see the other woman's legs, a pair of flawless legs. Soon, she heard a melodious voice. Pleasure, that is the name of the Sequence 6 potion, the goal that you are about to advance to. If you succeed, you'll be a demoness of pleasure. When pleasure is irresistible and impossible to break away from, it's a form of agony. This is also a maxim that you have to live by. As long as you complete your advancement, besides the enhancement of your various abilities as a witch, you'll also become more beautiful, making you better at seduction and providing unforgettable pleasure to the same or opposite sex during lovemaking. You'll be able to make strange threads like a spider and utilize them. Immediately following that, an ancient silver book appeared before Madame Sharon. After it was opened, there was the formula and ingredients placed separately. Main ingredients: a pair of succubus eyes, an adult black widow spider silk gland. Supplementary ingredients: 100 milliliters of purified water, 5 drops of black jimsonweed juice, the complete remnants of a succubus's hair, 10 grams of Phaenopotter fly powder, and 5 grams of real mummy ashes. The scene changed again. It was the same hall, the same long white robe, and the same woman with indistinguishable features. But now, the difference was that Madame Sharon had returned to her original state. She was now the young man in the picture from before. A melodious female voice reverberated in his ears. "This is the name of the Sequence 7 potion. I'm sure you're surprised." "Yes, I still can't believe it's called which," Madame Sharon said in a rather agitated manner. "Remember, if we want to get closer to the primordial, we have to be more and more like her. She's a woman, so we have to be women too," the melodious female voice replied. "Either you give up or you accept. After you become a witch, you'll become a true woman, and your appearance and charm will be enhanced substantially. You'll have the ability to turn invisible and use substitutes. You'll gain a rudimentary mastery of various dark magic. You'll be skilled at disrupting the divination of others, and you'll also gain the favor of the black flame and icy frost. The main ingredients are every drop of an abyss demonic fish's blood and an agate peacock's egg. The supplementary ingredients are 80 milliliters of purified water, 5 drops of jimsonweed juice, 3 scales of a shadow lizard, and 10 drops of daffodil juice." Scenes continued to play, one after another, and Klein saw the instigator and assassin formula and understood their corresponding traits. Just as he wanted to continue the divination, Madame Sharon's spirit dispersed completely. Klein stopped the ritual and returned to reality. He packed up the ingredients, removed the wall of spirituality, and told Dunn Smith about the outcome of his mediumship without holding back any information. Then, he expressed his suspicions on Madame Sharon's murder of Maynard. Pleasure doesn't require her to kill anyone of a higher rank or position in society. We need to investigate where Madame Sharon has been over the past few years and understand her origins. We need to look for the dark hall that you saw. Of course, this will need to be reported to the Holy Cathedral, and they can assign investigators accordingly. We can't leave Tingen as we wish." Dunn nodded slightly and looked around. He said, "Go to the first floor. Check if those servants are still in deep sleep. If anyone is awake, bring them over and make them sign a confidentiality contract as per protocol. I'll be in charge of the second floor." He found a black cloth and covered the sealed artifact 3-0271. Upon hearing that, Klein suddenly understood why the intense battle hadn't brought the servants over. The captain had sent them into a deep sleep from the very beginning. Klein's body was still cold and stiff. He had to slow down and move forward in very, very light steps. When he passed the bedroom door, he extended his hand and pulled out the 2 tarot cards at the door. He wiped them and put them back into his pocket. After he left the room, he walked towards the stairway. After taking a few steps, he suddenly thought of a question. How would he make sure that the person was in a deep sleep? Check with divination one by one. That'd be troublesome. The captain is a nightmare. He should be an expert in this. I'll have to ask him if he has any fast and simple methods. With this in mind, Klein turned around, walked towards the bedroom door, step by step, as he fought against the cold and stiffness in his body. Before he came close, he looked through the ajar door and saw the shattered pieces of the angled full-body mirror. There were still large shards of the mirror clinging to the frame, all the size of a palm. In the cracked mirror, Dunn Smith, in his black windbreaker, was kneeling beside Kenley's dead body, doing something. Suddenly he lifted his head. His gray eyes were deep, and the corners of his lips were tainted with crimson blood. Crimson blood. Without thinking, Klein turned around, left the side of the door, and leaned his back against the wall.